You got copyright claimed? Wow, okay. Alright, sounds good.
I was fucking muted the entire time. That God damn it. Alright.
No better way to start off the Skyrim stream.
Yeah. Complete fucking disaster. I mean, it's appropriate for the game I'm playing. Yeah, so I guess where I left off last time was High Hrothgar, so time to talk to the Greybeards.
So, a Dragonborn appears at this moment in the turning of the age. We will see if you truly have the gift. Show us, Dragonborn. Let us taste of your voice.
Did I even use that last time? Alright, I guess I did.
Strike us with the power of your voice. Dragonborn, it is you. Welcome to High Hrothgar.
Somebody brought up how addicting Skyrim
I
is
am
despite its
Master
numerous
Arngeir.
problems.
I speak for the great.
And yeah, funnily enough,
tell
Skyrim is
me,
my most played
Dragonborn.
game in my Steam library
Why
by
have
a
you
long
come
shot. But that could just be because when I was younger, I didn't see all the problems with it.
I kind of had the same issue. I played it a lot when I was just finished high school too. That's about when it came out, and it's not my most played game. I have like 2,000 hours in fucking Gary's mod in Team Fortress 2, but I certainly have way too many hours in this game.
I find Skyrim addicting. I mean, how do I put this? I think Skyrim is just very fun to play in the same way that I guess Pong is fun to play.
Yeah.
Because the gameplay itself, it's all right. I like going around killing random shit.
Yeah, it's a pretty addictive gameplay loop, I guess, yeah. So just checking with chat, how is the audio for, I guess, everyone? Because you're a little quiet on my end. I think I need to turn you up a bit. How do I do that? Oh, there we go. I can just say something?
Hello.
Again?
Hello.
Yeah, that should be better.
Without training, you have wind guide you. No doubt, the appearance of a Dragonborn of this time is not an accident. Your destiny is surely bound up with the return of the dragons. You should focus on honing your voice, and soon your path will be made clear.
$2 super chat from Fugglemug. Thank you. Wow, who's that weirdo with the red profile pic? That's, President. President
No, I know.
Manblast.
Just so you know, in the corner, there's a box over my icon that says "Mark is red."
Oh yeah, I just fixed that. That's
Okay.
because I had to right-click you to change your volume, but yeah.
Okay.
There is indeed much that we know that you do not. That does not mean that you are ready.
Yeah, that's how I feel. What
Do not let your
SW81 said,
easy
that it's
mastery of the voice tempt you
it's
into
turn
the
off your
arrogance of
turn your
power.
brain off fun.
That has been the
Yeah.
downfall of many Dragonborn before you.
But I mean, so is Fallout 3, you know? You can
I-
enjoy it if you know, just don't think about it, but that's kind of the problem, isn't it?
Well, my thought being, okay, Fallout 3, like, out of all the Fallout games, including 4, and then including all the Elder Scrolls games, including Skyrim, I still like Fallout 3 the least.
Yeah.
Because with Fallout 4, at least, like, they're nothing, you know, impressive or crazy. But just, you know, mindlessly going around gunning stuff is the, I guess, appeal of Fallout 4 for me.
Yeah, the shooting does feel pretty decent in that game. Sometimes when I was doing my recording sessions for the videos, I felt myself, you know, getting a little lost in the shooting sometimes, even like when I'm running around with God mode on, which is just purely to get things done as fast as possible. I still found myself, oh yeah, I'm gonna, you know, just kill these things that I see. And same with looting, too. You don't need to loot everything, but
Yeah.
even when it's strictly
When you
like...
shout, you speak in the language of
Oh
dragon.
god, these guys are doing the
Thus,
interrupting
your
thing, too.
dragon blood gives you an inborn
But,
ability to learn
it's just
the
that,
words of
okay,
power.
Fallout 4's got, you know,
All
pretty
shouts are
decent
made up.
shooting. Fallout
Skyrim
3,
out.
it's just like...
Voice within.
I just can't get into it. I replayed it with Tale of Two Wastelands a few months ago,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh my god, I feel robbed. I spent only $8 to get this game, and I still feel robbed.
Yeah, that's a pretty good description of Fallout 3.
But with Fallout 4, it's like I spent, I think around $20 to get Game of the Year
Dragons have the
edition.
inborn ability to
And I
learn
honestly, I
project
enjoyed
their
it
voice.
as little as I
Dragons also
found
are
it.
able to absorb
As unimpressive
power
as
of
most
their
of its
slain
elements
brethren.
were. If you ask
Few
me, did I enjoy
mortals are
Fallout
born
4?
with similar
Yeah, it was
abilities,
fun
whether
shooting
a
shit.
gift or a curse has been a matter of debate down through the centuries. What you have already learned in a few days took even the most gifted of us years to achieve. Some believe that Dragonborn are
I
sent
keep trying to
into
read
the
chat,
world
but this
by
guy
the
keeps
gods
going on.
at times of great need. We will speak more of that later, when you are ready.
Every Bethesda game post-Morrowind is turn your brain off fun. Yeah. Even Oblivion, I'm finding parts of it aren't quite as good as I remembered. There will be a video on that someday, too. Eventually. I have no idea when.
I find Oblivion to be a very charming game. And
Yeah.
for better or for worse, because, I mean, clay people having nonsensical conversations is very charming. But,
Hello! Yes, wonderful conversation.
But it's level scaling makes it really difficult for me to enjoy playing Oblivion.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly obnoxious, and that's something I'm going to have to talk about with this video too, because I've mentioned it before on stream, but if you do certain quests too early, they'll give you an inferior reward than what you have
I've
gotten
noticed.
later on, so it makes them worthless.
Second word in unrelenting force. Ro means balance in the dragon tongue.
They got tired of waiting for me to say something, so they're just moving on anyways.
Your thumb more sharper. Ro.
Oh god, let's hope this doesn't glitch out like it usually does. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Oh, there we go. I didn't have to wait 20 minutes like last time.
You truly do have the gift. But learning a word of power is only the first step. You must unlock its meaning through constant practice in order to use it in a shout.
That's not true at all.
That is how the rest of us learn shouts. As Dragonborn, you can absorb a slain dragon's life force and knowledge directly. As part of your initiation, Master Einarth will allow you to tap into his understanding of Ro.
Somebody asked if anyone else thinks that Fallout 3 is a worse story than 4.
Ooh,
I think 4's is worse.
that's hard. That's hard because Fallout 3 story is like really simplistic, and it does trample on some of the older games, but not. What? Oh, that's what I get for not paying attention to the game. Yeah, Fallout 3 does trample on the lore of the older games, but not quite to the extent as Fallout 4 does. Fallout 4 tries to do a lot more and fails fucking miserably at it.
That's why I feel Fallout 4 is worse. There's just so much failure. And it's such a nonsensical story and nonsensical world. Fallout 3's, I feel, is more like, of course, you get stuff like Megaton, which I don't know who thought that was a good idea. But whatever. You have all the nonsense stuff like that. But overall, the general story is just boring, I guess.
No shit. I forgot to press record. Oh well. Usually when I stream, I try to record and stream at the same time because it'll record a higher quality version, but you know, whatever.
We will perform your next trial in the courtyard.
Somebody brought up their problem with Skyrim is that how special you end up being, and in other RPGs you weren't the main focus of the world. I personally feel Skyrim really half-assed it that regard, just considering that at times you're the focus of the world where you're randomly getting promoted to Guildmaster, and then at other times you have guards shit-talking you after you saved the world multiple times over.
Yeah, no matter what you do in this game, Nazim will always say, "Do you go to the Cloud District?" Oh, what am I talking about? Of course you don't. Like,
and
motherfucker.
The depressing truth is, you can get to the Cloud District for free, and just go there whenever you want.
Yeah, it's not like an elite area you're kept out of. And, like, even the fact that you go there once, like, on any kind of, like, quest or business, he should change his lines. Oh, you have been there, you know? Rather than just being a smug asshole forever.
Especially when, in all likelihood, by the time you've gotten through multiple quest lines, your character's probably richer than half of Skyrim combined.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is the one that glitched out on me last time. Forgot to teach you a second word. It's been a really long time.
Fallout 3 has better side content than 4, but 4 is better polished. I personally don't know. That's not to say like I'm not too sure about that. It's more like I genuinely don't know, just because I don't remember too much about Fallout 4's side content.
Fallout 4's side content is extremely forgettable.
3 is just I don't remember too much about it. The only things that come to mind with 3 side content is I remember those. I'm pretty sure. And then there's the bomb, but that's about it off the top of my head.
Yeah, unfortunately, both games do have unforgettable. What the fuck am I saying? Forgettable quests. Forgettable quests. But I still think I remember more Fallout 3's quests than Fallout 4's. And the quests of Fallout 4 that I remember are usually the lamest ones because they specifically piss me off. Because, like, you know, find a cat, kid in a fridge, turn some valves to stop the leaky pipes, you know?
Yeah,
like, what the fuck is this shit? These are named quests.
Astonishing. I'd heard the stories of the abilities of Dragonborn, but to see it from
Collect a can of paint. Like, oh my, what the fuck were they thinking? You know, yeah, Fallout 2. It's a quest I reference a lot, but, you know, the Gecko power plant. You can have so many options there, and it's like a real conflict between these groups. The ghouls need their power, but it's tainting Vault City's water. And there's so many things you could do with that quest. Then Fallout 4 comes along. Hey, here's a quest for you. Go find a cat. What?
I brought this up earlier today with you that New Vegas' opening quest.
Oh yeah,
Ghost Town Gunfight. I don't think the quest is impressive in regards of, oh, it's this deep moral choice. Do you shoot up a town or not? And admittedly, the developers did, I guess, try and come up with a reason, being powder gangers are kind of powerful, which I don't even think is true. But it is nice that I can, like, actually side with these two groups, and I do actually get benefits out of siding with both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, is there's no real reason to pick one side or another in Fallout 4, and the few quests that do have it, like Order Up, you know, there's no particular advantage or benefit to picking one side or the other.
But the specific point I'm getting at is even New Vegas is like opening quests that isn't particularly impressive for the game as a whole is just so much more complex than a majority of what I feel Fallout 4 has to offer in terms of side content.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you said, tell a cat to go home.
Yeah, it's not even like
with a kid in
it's not even collect an item. It's literally tell. I cannot get over telling a cat to go home. Are you fucking insane?
You are now ready for your last trial. Retrieve the horn of your
the
gift
Nords had been
Kor
dumbed
after
down in
death
this game, and their
from its
pantheon has
tomb
been replaced
in the
with the
ancient
Imperial
chamber
pantheon for the sake of
Osterfell.
simplicity and lazy writing.
Remain true to the
Yeah, I
word of
agree
the voice.
completely. The Nords in this game are, I think the best word for them is, limp. They're just so lame. I mean, all the other games, they had them as these sort of, you know, awesome Vikings with warring city-states and all that. And then what I got was, a lot of farmers.
Well, it's the same issue as Cyrodiil's jungles, you know. The lore
Exactly.
describes these things much more impressively, but once you get to them, it's like, here's the generic fantasy forest. Cyrodiil is basically Canada with Romans in it. and yeah, I'm not as familiar with the Elder Scrolls lore as I should be. And that's one thing for this video, is I'm going to have to put in, like, a note that, you know, it's hard to talk about Elder Scrolls lore because the entire thing is basically, all of the, like, background lore is both true and untrue until
yeah, I know
a
what
game...
you're referring to.
Yeah, until one of the games proves otherwise. And, even then, the games might contradict each other. So yeah, it's a huge mess, and I understand they do it for like the sake of fuck. I always forget how to use this map. It's been a long time.
I just feel like let's putting aside the lore reasons for this changes they've made. I feel like I'm saying the obvious here. It's kind of unimpressive and really lame that in the first place, Cyrodiil just turned into Canada.
Yeah.
Same goes for Skyrim, has been replaced with Vikings to farmers. A lot of farmers.
Yeah, and even the farmers thing, you know, of course they need farms, but it's the fact that the Vikings aren't really there to the degree they should be. Like, you get the companions, and it's like one faction that only has this town that they're in, you know?
Yeah, and I even feel like when you have the Stormcloaks, which I feel like were supposed to represent that Viking side of Skyrim, and it never came out, I really just feel like, oh, it's just an army of town guards.
Yeah, that's basically what it looks like.
Because I really just feel like I'm... It really just feels like an army of, I don't know, rednecks fighting with farm tools, as opposed to like a horde of Vikings.
Yeah. It's very unimpressive. And again, part of the reason I'm playing this is to refresh myself, because it has been like 5 years since I played the game, so I've forgotten a lot about it. So, fuck, I can't even remember which town it is I need to go to this place. I like the Greybeard's Trials, too, you know, do this shout, now go do this fucking huge dungeon. It's about the same distance away from both Dawnstar and Solitude.
All right,
carriage is... Where do you want to go? Climb and back, and we'll be off.
And this is a quest that's always bugged me too. It's go get this item from the dungeon that only the Dragonborn can traverse. But then Delphine comes in and she just gets it. How did you get in there? How'd you get it? I have my ways. Fuck off.
They could have even just done like some sort of foreshadowing where, you know, there's like maybe if the player explored enough, they could find like a secret passage that just leads to the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. That would be interesting.
And then like you figure it out at the end when you have to go through that secret passage. It's already been opened.
Yeah.
You know, minus the fact there's just a note there. I always did find it weird that dungeon has no indication that someone else is there, and I'm really shocked the developers didn't think, you know, it kind of doesn't make sense.
That's
This
something
place
Bethesda
that's
seems...
never been explored has been explored.
Yeah, I know. That's something Bethesda seems to do a lot, and it really bugs me, is, well, exactly as you say, people have been here, but there's no signs that people have been here. Like, what?
Let's see, somebody brought up how stupid Keep It Simple Stupid is.
Oh. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to that stupid speech again when I remake, Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis.
I feel like Keep It Simple Stupid is a... I don't think complexity necessarily makes things better.
No, not
but
necessarily.
Also, it's just... There's a point where you gotta realize that Keep It Simple Stupid doesn't really apply when you're talking about, like, large-scale political conflicts in Elder Scrolls. You know, you can't just dumb down things like, you know, the Nordic god of the end of time has been not resurrected, but, you know, he's reappeared.
Yeah.
And then you go from that to, oh, he's just a big dragon and he's pretty pissed.
Just so people know, if they don't see me strafing to the fucking left, it's because my A key and my keyboard seems to be dying for some reason. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's fucking annoying.
I remember, on my... Let me think, when did I have this keyboard? I guess it was my last keyboard. I don't know if it was the one before that. Anyway, I had a keyboard where the S and D keys sometimes just wouldn't work.
Oh, fuck.
And it was hell.
Yeah, I bet.
I think some people are arguing about the Skyrim Civil War. I'm gonna keep out of this. I don't want to talk about it.
I'm not gonna pick sides on the Skyrim Civil War. Well, I will have to in the video. Well, maybe not. But it bugs me that it's essentially the same quest line, except you take a couple different forts than the other, and like that's it. The entire decision seems basically cosmetic.
Oh no, I'm referring to which side may be better for Skyrim. If you want to talk about the quality of the quest line, yeah, it's really disappointing.
Yeah, it is.
Somebody said that they think Miraak was handled pretty well.
I actually...
let me think. Because the Dragonborn questline, I don't hate it.
Really? I didn't finish Dragonborn because I actually got kind of pissed off that Solstheim was so different. Like...
Yeah.
There's just changes to the island that are physically impossible considering what we had seen before.
I don't think the Dragonborn questline is something that's like holy shit, Bethesda's blown me away. It's just, you know, it's not bad. And yeah, somebody said Miraak is just a poor man's Darth Vader.
Wow, I didn't think he was that bad. Like, Darth Vader is a great character, but a poor man's Darth Vader? Fucking ouch.
I think it's hard to say that Miraak is, like, horrendous, just because I can't outright think of anything that's horrendously egregious. Maybe people in chat could think of something.
Maybe I'll find something when I eventually get around to that in fucking 20 years.
But, I think there's some. I think it's just there's like a something really interesting about him. I guess that being he actually does things that get in your way, like taking dragon souls from you, which I thought
Yeah.
was an interesting thing. Somebody said Neloth is the best character. Completely agree.
Well, part of my thing with that too is why did they pick Neloth of all the characters in
That's what I.
Morrowind to bring over? You'd think they'd pick fuck,
Devaith.
what's the guy who helps you through Telvanni?
Devaith. Or
Oh, yeah, Devaith too, but
I forgot his name.
isn't it Aryon or something?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like why not
Skyrim?
either of them?
I don't know. Somebody said Skyrim's best DLC is Dawnguard. I
Ooh.
personally just do not like Dawnguard.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
I prefer Dragonborn. I think part if I had to give a reason for why I dislike Dawnguard, it would be that the choice you make in Dawnguard feels extremely important, but when you look at the difference, you are doing a nearly identical questline, especially as you approach the end of it.
Yeah. I only played through it once. My favorite DLC is Hearthfire because it's the only one that didn't piss me off.
I didn't have too many issues with Solstime's new arrangement in Dragonborn, but admittedly, I played Skyrim before all the other Elseworlds games. I played them in reverse.
Ah.
So that could just be nostalgia on my part.
And sorry I can't keep up with chat enough to everyone in chat. It's just hard to talk to someone and play a game and stop and read chat.
Somebody said Devaith Fear wasn't picked because clone concubines aren't marketable.
Fuck you, they are. But, I don't know. If that was really the reason for not picking him, I feel like that's a weak reason because, like, they could just not have his clones, you know? If it was that big
Yeah.
of a deal. They could have come up with some reason for them to not be there.
They could have just said that they're his clones and just, you know, conveniently left out the information that they're concubines. Somebody said the best DLC was the horse armor. I agree completely, actually.
Even horse armor they went fucking lazy on. There's only steel and elven that's available? If I remember correctly?
I bought Deluxe Edition for like $5, maybe like a month ago, so I have no clue what the DLC beyond Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles has to offer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was only like steel and elven horse armor. Like they didn't do any of the other armor types. No glass, no ebony, no daedric.
That's
So even if you did legitimately want armor for your horses, you don't have fucking any like option.
Fargoth is the best character, says someone. Yeah, I agree with that too.
$2 super chat from Fugglemug. Thank you. That one guy from that one town is my favorite. Oh yeah, he's my favorite too. Fucking best character.
I gotta step out for a minute. My food just arrived.
Alright, no problem. How's everyone in chat doing today? Are you even playing a game as opposed to watching a poorly made movie? Honestly, I'm just kind of like going through the motions, it feels like. It doesn't really feel like playing a game, but I am also distracted by talking, so you know. Oh, that's another gripe I have. I'll probably have to repeat this when President gets back, but I like how you have these, like, ancient sealed tombs that haven't been entered in, like, you know, 2,000 years or whatever, and they have Imperial septums in them, and, like, fresh apples and fruit. Like, obviously the part we're in here, you know, people can come into this area. There's nothing particularly, like, blocking them. But there's locked sections of these tombs that have the same issue. God, Skyrim feels so boring when you're watching someone else play it. Just goes to show how bad the Ring of Obsession it is. Yeah. I'm fine, how are you? I'm not too bad. Aside from the fact that I'm playing an incredibly shitty game for the sake of a video. Watching gameplay of Skyrim makes me want to sleep, unlike playing it where I stay up. Man, last time I streamed this game, for the 5,000 sub stream, I was actually falling asleep while playing it. Every time he needs to step out, he's actually checking on his dungeon in the basement for misbehaviors. Nah. President doesn't have, like, a creepy dungeon. Didn't mean to jump off that. Well, fuck. And freshly lit candles. Yeah, that too. Wow, that was way more effective than I thought it would be. On a serious note, someone once told me that Obsidian chose to limit how much time they had to make New Vegas. What are your thoughts on this? I've never heard that before, but I don't know. I've heard it was Bethesda's limitation because Skyrim was being released in fall of 2011, and they didn't want another Bethesda-type game being released so soon. So, you know, a year previous would... 2010 would be best. I think that's what it was. A $5 super chat from Adam Riley. Thank you. Two of my favorites are the Dark Elf Sisters in Balmora of Morrowind, and one in Anvil and Oblivion. Both involve rats and do not like necrophilia laws. Sort of. You're right about the ones that involve rats, the one in Balmora and Anvil. But the character that talks about the fucking necrophilia laws is, the alchemist in Skyrim. Sorry, Skingrad. Yeah, I always thought that was a fucking weird one for them to add. They definitely want to add something like that in Skyrim. Obsidian wanted 24 months. They should have had 24. Agreed. They should have. Ah. Guess I have to activate the other one somewhere else. I'm not that interested in the loot. God, it's really annoying trying to play without the fucking A key. Or with it working only sometimes. I'm gonna have to replace this keyboard already. Hey, remember when you could enchant items on the go? Oh, I don't have anything I can put on it. Oh, that's right. You have to fucking disenchant items to fucking... Oh, that bugs me. That bugs me. I completely forgot about that. That is fucked. I mean, I will give credit to Bethesda on one thing. They can make a fucking nice set piece. Too bad it's not actually substantive content. Is combat in Skyrim as bad as I remember it? Haven't played since 2011. Consider yourself lucky. I'm not feeling too engaged by the combat, personally. I do like that you can mix and match spells like this. Like, I do... The general spell casting, I've got to say, I do like this better than, Oblivion, where, you just throw a fireball or an electric ball. So this is... I do like that aspect of it.
Alright, I have returned.
Hello. While you were gone, I realized something else I hate about these fucking dungeons in this game. I mentioned it to chat already, but I'll explain it again. I hate how you can get to sealed parts of these tombs that no one has been in like 2,000 years. And yet there's fresh fruit and Imperial septums in there. And lit candles, as someone pointed out in chat.
I guess lore's whatever you want it to be. That's Elder Scrolls.
Oh yeah, and I also ran into another problem that I'll have to find somewhere to put it into the video, but I completely forgot that enchanting required you to disenchant other items to be able to learn that magic to enchant other items with it.
I always found it so strange how they handled enchanting in this game.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this about Skyrim. It's overly complicated.
The one thing Skyrim overcomplicated is the one thing it probably shouldn't have.
Literally, it made sense in every previous game. Where
Yeah.
just, if you know a spell, you can put that on an item.
Yeah. It was great. Alright, so this is like the big thing here, because there is no alternate path. Fucking excuse me. Fucking skeleton interrupting me. Anyways, yeah, this is the big thing here. Because there is no alternate path, you have to get through these gates that close, like, immediately. And because, you know, you can't get through these fucking gates, then it would have been impossible for Delphine to get through.
Well, I guess the speed attribute is still around the blades were a thing.
Oh, motherfuck. Wow, it didn't even open the first one.
People are talking about how Metacritic weights its reviews in regards to how New Vegas got like an 84.
Oh yeah, God, I hate this puzzle. It's not even complex, you just...
I know nothing about how Metacritic does their reviews. I just generally understand Metacritic is not that accurate.
Yeah, I've never really used Metacritic. I think I put 2 reviews on there. One for Fallout 76 and the other for Amnesia Stillbirth. Yeah, I don't know how they weigh their scores. Delphine used a diamond pickaxe! Too bad there isn't any fucking tunnel that I could just go through. There we go. I like how they have this, like, trapped floor, but it doesn't really do all that much damage. You can just walk across it.
I feel like traps in general, not just in Elder Scrolls and Fallout, aren't that hazardous. This includes New Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah, traps should be, like, the spike ball trap, you know? That should do a lot more than, you know, just a little bit of damage.
I feel like it would... just from a gameplay perspective, make me give a shit about the fact I just stepped in 10 bear traps.
Yeah. I guess I should level up. And yeah, this is something I'll have to talk about in the video too, but the whole level up system. You know, in the previous 2 games, you choose what attributes you want to level up. Here it's just, do you want to increase magic, health, or stamina? It's like, oh, what a fucking amazing choice that is.
One thing I found kind of... I don't know if it's just a personal preference or if there's genuine reasons to be given why it's terrible. I don't like the perk system. I don't think it fits in Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look a little bit closer at the perk system for sure, but, I do remember initially liking it, but, I don't know, it kind of seems like... I don't think Elder Scrolls can't have a perk system. I just don't know if they handled it particularly well. Again, it's something I'm going to have to look into.
That's a better way to put how I feel, because I guess I should rephrase what I said. I feel like Skyrim's perk system doesn't fit too well.
Yeah.
I generally just feel like a lot of the perks, it's kind of this Fallout 3 situation, where you have these perks that boil down to do more damage.
Yeah.
Healing spells give you more health.
Yeah, a few of the perks seem to really do anything interesting. Like, I'm just on pickpocket right now. You know, which used to be... Pickpocket used to be under sneak, now it's its own thing for some reason. Pickpocketing bonus of 20%. Item weight and value reduced pickpocketing odds. 25% chance to pickpocket if target is asleep. Silently harm enemies by placing poison in their pockets. Pickpocketing gold is 50% easier. Carrying capacity increased by 100. That's actually not too bad, but it's not like, you know, a big... God, navigating this fucking perk tree is annoying too. It's not like a huge game changer or anything. Pickpocketing keys almost always works. Can pickpocket equipped weapons. And can pickpocket equipped items. Like, sure, they're neat little things you can do, but they're not like... I don't know.
I've always felt like that perks should be what, you know, they imply. They're, you know, they have something to them beyond just what a skill could do, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Two games come to mind when I think of, you know, that being done well. And I'm sure there's more. This is just what comes to my head. New Vegas had plenty. You have things like Terrifying Presence, Sneering Imperialist, all these unique perks that give you extra dialogue options with NPCs and all that. But a game I think does it extraordinarily well. Obviously this is not comparable to Elder Scrolls because it's, you know, an isometric RPG. Underrail does perks in that game. They're just they're feats. Underrail does it exceptionally well.
Yeah?
It is so good. You get abilities that are game changers.
I'll have to play that at some point. I've heard a lot of good things about it. Sorry, just quickly, what the fuck was the point of that? You walk into this room and these, like, statues come out of the water, and it's like... Why?
I mean, all I can think of is it looks cool. I'm not gonna criticize Bethesda for that. But obviously there is the issue of, wait a second, I thought Delphine was in this room. Did she just push the statues back down?
Maybe they left because, I don't know. Maybe they go down when you leave and they'll pop back up when you come back in. Dragonborn, I need to speak to you. I like how the quest objective is right over the text of the note too. Dragonborn, I need to speak to you. Urgently. Rent the attic room at the Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood, and I'll meet you there. A friend. Okay, so, like... Why Riverwood? I know this is, like, a nitpick, basically, but, you know... You go all around the world, and you're sent to, like, the very first town you go to.
Before I say anything, I want to comment on a chat message. Somebody said, wait, so the perk system of Skyrim is the same as Fallout 4, but instead of a pamphlet, it's a cluster of constellations? Yes. Anyway, regarding just them taking you back to the first area, I don't have huge issues with it, because, you know, nitpicking.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a nitpick. Also, candles being lit in an inaccessible part of the dungeon, but whatever. But, no, my issue with that is more, you have this entire game world to send you to, and it sends you back to a town that you've already been to, rather than trying to force you to go to somewhere new, you know? Like, it would be like if Caius Causades sent you back to Seda Neen for, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think it would have been a better design choice to have Delphine in a town that hadn't been explored before. Like, you can go an absurdly long amount of time ignoring Dragonbridge, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. That's like one of the places I barely ever visited. I think like 1 or 2 quests sends you there. I think a Dark Brotherhood quest.
Cities. I only say Dragonbridge because I know for a fact there's other villages that I've probably visited maybe once or twice in the hundreds of hours I've played.
Yeah.
Dragonbridge just happens to be one I can actually remember.
Yeah, I don't remember most of the towns in this game. I'm pretty sure there's ones I haven't even seen before. There has to be. Does this game have its own hack dirt? The quest everyone loves, apparently?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of it, but
Alright.
I'm sure there's people in chat that would know more than me. I haven't played Skyrim in a while.
Yeah, someone in chat might know if there's like any weird towns like that. Not that we're going to visit them today.
Somebody asked, which guild slash faction was the least boring to you?
In Skyrim?
Yeah, I'm assuming anyway.
Ooh. Fuck. I think it has to be the Dark Brotherhood by default. Like, the companions I found very annoying, and, like, I can't remember much of their quests at all.
I think the companions had a somewhat interesting story, albeit extremely rushed.
Rushed and contrived. I think it's bullshit that the group of werewolf hunters, who should be, you know, seen as, like, these good guys by the
Yeah,
rest of the world, I find it
that's
weird that they just launch an attack on a major city on, you know, a well-known guild or faction in a known city. Or, sorry, a large city. And just, like...
But ultimately... Or you finish.
Sorry. But it's, like, not really that big of a deal to, like, anyone else in the world. Like, I don't know, it seems like such a major group attacking such a, you know, another major group should be, like, this big thing and no one seems to care. Especially when we're talking about werewolf hunters. You'd think, you know, they'd try to expose the companions to the world as secretly being werewolves.
I was gonna say, I felt they should have allowed that you should have been able to side with the Silver Hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, somebody says Silver Hand are just reskinned bandits.
Yep.
But ultimately, I do feel Dark Brotherhood is the best.
Well, the thing is, they kept one of the best parts of Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood, and that's just sending you on missions and giving you, like, this bonus objective to complete that's, like, it's a little thing, but it adds a lot. Like, okay, I have to make sure, you know, I don't kill this character, or, you know, I kill them in such and such manner. And I really like that.
From a writing perspective, I think there is something interesting with the idea of the Dark Brotherhood is beginning to abandon its tenets. I think that's kind of interesting.
I do think
albeit it's kind of how do I put it? It feels a bit forced when I'm being screamed at by the person that betrays me later in the story of just, oh, don't listen to that jester. He only has the Night Mother that spoke to you.
Yeah.
It just feels a bit silly to me that it feels like it would have been an interesting dynamic, but ultimately the perspective of I'm the leader, therefore you have to listen to me is not compelling in any way.
Yeah, I agree. And parts of that quest line, again, it's been 5 years since I've played it, and I'll have to play it again at some point, obviously, but from what I remember, some parts of it just seemed a bit contrived to me. It's hard to remember off the top of my head, but, like, fuck, what was it? Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on that. I'll have to do it again.
I'm the innkeeper.
Let me think.
It's my business to keep track of strangers.
Regarding College of Winterhold, that
oh
College
boy.
of Winterhold, I
It'll
feel
always...
like they tried doing something interesting and it was not interesting.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Labyrinthian was a pretty interesting dungeon.
I can't remember much of it. It's like I recognize the name, but I'm just drawing a complete blank in my mind on it.
So Labyrinthian was the final dungeon that you do for the Mages Guild, and it has the Dragon Priest that talks to you as you're going through it.
Really?
Which I found interesting.
That does sound fucking interesting, but I can't remember it for the life of me.
Now, ultimately, it was just a generic Dragon Priest fight, but I couldn't tell. They actually tried doing something interesting, and of what they added, it was enjoyable.
But mentioning the Sorry?
But it's, you know, in the end, I'm happy they tried something new. It just was same old, same old.
I can hear how miserable you are playing this. Man, my hatred for this game is fucking infinite and eternal.
Well, if you asked me, like, my ultimate
Well,
opinion on, like,
we don't have
Skyrim
an
and
attic
Fallout
room,
4, it's just,
but you
like,
can have the one on the left.
could I say I hate the game? I don't. I personally don't hate it. I
No.
just find it, like, it's, somebody mentioned it earlier, it's turn your brain off fun.
Yeah. And that's the big problem with it. But anyways, on the topic of the College of Winterhold, it bugs me. It'll forever bug me that you could become the leader of that faction and only cast, like, what, a novice spell once or twice? You don't actually need
Oh my
magic
God,
knowledge
yeah,
to become the
it's-
leader of the mages?
Same thing in Oblivion.
Well, I think even Oblivion had skill requirements, didn't they?
No, it didn't. No.
Really? I thought it did.
It didn't. And I think, because I specifically remember when I was younger and I didn't understand how the magic system really worked in Oblivion versus Skyrim, albeit they're very similar. I never really went out of my way to increase my magic skills beyond restoration.
Ah.
Now we
And then I got to be the Archmage and I realized, wait a second, everyone's more powerful than me. I can't even cast journeyman spells.
Yeah, well, it's obviously definitely a problem of Oblivion too. Then that's one thing that will forever bug me is that you can be the leader of a faction without being skilled in what that faction is about. It's so fucking stupid.
the Greybeard seem to
I-
be the Dragonborn.
And I can understand, like, on paper, I don't agree with this. On paper, it makes sense that, you know, it kind of sucks that in a playthrough you can't see everything the game has to offer from the guilds.
Yeah,
However, there's something absurd in my mind about, like, my Nord barbarian that kind of just runs around naked becoming guild master.
yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing for me too is if you have the game built in such a way that you know there are certain quest lines you can't complete, that just adds replayability to the game.
And
Like,
that's how I view it.
I think the best example of it is the Great Houses from Morrowind. You can only ever join one of them, and they're each still based on, you know, the same archetypes, mage, fighter, and stealth. So, you know, I think it works really well that you can have those quest lines that lock you out of the others. Even, like, certain Fighters Guild quests would lock you out of the Thieves Guild if you didn't join them beforehand.
I always felt that even beyond locking you out of quests, I think that it really kills the world as a whole if you're having these people that are allowing me, like I said, my naked Nord, to become the Archmage.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. And that's on top of the fact that, unlike in Morrowind, I don't really feel like I earned this beyond the fact I did some, you know, generic dungeon crawling and fetch quests.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something I was noticing in my Oblivion streams the other day, and I mentioned this to you in chat earlier.
If you're really Dragonborn.
Yeah, whatever, Delphine. I didn't even know there was a timer in this game that, like, counts down if you don't say anything fast enough. But anyways, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the Mages Guild in Oblivion, it's just do a quest, hey, you ranked up. Do a quest, hey, you ranked up. It seems so overly formulaic, I guess. Like,
People have said, or I've read, that people kind of feel that Morrowind's guild quests are just, like, you know, busy work. And my thought being, aren't those supposed to be, like, your character's job, essentially? I always felt like it made sense that you're doing, you know, actual work. You know?
yeah, that's what it kind of seemed like to me too. Like I agree some of the quests can be a bit simple and boring, but like if you take the Fighters Guild for example, like what are they at their core? They're a group of mercenaries doing contract work. Hey, I've got
And I
some
felt
rats
it's-
that are eating my fucking 9,000 pillows. Come kill them, please.
And I do feel in some cases, like the Fighters Guild and Thieves Guild, you do learn that there are like interesting plot lines going on.
Oh yeah, for
Where
sure.
you do have the leader of the Fighters Guild. He's being, I think he's actually working with the Kimona Tong.
Yep.
I think.
Yep,
Which I found
absolutely,
really
he is.
interesting. And it's not like forced into your face, like, oh, you got to deal with this. You're the one. It's one of those things where you've gotten to a point, and you gotten to a point where you're really high up, and then someone tells you, listen, here's the problem, and you can figure this out without just being told it. You get a guy that's like, listen, you're the problem. Here's the problem. You could be the one to deal with it.
Yeah. Also, sorry, just a random side note. I like how this former Blade, actually no, she's an active Blade. She's like one of the only 2 Blades left. Has a book in her room, Rise and Fall of the Blades. Like, did you fucking forget that one? Yeah, I just have to brush up on my history of how my entire faction fucking fell.
Somebody said that we had two chats in a row talking about Nords. Nords, a race who live in the far north with constant snow and ice, and is too stupid to fix holes in their roofs. Scout Trooper brings up, Nords are just worthless with how lazy they are in this world.
Yeah.
I think the 4th era just really sucked the soul out of every Nord.
The what?
The 4th era,
The 4th era.
because the game takes place in the 4th era.
Oh, 4th
opposed to the
era.
3rd.
I thought you were saying like something else.
You just find that lying around? Must be your lucky day.
Somebody said, I wish Apocrypha had more enemies and complex puzzles. Also, I wish there were...
This
I
fucking Randy opened the secret door and ran downstairs. It's just like, did you just find that? That must be your lucky day. Then he just walks away.
God, that sounds like something that would happen in Oblivion.
It does. Like, here's the thing, too. If you have a secret door, then the other NPCs in the world should be fucking scripted to actively, like, not think it's a secret door and just casually use it. You know?
Yeah. Somebody brought up how they wish Apocrypha had more enemies and complex puzzles, and they wish the rewards would have unique weapons and spells, and having Hermaeus Mora himself grant quests to steal knowledge would be cool.
I hope they're right.
That does sound
Yeah,
like it would be cool.
I think it's a very fair criticism to say that Apocrypha... I was under the impression we'd get something akin to Shivering Isles, where Apocrypha would be a large free roam area. And instead, what we ended up getting was a series of dungeons with an interesting flavor.
That's disappointing. Like I said, I didn't really play that much of Dragonborn. I didn't get that far into it. And keep in mind, too, at that time, I was like mega pissed off at Bethesda for giving Xbox timed exclusivity. So they were already on my bad side when it came to these DLCs, and actually playing them only pissed me off more. Dragonborn was the point where I finally dropped this game and never fucking touched it again until, like a couple months ago when I needed to get footage for one of the videos, and even then it was only get the footage and get out.
Surprise.
Let me
I guess I'm
think.
getting pretty
There,
good at my harmless.
I
monkey
do not
trap.
remember the first time I played Skyrim, or just the early days of me playing it.
I remember my first time. I was in college at the time, and the game was set to be available at midnight. Well, that's too late for me to play because I had college the next day. So I got like this it was a VPN type thing. I don't know if it was called VPN back then, but basically it tricked Steam's servers into making it think I was in the UK. And I played a few hours early, and the game really did pull me in at first. But the more I played, the more I kind of figured, you know, it's really, really shallow.
I think I was just really stupid when I was younger.
You can't be too
I
careful.
loved
Downward
Skyrim,
spies are
and as
everywhere.
time went on, like, okay, to give you an idea of how much I liked Skyrim and how, like, stupid my tastes were, my first exposure to Oblivion, I think, was, like, 2011. I was 13 or 14. I was playing it, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it again, and I was like, this is stupid. And then I played it was I thought I was on YouTube and I click on an Oblivion video thinking it's a Skyrim video, thinking, oh, what the fuck is this? And moving on with my day.
I'm
For a
curious
while,
to know what
Oblivion-
video it was. Because there was like a lot of crazy, like Oblivion joke videos back
No, I
in the
remember
day.
what it was. It was a series of somebody going through all of Oblivion's Daedric quests.
Oh,
I am not your enemy. I already gave you the
Um,
horn. I'm actually
And
trying
also,
to
I
help
think
you.
for a while,
Just
Oblivion.
need you
I think
to
after
hear
playing
me
Oblivion,
out.
it became very apparent to me just one, how boring Skyrim's combat is, and I guess two, that Skyrim doesn't even really live up to Oblivion, and Oblivion isn't that impressive, to be honest.
yeah. Sorry,
And there
just
was a really long time where I sucked at Morrowind. I couldn't play it.
just reading a comment in chat. Real talk, I lost interest in the game with the first dragon fight at Whiterun, and it was so derp. Yeah, the dragons are flying health bars, basically. There isn't, any special or unique mechanics to them. It's just an enemy that can flood. Okay, I'm going to say something, and big fans of this game will probably not like it, but dragons are cliff racers, but worse.
Let me think.
They're cliff racers that can cast
Out
spells.
of here knowing what you know.
I think
You
the
ready to hear
reason
me out?
let me think, because
Like
I
I
don't
said in my
I don't
note,
hate what you
I've
just
heard
said.
that you might be Dragonborn. I'm part of a group that's
It's
been
hard. I
searching
can't say you're wrong.
for
Because you're
a
not.
very long time. If you really are Dragonborn, that is. Before I tell you any more, I
My
need to
issue
make
with the
sure I
dragons in
can trust
Skyrim
you.
is that they had a unique. I don't think it's impressive. I'll just say unique enemy, and they didn't make it unique. Every single dragon, including the final boss, is pretty much identical.
Yeah, they all use the same base skeleton, so they all have the same animations. Sorry, I just want to do this dialogue option in the game quickly. It's the one where she says, "Oh, I have my ways," and doesn't explain it.
I knew the Greybeards would send you there if they thought you were Dragonborn. They're nothing if not predictable. When you showed up here, I knew you were the one the Greybeards sent, and not some Thalmor plant.
Oh. Oh, why did you take the horn? Okay. So she said the Greybeards are predictable, as if that's just that. But like, what if there was some other ancient fucking Greybeard artifact that they wanted you to retrieve somewhere else? You know?
Man, it's Bethesda writing is Bethesda writing. Keep it simple, stupid.
Because
How'd
that
you
is
do it?
one hell of an
Oh,
assumption to make.
How'd you figure that out? Oh, I just knew.
If you don't trust me, you were a fool to walk in here in the first
Like I said, I mean, complexity does not equal, good, but come on. At least
You
try.
remember what most don't.
Yeah.
That the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon slayer. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul. Can you do it? Can you devour a dragon's soul? This is no time to play the reluctant hero. You either are or aren't.
Somebody said
Dragonborn.
that regarding
But I'll see for
combat,
myself soon enough.
it was one of the first things that turned them off about Skyrim.
Really?
They said it was strange seeing someone get sliced across the throat with a sword, and it does no more damage than any other hit.
Yeah. That's actually the first time I've, well, I can't say it's the first time I've heard someone say Skyrim's combat isn't great, but that's usually one of the things I don't typically hear people criticize, I guess.
I feel like it's more apparent. I think it's more apparent than. Let me think of how to phrase this.
Yes.
The
You're
first thing
very
I
old
noticed that was
enemies.
wrong with
And
Skyrim
if my
was the
suspicions
fact
are
that
correct, they might have something to do with the
everything feels
dragon's
very
return.
cookie cutter.
But that isn't
Like,
important.
I didn't have
Yes.
to
What is
play other
important is that you
games
might be dragon
to get, like, a point of comparison to understand Radiant quests and, like, fetch quests make up the big bulk of this game.
Yeah. And I didn't really notice on my first time through, but they'll put some Radiant quests into, like, faction quest lines, particularly the companions. One of their early quests is a Radiant quest, and I didn't notice that the first time through. When I really noticed it is when I completed the Dark Brotherhood, and they had the Night Mother quests, and it's just like, go to Whiterun and kill the Maiden of Virtue, go to Morthal and kill the shady, I don't know, knight or whatever. It's like, wait a second, this is just the same thing over and over again. In the tested, I did like a dozen of them in a row, and I got some of the same ones over again in that short amount of time.
I'm part of a group that's been. If you really are.
And let me think, I mean, some other stuff that was very apparent. I don't know anyone that was impressed by the Civil War questline.
I'm sorry?
I've never met anyone that found the Civil War questline impressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Civil War, that one really fucking bugs me.
Because even my first time through, I'm like, oh, that's it?
Yeah. Excuse me, just burped a bit. I don't know if the mic picked it up. I thought I explained why I stopped there. Yeah, the Civil War is just, do a couple of these key quests, like grabbing the crown for whatever reason. And, like, the crown never comes up again. It's just a quest item for the sake of a quest item.
Yeah.
And, then it's like, capture these random forts, so then it's over, basically. And the siege on the towns, too.
Yeah, it just didn't...
It felt so...
like an afterthought, despite the fact it felt integral to the setting.
Yeah, and especially since you don't really see these groups engaging with... God, fucking Delphine is pissing me off by ending conversation randomly, like, repeatedly. I guess that's what we get for talking so much, but... Yeah, the fact that they never fight each other out in the wild... I mean, if you can find a group of 4 soldiers from each side that happen to run into each other, they will fight. But there's no reason at all that there shouldn't be battlefields in the game where, there's a couple dozen of them just beating the shit out of each other. And, maybe you could have it in such a way that, to use Bethesda's favorite word, you have these radiant, like, zones that each faction can gain or lose control of entirely independently, and it would be like the border between their controlled areas, and those, like, battlefields will change as you capture different parts of the map for each faction.
I've always felt that from a writing perspective, what happened was
But I guess even
they wanted the Civil War to be part of the main quest line. I really feel like they did.
Sorry, what was that?
I've always felt like they wanted the Civil War questline to be part of the main questline.
Yeah.
And then that just didn't happen.
Yeah.
So what we was this really... It was an afterthought. It was them kind of just picking up the pieces of something they neglected.
They weren't gone
Yeah.
somewhere for all these years. They were dead, killed off centuries ago by my predecessors. Now something's happening to bring them back to life. And I need you to help.
Sorry, I just want to get through this dialogue quickly, because we've been here for like 20 minutes or something. What makes you think dragons are coming back to life?
I know they are. I visited their ancient burial mounds and found them empty. And I figured out where...
But what if that fucking Dark Elf lady is just stealing their bodies from fucking Skingrad?
If we succeed, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Maybe that's why they're... burial... Why do dragons have burial sites? Like, if humanity freed themselves from, being basically enslaved by the dragons, why would they, like, give them places of honor?
I'm speculating here. Someone in chat might know more. I believe it's because the Draugr, which have been, they went from cannibals to dragon worshippers, I guess. I'm
Oh.
pretty sure they were part of the dragon cult, which buried them.
Yeah.
You should know. You got the map for me.
Someone can
Dragonstone
correct
you
me
got
if I'm
for
wrong.
Farengar, remember? So you were paying attention. I arranged to have Farengar recover the Dragonstone for me. It's what I do. I make things happen from behind the scenes. After all, here you are. Yes, a map of ancient dragon burial sites. I've looked at which ones are now empty. The pattern is pretty clear. It seems to be spreading from the southeast, starting in the Gerals near Riften. The one near Kynesgrove is next, if the pattern holds. Kynesgrove. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. If we can get there before it happens, maybe we'll learn how to stop it.
Okay, so if Alduin is resurrecting the dragons, why would there be a specific pattern to it? Like, he can fly all over Skyrim, like, with little to no effort. He came all the way to fucking, God, what's the town you start in that gets destroyed?
Helgen.
Helgen. He came all the way to Helgen to prevent, Stormcloak King guy from getting killed. Ulfric, that's his name. To prevent him from getting killed. So, like, why would he have a particular pattern for resurrecting the dragons? Like, if he was going through and resurrecting them all, you'd think he'd resurrect, like, his top lieutenants first, rather than, you know, this one happens to be in a particular place that I'm going from east to west covering. Like, what?
Well, the best explanation I can give you is, Bethesda writes their games. And it's best to not ask questions about it, because then you'll realize, wow, this didn't make sense in the first place. Now it really doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And also, this is something I mentioned before, I'm going to mention again, but these fucking alchemy labs enrage me. Well, not enrage me, but they piss me off, because... Huh?
I found alchemy so disappointing in Skyrim.
Well, before you could do it anywhere, and now you can only do it at these specific locations, so that's already, like, way too limiting from what the game was before. But I didn't...
You go.
I used alchemy a lot in Oblivion because it was like a good moneymaker, and when I first played Skyrim, I never felt like doing alchemy. Like, I tried it a few times, it was just, like, disappointing.
I just found, my thought on it is, like, let me think. I think there's 2 reasons, or 3 reasons.
Can you hold on to that for just a second? $10 super chat from Fugglemug, thank you. Stalker handled factions and war between them better than Skyrim. You can happen upon an outpost occupied by Duty, and then return to it later and find it occupied by Freedomers with dead Duty. Yeah, that sounds exactly like what the fucking Civil War in Skyrim should have been. Like, it seems basic to me that you have these, again, radiant outposts where one faction holds them, and then later at another time a different faction holds them based entirely on those factions interacting on their own. And that's the same thing I've said for Fallout 4's Raider factions, just to make, you know, the world feel a little bit more alive than just being this one, like, indistinguishable Raider group that just happens to be everywhere.
And I feel like you could have done something that's even simpler than that. Just do it like how New Vegas did it, where you had entire quests centered around the Civil War.
Yeah.
Like, what comes to mind is Camp Forlorn Hope and Nelson, where you just, it really is a conflict between, okay, this NCR outpost got captured by the Legion. How do you want to handle it?
Yeah. Anyways, what were you saying about alchemy? You had 3 things?
3 things. So, first that comes to mind is how you mentioned that for what seems to be an arbitrary reason that I don't even know, they made it so alchemy is no longer portable. You have to use an alchemy table.
Yeah, that makes absolutely 0 sense.
The second one is that, you know, alchemy in Oblivion and Morrowind was very important because it was tied to your intelligence stat. Therefore, you were very much encouraged to, you know, do alchemy. And also, it was a moneymaker in both games.
Yeah.
And the third reason, which I think is the biggest one, Skyrim just doesn't have many magical effects.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that got cut out between games, and that's one of them. In Morrowind, you could brew potions to fucking levitate, or water walk, or fucking jump across the map. And Oblivion obviously reduced that down. Levitating isn't a thing anymore because cities were in separate cells, and I don't know, even that bugs me. But then you get to Skyrim, and it just seems like there's even less magical effects just across the board.
It's true, yeah. I do find it disappointing that they got rid of magical effects that in some cases, I don't really understand why they got rid of them. Like, I believe, let me think. They got rid of silencing, I think.
Really?
They got rid of, obviously, things like what Morrowind did with, like, levitation and such. Got rid of spell making for some reason. I think the reason was it's too complex.
Well, if something like spell making is too complex, then you know, players could just not do it.
Not do it.
Because if it's something you're interested in, it adds more choice to those playing Morrowind and Oblivion, and even Oblivion limited spell making. But then you get to Skyrim, it's just something you can't do. Well, why not leave the option in for the people who want to do it? And just, if people don't understand it, they can just not do it, or even look up a guide.
I think that in Skyrim they neutered conjuration because so many types of Daedra are gone now.
Yeah, that's one point I'll definitely give Oblivion, is they tried to introduce new Daedra types, like the Spider Daedra, what's that, like, hulking Daedra, the Kinnereth or something?
Are you referring to, like, the big purple guys?
Yeah.
And it's not, like, it's like Zivalai or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Someone in chat can tell us what it is.
Yeah, someone in chat. Chat's usually pretty knowledgeable about the things we're missing.
And they can also look it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like how this dragon that Alduin just resurrected is named, but you just kill him immediately, so he's just a generic dragon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of dragons. I don't know about a lot, but there are a notable amount of named dragons that don't really serve any function beyond just getting killed.
Yeah, wasn't the first one you killed named as well? The one in near Whiterun?
Yes.
Like,
His
what's
names
the...
start with an M or something.
Yeah, it's not that important. It's just that he was named. And, like, here's the thing, too. Why do they always fucking land? You've got the single greatest advantage. You can fly. That's better than having the high ground.
I think the only dragon that takes advantage of the fact that, you know, they can fly is Alduin. And sadly, the only time he takes advantage of it is when you get the shout that makes it so they have to land. I'm not gonna mock Bethesda for that just because from a gameplay perspective I get it.
I don't know. It seems a bit silly to me.
Your voice is strong, Laura.
What?
I guess I should clarify the fact that you need to use it in that fight. I do think it's stupid that other dragons don't just stay in the air.
Yeah. So, I have to point something out. This dragon just said, "Your voice is strong. For a mortal." I haven't used my shouts on him. Oh! He just bit my face off. I had some decent health there, and he just bit me and killed me. Alright.
Alright, I looked it up. The big purple Daedra that we were talking about, I was right. It's called a Zivali.
Yeah.
I found those guys really cool, especially how they could wield two-handed weapons in one hand.
Yeah, stuff like that is cool. I wish they would introduce more enemy types like that. Because that alone just shows how fucking strong they are. Like, Jesus Christ. But, yeah, like, weren't scamps removed from Oblivion, or from Skyrim too?
Yes, I'm pretty sure literally every type of Daedra, with the exception of Atronachs and Dremora, were just cut out.
Oh, that is so disappointing, because they had a lot of really cool Daedra types. The, Daedroth, the,
Yeah, I'm really confused on why they did it.
I probably should have just taken the path instead of trying to walk up the fucking rocks. Something that really irks me for the future of TES. Dragons will now very likely remain a generic, will very likely remain as generic evil monsters due to Skyrim. Yeah. Why is this?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, that was a chat message I was reading, but yeah, that's even if they include dragons. They just might not for whatever reason. He just came out of the ground as a fucking... Oh, his flesh is attaching now. So Alduin is kind of like shit-talking me for not knowing their language. How the fuck is a Dragonborn supposed to know their language when dragons have been extinct for like 20,000 years, or however long it is?
Somebody brought up how in Battlespire, despite the quality of the game as a whole, it had a very unique feature where you could talk to various Daedric creatures.
Oh wow!
And they all had unique personalities. Fogumug brought up, there's a game mode called Warfare and Stalker called Chernobyl, where every faction is actively fighting against each other for control over radiant zones and then the entire map area.
Exactly! That's what the Civil War should have been. Man, there's so much they could have done with this game, and they just did it as lazily as possible.
Somebody pointed out that Fallout super mutants aren't viewed the way in the true Fallout games. I think what they're trying to say is dragons are basically going to end up being what super mutants became.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
If I'm reading that correctly. But yeah, that does make sense. I can see that, sadly.
Motherfuck. I switch weapons and right away he takes this guy. Man, that bite does do a lot of damage.
Daniel K. brought up using different forms of Daedroths, and he's referring to how in Daggerfall they looked like mages. And
Really?
They looked primitive in Morrowind, and they were like these hulking tanks.
Yeah.
And then somebody brought up how, well, first I want to say regarding what Daniel said, yeah, I would actually enjoy if they brought up the multiple forms of just everything that we see between games. Khajiit come to mind.
Yeah, because isn't there like 20 different forms of Khajiit?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know the number, but there's different forms of Khajiit, and they seem to only use one type per game.
Yeah. Well, Morrowind they had the more, like beast leg ones, and, well, I guess the faces doesn't really matter because it's the same in, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. But
No, from what I understand, I could be wrong here, so someone can correct me. I'm pretty sure those are different types. 'Cause the
No.
ones in Oblivion.
I do think they're different types, but what I'm trying to say is, as of Oblivion, they just made them all the straight-legged ones for some reason.
Oh yeah, I see.
And it does seem kind of lazy that, like, only one kind of Khajiit is in Morrowind and only one kind of Khajiit is in Cyrodiil and Skyrim.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I do think that's kind of
Okay, so
disappointing.
So this dragon was just killed, and he's just resurrected a few minutes beforehand, so sucks to be him. But how does he have a steel warhammer inside of him?
I always found it weird that dragons had any loot, as if they started eating gold coins.
Yeah, this one had like 140 gold on it or something. Like,
But anyway.
where did you get that from exactly?
Somebody brought up how in Elder Scrolls Online they've already done the thing with dragons being generic enemies.
Oh, really?
That was in the Elsewhere expansion. Let's see. Somebody asked you, how do the quests compare between Oblivion and Skyrim? In their memory, the quests in Skyrim were very shallow and generic compared to Oblivion.
So I haven't really played much of Skyrim recently. I did this a few hours of it for the 5,000 sub stream, and I'm doing it now for a video. I honestly can't remember most of Skyrim's quests. Like, there was that one Daedric quest, and I will give the game credit for this. I like how some of the Daedric quests are more unique in the ways you can get them. Like, Sheogorath, or Sheogorath's quest is like, it's something you hear about. You don't go to a shrine to pray to him. Or there's that one in, I think it's Markarth. Whereas, like, there's this priest who wants to purify a house, and that ends up being Molag Bal's quest. Or Sanguine's quest, you know, you have to be a certain level, and then this guy in a random bar will challenge you to a drinking contest. I think they definitely deserve credit for those quests, because that's pretty unique, rather than just going to a statue and, you know, praying to them. Although they do some of that here too, anyways. But
yeah, I think
though, those are some of the most memorable quests in the entire game for me, because I still remember those after all these years. But I can't remember, like, most of the companions quests, or the College of Winterhold's quests, or even just, like, random side quests. You know?
Let me think. So for the most part,
Oh,
Skyrim side quests I don't really remember being all that special.
yeah.
I don't think it's Fallout 4 level though, and I do think the game has some side quests that do deserve credit.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like the ones you mentioned, Sanguine's quest. I actually remember I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Like, and of course, Skyrim being what it is, developers don't really have much of a way to make quests super, crazy and unique to the level that, say, like the Fallout series can.
Yeah.
But it was interesting, like plot-wise, to unfold the Sanguine's quest. Like, what the fuck did I do last night?
That is, Bethesda does deserve absolute credit for that quest. That one was pretty good. But
Going back to what you said about the organic introduction of the Daedric quests in Skyrim, they do deserve credit for that, in my opinion. I agree with you.
yeah,
I think Oblivion was. I can tell what they were doing because it was a continuation of the fact that in Daggerfall and I think in Morrowind, I didn't do many Daedric quests in Morrowind.
yeah, you got them from shrines there too.
I think it was continuing a trend, except the difference is in Daggerfall, you were spending upwards of like thousands upon thousands, like hundreds of thousands of gold to summon these things, and you had to do it on a specific day of the year.
Oh, wow.
It was very, to clarify, that's not as difficult as it sounds.
I just want to read a super chat quickly. $5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing good, Birdman and guest. That's President Manblast. Very good guy. Gotta go to work, but I hope you guys and chat have a great stream. Thank you. I hope work goes by quickly for you.
Let's see. But as I was saying,
Yeah, sorry to
think
interrupt.
no, you're totally fine. In Oblivion, the thing is, that weight of, like I said, hundreds of thousands of gold on a specific day, that's a lot of effort.
Yeah, especially when it's hard to get anywhere near that kind of gold in Oblivion, since shopkeepers
The
usually
economy
have
sucks in that game.
Yeah. I like
But,
one of my. I hate this so much. Rare legendary artifacts are like hundreds of thousands of gold in Morrowind, then Oblivion
know.
and Skyrim. It's just like this ancient fucking magical relic. Yeah, that'll be 500 gold.
Yeah, I found that so annoying.
Like, even in Morrowind, some of the shopkeepers, well, all the shopkeepers except for Creeper and Drunk Mudcrab, they'll obviously, like, offer you way less than that, and even then their gold cap doesn't go that high. But at least it makes sense that they would be trying to barter, like, I don't know, I don't want to pay that much for it. But for
It's
these
like,
games
yeah.
to just devalue them entirely is so... I don't know.
Somebody brought up the Forsworn conspiracy as one of their favorite quests in the game.
Oh,
They also said
yeah.
that the Dark Brotherhood. They also talked about that they liked the Dark Brotherhood and hated the College. And yes, the Forsworn conspiracy is a very interesting quest too, in my opinion. The only complaint I have about it is if you side with Modonok, I feel like more should have happened.
Yeah, for sure. Because I can't remember. Does anything like significant change if you side with them?
From what I understand, you can find where they've relocated to, and they're friendly to you, but I've never gone out of my way to do it, so I couldn't really tell you what comes out of it.
That's something I'll have to.
But I think the premise really interesting. I liked it.
Yeah, I do vaguely remember some parts of it feeling a bit contrived, though. It's something that I call Bethesda's Kodak moments. Is they'll put these parts in their game where they're specifically designed to only happen so you see them. Now, in a linear game, that makes a bit more sense. For example, there's a point in like Half-Life where you come into an area and fuck, what was it? I think they like blow up something important. And it's like, oh, well, okay, you're just progressing through a linear game. But when I can spend like 500 days in Skyrim, then travel to Markarth, and, this guy suddenly pulls out a dagger and assassinates that woman, that just seems a little... I don't know how to describe it exactly. It just seems like kind
I
of
do think-
forced or overly
Yeah,
scripted.
I can understand, but I mean, I get it from the developer's perspective, and I do think, despite that, the feeling you got, that yeah, that's probably common,
Yeah.
because it does. Generally, I'm one of those people that doesn't like the idea of a world waiting on me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things that bugs me about these games. It's like Piper outside of Diamond City, you know.
Yeah.
You can walk by the area and not approach her so she activates, but you could see her standing there, just standing there doing nothing at all because you're not in range for her to activate.
It reminds me, one of the first times I played Fallout 4, I think I've only done one full playthrough, and then I got bored in my second one.
Oh, lucky you.
Thanks
Thanks for fucking rubbing it in.
I pistol whipped her and skipped that whole sequence. She just didn't care. No one reacted.
That's hilarious.
But anyway, I've got a bit off track talking about Oblivion. I think going from giving up thousands of gold, waiting all that time, in Morrowind having to find these very specific areas, and Morrowind is to a lesser extent, but you can tell there's still effort that needs to be put forth.
Yeah.
And you won't really... Now, to my knowledge, I'm probably wrong here, because I've never done this questline. The Tribunal Temple questline, I believe, directs you to where you can start these quests. Is that right?
I can't remember. It's been a while since I've done the Tribunal. I know each of the Daedra have numerous shrines, and only one of each will give you a quest. So, like, there'll be 3 Molag Bal quest shrines, for example. I don't know how many there actually are. But, wait, was it Molag Bal? One of them will cure you of vampirism or give you the quest for
Molag,
it.
yeah.
One of them will be his artifact quest, and another will just be like a random dungeon.
Alright.
I might have the wrong Daedric Lord there, but you get what I mean. I don't
know
even...
what you mean.
Excuse me. I don't even have an issue with the shrines because, you know, that does make sense to some degree. You know, we're praying to the deity we believe. But when they're all like that, it just kind of makes them feel like samey and boring.
So let me think.
I owe you some answers, don't I?
But yeah, basically,
I owe you some
what I'm
answers,
getting
don't I?
at is
Go
there is
ahead.
effort that needs to
Whatever
be
you
put
want to know.
forth to
Nothing held
still get these Daedric quests. Not as much as Daggerfall. In fact, I'd say a lot less. But there's still effort. A pretty decent amount. In Oblivion, at level 2, you can get some glow dust from an enemy that's, you know, just a few yards away from the shrine. Wait a few hours. Congratulations, you're talking to a deity.
And not just that, you're getting like one of the best items in the entire game. One of the most
And-
powerful.
I gotta be honest, that just feels weird.
Also, considering what we learn about soul trapping in Skyrim, in Dawnguard, you'd think there'd be like a far bigger deal of soul trapping people. Like, you'd think people would be... You'd think it'd be an entire crime of its own to soul trap someone because, like, holy shit, whatever you doing? You know?
Somebody says a man it's a $5 super chat. A man beat this game without walking through sheer bug exploits.
Thank you for the super chat, guy under a bridge.
Some answers, don't I?
That's fucking amazing.
That is so in character
I owe you some
for a
answers.
Bethesda game.
Uh-oh.
But anyway,
I owe you some
I
answers.
think the idea of the Soul Cairn was introduced in one of the like spin-off games before Skyrim.
I owe you some answers, don't
Sorry, I just want to
I'll
point
have to-
something out quickly. Do you watch Futurama at all?
I've seen individual
it's
episodes, but not
Nancy,
much.
Did you see the one where Fry gets like a Lucy Liu waifu
I?
bot?
Some answers,
No, but I'm
Oh, well, I'm gonna quote it anyways for chat. He's stuck in an she's stuck in an infinite loop, and he's an idiot. I'm standing next to Delphine, and she's just repeating, "I owe you some answers, don't I?" over and over and over again.
owe you some answers, don't I? I owe you some answers, don't I?
It's like the game is getting impatient with me.
At this point, why not just automatically start the
I owe you some
conversation?
answers, don't I? I owe you some answers, don't I? Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held
I'm just gonna get through this conversation quickly. Again, sorry for interrupting you there.
No, you're fine.
I'm one of the last members.
I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Ah,
A very
shit,
long
sorry.
time ago, the Blades were dragon slayers.
It was about the shrines, I think.
Dragonborn, the greatest
Oh, I
dragons.
think all I was saying is just that
For the last
the
200 years,
complete,
since the
like,
last
just
Dragonborn emperor,
gap
the
of
Blades have
effort
been
put
searching
forth.
for a purpose.
It's just,
Now that dragons are
you know, I
coming
get
back,
with
our
games you
purpose
have
is
to have
clear
some sort of
again.
suspension of your
We need
disbelief,
to
you know?
stop them.
Yeah,
Just fiction in general.
yeah.
I have a really hard time believing that Azura gives a flying fuck about my level 2 Nord.
Yeah.
I really find that hard to believe.
Not a damn thing. I was just as surprised as you to find that big black dragon here. Really? Where? Interesting. Same dragon. Damn it. We're blundering around in the dark here. We need to figure out...
Okay, here's something that bugs me. So, you could tell her that you saw Alduin before. At Helgen, when Ulfric Stormcloak escaped. Now, the whole reason there's a civil war is because the Aldmeri Dominion has declared that Talos isn't a god. It's not the 9 divines, it's the 8. And
Right.
Ulfric and his side of the, I guess, debate still want to worship Talos because I guess he's a big deal to them. So, if you tell her that Alduin attacked Helgen, and as a result, Ulfric escaped, why would that be to the Dominion's benefit? Because they want him
Okay.
dead.
So that is, I think that's actually addressed.
That is.
Yes. You can find dossiers inside the Thalmor Embassy that basically explain that the Civil War keeps the Empire busy, so they can't resist Thalmor operations.
Okay.
And so if the Empire wins, they're now in a better position to resist the Dominion. If the Stormcloaks win, they now have to deal with, like, the Empire's like, okay, we lost this war. We can now focus on the Dominion again.
Yeah. Alright.
Now, as interesting as it is that they view Ulfric Stormcloak as an asset, yeah, it never gets brought up.
Yeah, that was the message I meant to highlight in chat earlier, but someone said that even if you find the dossier on Ulfric, you can't, like, give it to
Yeah.
him at all, or do anything about it, which is so fucking retarded. Alright, I'm going to get back to talking to her. She went into a loop again.
I owe you some answers, don't I? Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held back. Exactly. Nobody even
Somebody
remembers our
says-
name, Lord.
Guy under a bridge
We
says,
used to be
poor
known
General
across
Tullius was
Tamriel
about
as
the
the
only
protectors
logical
of the
man in
scepter
this
and
world of
emperor.
skooma snorters and
Those
10 to
days are
1
long
bandit
gone.
civilian population.
For the last 200 years, we've been
Yep.
searching for the next Dragonborn to guide and guard, as we are sworn to do. But we never found one, until now.
Yeah, guy under a bridge fucking nailed it there.
The first thing we need to do is figure out who's behind the dragons. The Thalmor are our best lead. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is. The faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion. The ones who almost destroyed the Empire during the Great War 30 years back. There's no worse enemy to humankind in Tamriel. The Empire barely survived the last war. The Thalmor don't intend to lose the next fight. Nothing solid, yet. But my gut tells me it can't be anybody else. The Empire had captured Ulfric. The war was basically over. Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And
Okay,
now
yeah,
the
there it
dragons
is
are
there.
attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Skyrim is weakened, the Empire is weakened.
I still think it's a
Who
bit
knows
of
who
like
comes from that but the
a
Thalmor?
leap for her to just assume that's the Thalmor, though. You know?
Actually, I think this would be a good time to talk about it. The Thalmor should have been a faction that the character can support.
Yep, I agree.
I think it's really stupid that the Thalmor were written as, oh, there can't be a Dragonborn.
Well, not just that. They're not just written that way. They're written basically as mustache-twirling villains. They're all like mega assholes.
Yeah, it's so absurd because I feel like Bethesda had a lot to work with here in the sense that it is now possible for the elves to start their own empire.
Yeah.
And from their own perspective, they had an empire before the humans. And that would have been a very interesting, like, I guess, perspective that never really got worked with because, oh, they're evil.
Yeah. Oh god, it exited
We need to
conversation
find out
again.
if the Thalmor are behind the dragons coming back. We need to get into the Thalmor embassy somehow. I'm not sure yet. I have a few ideas, but I'll need some time to pull things together. Meet me back in Riverwood. If I'm not back when you get there, wait for me. I shouldn't be long. Keep an eye on the sky. This is only going to get worse.
Guy under a bridge brings up, what do dragons of Nordic myth have to do with the cheese skins? My friends just call the high elves piss elves.
Well, you see, the, they needed the dragons to melt the cheeseskins for their fondue fountain. That's all I can think of for that.
The Thalmor were angry at humanity that one of our own reached godhood before they did. I can understand that, but my main criticism of the Thalmor is that they seem unnecessarily hostile, even down to like just the generic foot soldiers.
Yeah.
Like even if you look at Fallout 2, which had the Enclave, a group dedicated to let's just gas the entire planet.
Yeah.
The foot soldiers were very human people.
Yep.
'Cause I
Absolutely.
remember in Navarro, you can talk to people about like a rumor that some soldier is these two soldiers like in a relationship or something. You can also just talk about rumors with I think the guy in the mess hall, all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's-
I don't play high elf characters. Do they act any nicer to you if you play one?
So
Because I
I've
can
never-
imagine some of it being chalked up to like elven supremacy type thing, you know?
from what I understand, well, to answer your question, I believe if you put on a Thalmor outfit, the guards will initially try and confront you about your identity rather than attacking you on sight,
Okay.
which I thought was interesting, albeit I think it would have been cooler if you could flat out just like use the speech skill to quite literally talk your way through the entire dungeon. That would have been really cool.
Yeah. Because, like, here's the other thing, too, you know? You go to Windhelm for the first time and you see a couple nerds being racist to, like, a Dark Elf woman. So why can't a Dark Elf player, even, go to, like, the Thalmor embassy and be like, hey, I want to join up. Fuck these guys.
That's kind of how I feel. It's just I feel like there are plausibly many characters that would find like if someone like from the player's perspective
Yeah, from the
Many
player's
players
perspective.
could make a character that would support the idea of an elven empire.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, why not?
We're a small village, but we work hard and take care of our own.
Thank you so much for taking care of those thieves. The river...
I don't think you were followed. Come on, I have a plan.
I also found it weird with the I also found the racism in Windhelm to be very inappropriate in the sense that the Dark Elves have a massive history of hating the Empire,
I figured out how we're going to get
and
you
then
to the
suddenly
Thalmor
they're
base.
just like really, they don't seem to relish the opportunity to act against the Empire.
Yeah. Well, I do know there's like a bit of a warring history between the Dark Elves and the Nords.
That too.
The Dark Elves, or I guess the Chimer at the time, teamed up with the Dwarves to repel Nord invasions, and
Yeah, I'm aware.
I can understand there being like animosity there, but that was also like thousands of years ago, and Nords are living in Morrowind, and Dark Elves are living in Skyrim, so like it seems things have calmed down since all the way back then. You'd think they'd take the opportunity to like, yeah, fuck the Empire.
I feel like there would be a very interesting thing to see. Like, listen, these two races have a massive history of hating each other, and
But
now,
even
like, for the
they're
first
united
time in
against the
ages-
Empire. Yeah.
For the first time in ages, this group is really going against the Empire.
I think that's a common theme with Bethesda games that's starting to emerge for me that, excuse me, that I find annoying is so much lost potential. Because you could see where, you know, if there's like better writers behind it, things could have gone so deeper or in a different direction, handled so much better. And just what we get is, you know, like nothing, basically.
Yeah, I just feel like, and this applies to the Fallout games as well, there's a lot of missed potential.
Yeah, well, that's something I talked about in part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis, is you have groups like the Triggermen who, you know, they went out of their way to establish this group. They're not just like random goons, except they are just random goons. They don't do anything with them. Like, why?
And I think I talked to you about this. And I'll explain to the viewers that think this is a stupid opinion, because I do think it sounds stupid if I don't explain it. The Institute is such a cool concept to me.
Yeah.
I adore the concept of the Institute.
Yeah, conceptually, you know, the secretive group of scientists who are like,
I figured out how we're going to get
is this bitch like chasing me around? Oh my god.
I love the idea of these people that have sealed themselves away from humanity and created a very self-sufficient environment.
Yeah.
That has clouded them from what's going on the surface.
Yeah.
But simultaneously, they aren't ready to enter the real world. And they're doing things that are, like, many would consider morally dubious.
Yeah, exactly.
However, then I'm pretty sure Matten was the one that pointed this out. The Institute is so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, in the second part of his Fallout 4 video, in which he actually is pretty critical of the game, he points out some decent things, like, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but he says something about the Warwick farm. There was something like messed up there.
He pointed out that, okay, that quest with that farm is that you need to test out new seeds. So, to prove a point here, if you had to test out how new seeds grow on the surface, what would you do? Would you just make a farm? Maybe put a potted plant on the surface?
Yeah.
Maybe just give it to some random person in Diamond City?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because here's the thing. If you have the ability to create as many fake people as you want, why not send, like, a dozen of them up there, they make their own town, they're completely under your control, and they just farm, and they test these plants, and they send samples back to the Institute, or trade with the locals to, you know, keep up the disguise. It's like, okay, so there's no threat of, you know, anyone finding out that you took a family man and replaced him with a robot, and you get your work done that you want.
And my thoughts, like, so why to that end would you just unnecessarily kill a guy when you could have just, I don't know, put a potted plant on the surface?
Yeah, exactly.
Because ultimately, the implications of killing some random person, well, guess what? somebody realized, hey, wait a second, the guy that got replaced is acting funny. It's almost like we took an unnecessary risk.
Yeah. And to the point about the potted plant, they have teleporters, so they can literally go to some inaccessible roof somewhere and just put, like, a grow bed up there to test their plants. So it's not even like there's a threat from wildlife or raiders or mutants or anything.
But, I think the biggest thing, Matten pointed this out, and I think it pokes a huge hole in the Institute as a whole. Gen 3 synth technology has such a big issue of the synths going rogue that they literally have an entire bureau. There are only 4 bureaus.
Yeah.
One of
this
these
is something I
bureaus
pointed out too, I
dedicated
believe.
to fixing their problems.
Yeah. Well, that's something I'm pretty sure I pointed that out in the second part of the Fallout 4 analysis, but, like, you have this division centered around trying to find the synths, but you solve the problem by, just reading, like, 3 terminals and, like, following the leads. How are they not able to... And, like, they would have groups of synths they're sending to the surface. This is our team we're sending out. At the last minute, there's a change. Well, why not change the team back? Like why not do an extra review at the last minute before you send the team up? Oh, hey, this synth that, is at high risk of escaping, and we haven't reprogrammed them for some reason. Yeah, let's take them off the team because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place.
And I find it just really weird also that they would go as far as just, let's make a synth with free will, but then for no reason subject it to slavery. It's like, how? How does that make sense? How do you make a morally gray faction when they do that?
You know what it reminds me of? There's a comic on the internet of, like, these scientists, and the one is like, I made a robot who could scream. It's just screaming in the background, and the other scientist is like, why would you do that? That's what the Institute seems like to me. Why would you give them free will if you don't want them to have free will?
And you brought this up too, that, like, the Institute, Sean in particular, his whole thing with, he thawed you out for this extremely convoluted plan.
Okay, I'm gonna unfreeze my parent and hope they get to me in my secret underground base that it is so secret that some people don't even believe it's real on the surface. I'm gonna hope they can get here.
They'll figure it out.
I hope they can figure it out, even though each step of the plan requires, like, insane information. I hope my parents can figure out how to build a fucking teleporter to get inside.
Somebody said in chat in all caps, gorilla. But anyway, I'm talking about Sean because what I want to say is, with leadership as dumb as that, ignoring the fact that it somehow worked because, plot. With leadership like that, I'm not surprised that the Institute is just so stupid. Like, the fact that the writers thought that made sense. And then it's like, let's make synthetic gorillas.
We haven't even figured out how to get, human... Okay, where did they get gorilla DNA from? We need pure humans to make, our synths. So, I don't know, is there a vault full of fucking frozen gorillas?
They got an unirradiated gorilla. Anyway,
something you're still confused about? Let me handle that.
I also one last point I wanted to bring up about the Institute, and then there's a chat message I want to bring up.
All right.
Somebody, or no, I'm gonna bring up what I was gonna talk about first. I wanted to bring up the fact your leader has cancer. He's dying. Why are you researching synthetic gorillas? I think you brought this up. There's literally a guy saying we can't cure the common cold.
Yeah.
Why are you researching synthetic gorillas?
Well, what gets me is you'd think the Institute would have figured out to cure cancer, because wouldn't that be, like, one of the
How
big
is it the
killers in the
top
post-nuclear
priority?
world.
I never thought about that, but I'm just like, your leader has cancer. Do something about it.
Well, that's the thing too. Is it's really contrived. It's because Sean has cancer and needs to die that the writers made it so they don't have the cyborg program anymore. That kept Kellogg alive for like
I
100
know.
extra years.
It's so dumb. Why not have Sean just make us? Why couldn't Sean just put his brain to another synth and copy himself?
That too.
Admittedly, it wouldn't be the same person, but it
No,
would still like
Yeah, it would
you
be
know-
like the Soma thing where it's just a copy of you. But
it's still basically him.
yeah,
Personality-wise, anyway, different entity.
and that's the thing is they know they can do this for 100% fact because they did it with Nick Valentine.
Father Elijah Cole brought up maybe the synthetic gorillas were meant to replace the leader. Anyway, a short comment I wanted to bring up before I get to the main thing.
We got room.
Somebody brought up if the synths are robots and they don't have free will, they have malfunctioning programming. My understanding of the synths in Fallout 4 is they're not really robots, as they are like they're fully organic. It's just they're 3D printed, like they're grown in a tube essentially. That's my understanding of it.
I think that's what they were aiming for, but still not really clear because like
Of that synth assembly facility.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
but the other problem with that is if you give a recall code to one of the synths, they just kind of like fall limp. Like they'll still stand up, but they'll be like a deactivated robot.
I see what you mean. Because I was under the impression everything about them is organic except the synth component.
But even then, what's the synth component do exactly?
Yeah, it's never really brought up. But anyway,
Because at that point, it's not so much like robots, which is what they're basically implied to be, because that's what the other generation synths are. But it's more like cloning and like genetic modification, so why even call them synths at that point?
I think they're called synths because they're still like synthetic. They're not,
Well, I know, but I mean, synthetic, sure, but in Fallout 3 they called them androids. And
that's true.
Bethesda did change that because I guess they aren't actually robots, but that's still the thing that bugs me is the Institute acts like they are robots. You know, they don't have a free will. They're not real people, but... And I don't know, it's just really unclear what they're supposed to be exactly.
Okay, the thing I wanted to bring up earlier was somebody asked, what do you guys think about dialogue skill check tags? Do you prefer when the skill tag doesn't show up like in Fallout 1, or how they're shown in Fallout 3 and New Vegas? I don't really have a preference, to be honest. In Fallout 1, it could at times be kind of apparent when you have, like, 3 choices that are just a single sentence, and then another choice that's, like, a paragraph. But
well,
I don't really have a huge preference, to be honest.
I prefer the New Vegas way of doing things personally, because it lets you know that there is a choice there that, like, oh, if I was better in such and such a skill, I could do this thing.
That's true.
And I understand why some people might prefer the other one, because it's like, well, you're not going to know that you need 35 sneak to get this option. It's impossible for your character in-world to know that that's the threshold you need to pass. But as a gameplay thing...
Feel more, I think it would make the world feel more organic if you just weren't told that.
Yeah, that too. I love your critique videos, but do you like the idea of making videos about games or things you love, and explaining why you love them? I am interested in doing that at some point. It's just, it's a little bit harder to do, because, like, you know, if there's a plot hole in a game, you could say, hey, look at this plot hole. Whereas if there's a game or a movie that's, like, well written, it's harder for me to specifically go in and, like, explain why it's done so well, if that makes any sense.
I think another thing is, with it very well done things, it's
Something you're still confused
it's
about?
one of those things where most people already know why a thing is good.
Rooms and food.
I guess is the best way to put it.
Sort of, yeah.
Hard to say.
Because, if you take a movie like Terminator, for example, which is a really good fucking movie, the whole sequence of events, for the most part, makes sense. You know, there's a little bit of issues with how the teleporter works, but they don't fully explain it, so you can't... Like, you could start poking holes in it a bit, especially with the later movies. But, you know, the movie on its own is a fairly logically consistent sequence of events. The Terminator comes, it starts eliminating people. This alerts... Well, it starts eliminating people, Sarah Connor's name.
I thought you should know. Okay, I've only seen Terminator 1, and I'm planning on watching the sequels later on.
Ooh. This Terminator 2 is good, but John Connor's squeaky voice annoyed me. That's all I'll say about that. I don't want to spoil anything.
Alright.
The movies after that I heard are pretty bad, and they might actually be worth doing a video on one day. Well, I guess you've already seen the spoiler for, well, a spoiler for Genesis, if you watch my Fallout 4 response to Many a True Nerd.
Gotta be honest, forgot it.
You forgot? Okay, I won't mention it then. I won't. Let's just say there's a line in that movie that really fucking pisses me off. And, it might be worth doing a video covering the entire series one day. So, I guess to answer, Sachi's question there, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. I could do a video on why Terminator 1 and 2 are good, and why... I actually haven't seen Terminator 3, so I can't really comment on that. But why Genesis and Dark Fate aren't that good.
I'd feel kind of guilty if I'm doing a video about how much I love something, in the sense of, like, I feel like I'm going to be overstating things.
Yeah, that's part of my issue, too. Because I've been wanting to do a video on Legend of Dragoon, which I really fucking love that game. But then it comes to, like, okay, how can I describe this while being accurate without overselling it? Because that becomes a problem, too. Because you don't want to accidentally hype something up to be, like, the greatest thing since sliced bread. And for it to be like, yeah, that was good, but it wasn't amazing, you know?
Because I feel like, I mean, all my profile pictures across everything is from Earthbound.
Yeah, I noticed that. Good choice.
Gygas is my favorite antagonist, just period. I love it because I think I'm just a sucker for that kind of Dark Lord trope.
Yeah.
And I think Gygas does it perfectly. The thing is, though, it's a trope. Some people aren't gonna like it.
Yeah, exactly.
And me just, like, basically jerking myself off on camera about how much... Wow, this is such a amazing spin. It's not a spin. Such an amazing use of this Dark Lord trope. It's done so perfectly, seeing how he corrupted your childhood neighbor and friend and all that. It's like...
Yeah, especially when you take, like, Mother 3 into account, too. I want to stream both of those games at some point, too.
Yeah, I love Earthbound so much, though. It's such a charming game to me.
Oh, yeah, it's great. If I ever do an Earthbound stream and a Mother 3 stream, I'll have to invite you on for that.
Now, I wanted to read this comment. Fogumug said he wants to see you discuss Stalker at some point.
Stalker. I actually haven't played that series, but I can put it on the ever-growing list of games I need to play.
I recently played, I think it's Shadow of Chernobyl. I mix up Colin Chernobyl and Shadow of Chernobyl. I think it's Shadow.
Yeah, I mix up names like that too, and they're too similar. Like Spider-Man Far From Home and Spider-Man Homecoming, I mixed those two up a lot before I actually watched them.
Let me check my Steam library just to make sure. Okay, it's Shadow. Shadow is very fun. The thing is, it is the crustiest game I have ever played. Like, you know, games like Morrowind and Half-Life, they've got they're pretty janky.
Yeah,
Just,
they're
oh my god, Stalker is so janky. But I had fun, and I think you should try it out because the world building is really interesting.
yeah. I've heard a lot of good things about the series. Sorry, here's another one of those moments with Solitude. You enter the front gate, and the first thing you see is a fucking execution. Like, they were just waiting for you to step through the door to cut this guy's head off.
They can't hurt Uncle Rog here. Tell them he didn't do
Let's
it.
see.
Positions. Sorry, you need to go home. Go home and stay there until your mother.
Get on with it!
Hello, guys. What's happening here?
Somebody's asked if you've ever played Darkest Dungeon.
Darkest Dungeon. I step up there and they start trying to kill me.
I've never played.
I've played a bit of Darkest Dungeon, but I'm fucking trash at it.
I know nothing about it. I know... I've seen, like, screenshots, but that's about the extent of it.
It might be worth a stream one day, but there's no fucking way in hell I'll be able to complete it. It's like this really hardcore dungeon crawler, like, semi-RPG game. I've heard from people who like it that it's really good, but, it's really difficult, and I just fucking lose my mind playing it.
Somebody brought up how Ness's childhood neighbor in Earthbound was completely useless during the combat, so that's what I mean, because, like, in-game, realistically, Pokey is just a useless fat kid that doesn't really do a whole lot besides piss you off.
Yeah, he's like an asshole constantly, but he doesn't do anything.
I found it hilarious that this little fat kid becomes extremely rich and just gets he can fly a helicopter.
Yeah.
That was hilarious to me. But that's what I mean. The reality of the situation is probably not as good as how I view it in my head. And I feel like I'm going to end up getting into a situation where I end up being the guy that makes the is better than you think video or in defense of video.
Yeah, when talking about things you like, it is harder to balance, like, how good it really is while still, like, you know.
And also, I think it's just difficult in general to say... I think it's a lot easier to find objective problems with media. But it's also very difficult to say what's objectively good.
Yeah, and that's my problem too, because example I have with Legend of Dragoon is, and this is something I want to compare to Fallout 4, and maybe Amnesia Rebirth at some point, and Fallout 3 actually, is those games try to make you care about, like, you know, Liam Neeson, Nate or Nora, whichever one is your character's spouse, and Salim. But the game does basically nothing to build these characters up, to make them important, to make you care about them. Legend of Dragoon, you're traveling basically the entire first disc with... Okay, spoilers for anyone in chat who hasn't realized I'm going to spoil Legend of Dragoon, this fucking 20-year-old PlayStation 1 game. You're traveling through basically the entire disc 1 with Lavitz, only for him to die near the end. And, like, they do a lot to build him up and make you care about him, like, as a character, so that when he does die, it's like this deep, impactful moment, like, oh my god, we just lost, you know, this character that's been with us for hours upon hours of the game. And I realize, like, Fallout 4 and probably Amnesia Rebirth, they can't really spend that much time building these characters up because of the way, like, the stories work. But it's the fact that they try to make you care when they're not able to. And what a character being built up to make you care about them actually looks like.
Yeah, I feel like I can understand that it's very difficult for a writer, especially in a video game, to make something like the play.
Oh, that was weird. OBS just flashed and it's showing the lifetime as being reset.
I think your stream buffered, but it seems fine now.
Yeah, Blank Thing said, uh-oh, so I'm guessing the stream went down for a second.
I think it's okay now. I'm not sure.
Well, I don't see any Fs in chat, so it should be fine.
Yeah, okay. I think I just got to the point where it skipped.
Ah.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah, I do think it would be interesting to do a video on the Terminator series at some point.
Maybe. I'll watch Terminator 2. I've got all the time in the world right now.
Terminator 2 is absolutely worth a watch. Again, John Connor's squeaky voice annoys me, but besides that, it's a really solid movie all the way through, I think.
How does it compare to 1? I adored 1.
I think that's hard, because I kind of grew up seeing 2 more, so I have more familiarity with it than 1. But having watched them both recently, like a month or 2 ago, I think I like 1 more than 2, but 2 is still pretty solid.
Yeah. I feel really... I feel really strange saying this, but Terminator, the first one, is one of those movies that I genuinely felt like, is there anything I disliked about that movie, and I couldn't think of anything?
Yeah, it's...
And it's one of the...
one of the most solid... Huh?
I don't like saying things are a 10 out of 10, but it's one of those things where I have a hard time thinking any reason not to give it a 10 out of 10.
Agreed, yeah. It's one of the most solid action movies ever fucking made. It is... Oh my god.
Because I'm not someone that, like, watches movies or, like, plays games, and when there's, like, big plot points, like, an important character dies, I'm kind of just, like, slouching, staring at my screen. I don't really react to stuff like that. But when I watched Terminator, I was glued to the screen, and every time something happens, I was like, holy shit, that was cool.
Yeah. And,
it's
like...
an amazing movie.
Yeah, like, all the way through, and... the way characters are acting and responding to what's happening in the world, and oh my god, it just makes total sense. And the sequence of events, like, I know I'm kind of gushing about a movie just doing what it should be, but like, it's so refreshing when a lot of modern games and movies are just like so garbage. Like when, you know, again, taking Fallout 4 as the example. The Institute is a disaster on every fucking level, and like, like, how do you write something so fucking dumb? But then you watch Terminator, and it's like, okay, this happens for that reason, that happens for this reason, and it's just like a line of progression that makes sense.
Even things that are like on paper seem simple, like the action sequences, they're impressive. They're very entertaining.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You ready yet? I need to get back before I missed. Remember? Okay, I'll get this inside the embassy for you. I've got to go.
Somebody said that Todd Howard's first game at Bethesda was a Terminator game.
Really?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Father Illogical said you should try and play it and do a review.
Well, I'll consider it. I'll at least look into it and see what it's like, but, you know, I can't review everything, you know?
Yeah.
I've already got, like, a huge list of things I want to do.
There's a pretty big backlog.
The Game of Thrones video alone is going to be, like, this massive, massive fucking project. You know, I'm talking about a show where I have to cover, like, 80 hours of content. So...
I just got a message from one of my friends. Okay, yeah, Fogelmug is DMing me on Discord telling me that the Terminator game may be a DOS game.
A DOS game? I don't have much experience with that.
It's not hard. Just download like a DOS emulator.
Yeah?
Albeit, I don't know how playable it will be.
Just looking at a couple comments in chat. I like to see T1 and T2 as just two halves of a big complete story. That being said, I think what really sold me on them was the visions of the future A sea of skulls and rubble was quite striking for my young mind. Yeah, again, I can't remember much of T1 from when I was a kid, but having watched it recently, like, I think it's probably maybe one of my top 10 favorite movies now. It's just so good.
It's amazing. Father Logical brought up that playing that old Terminator game might help get insight into what Todd's mind and what he was thinking when he created the synths. Maybe.
Yeah.
Your job is to get into the party without being fingered as a spy. I'll take care of the rest.
What could it mean?
Your job is to get into
Oh my god, this guy won't stop.
I'll take care of the rest.
That is one thing that bugs me about Bethesda games is if you're following like a character for a quest and you get too close to them, they'll just repeat the same line over and over again. I've always taken issue with that. Like, I know Bethesda doesn't do it, but one of the worst examples was when a game has a boss fight and they'll have like a cutscene beforehand, but the game starts you before the cutscene if you die, so you have to listen to the same dialogue over and over and over again. Or if a boss only has like 3 or 4 lines of dialogue. Thank you for saying that out loud. I'm not sure which part you're referring to.
Everything's all right?
Have you given Malborn the gear you want to smuggle into the embassy? Good. I have your invitation to the party. But the only way you're going to get past the guards is if they really believe you're an invited guest. Which means you need to look the part and not be armed to the teeth. Here, put this on. When you're ready, I'll keep the rest of your gear safe until you get back. You'll only have what Malborn smuggled in for you, plus whatever you can pick up inside. You can't go to a party at the Thalmor Embassy dressed like that.
I could go to a party dressed however I like. I like how it's like party clothes, but they're just like normal clothes.
You should pass for a real guest.
I've always felt like this quest was... There's a bit of an interesting element in the beginning, where you can basically get different Jarls to help you out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I found this to be oddly high effort on Bethesda's part. They don't have a disposition system, so...
Yeah.
It's based... Well, they do. It's just really... Well, bad. But, depending on how you've if you've done jobs for the Jarls, I believe you can ask them to start distractions. And the distraction is different depending on who you ask.
Yeah, I think I might have seen one of those before, now that you mention it.
I guess that will have to do. You should pass for a real guest, at least.
As for the rest, it's not really a spy thing. You just kind of go around killing elves.
If it was an actual, like, spy mission, that would be cool, you know, like, intentionally, or, not intentionally, genuinely deceiving, like, enemy spies and, like, getting information undercover.
Somebody said that their favorite DLC in Nuvei... Well, actually, I want to read this comment first. Somebody said, great to see you're streaming the art house classic, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, 2011.
Yeah, that one's good.
Somebody said that an unpopular opinion that they have is Dead Money is their favorite DLC. They said they love Joshua and Ulysses, and they love the Think Tank and Old World Blues, but Dead Money's atmosphere had a haunting quality that they loved.
I do really like Dead Money too. I don't know if it's my favorite, but I love the atmosphere, and like the ghost people are such a cool fucking enemy type. They not just like, you know, it's a guy in a gas mask with like glowing eyes, but like the movements they make is so fucking creepy because...
Let me think. My favorite DLC is probably... Not just because there's dick jokes in it, but I would have to say Old World Blues is my favorite. Because beyond the humor, I did like exploring the crater.
Yeah, I really liked Old World Blues too. I'd have to replay them to figure out which one's my favorite, because it's been a long time since I've played all of them. And even Dead Money, the last time I played it was like 2 or 3 years ago, I think.
So, in my opinion, the first time I played Dead Money, I hated it. My friends did too. However, on future playthroughs, I loved it. It's a very good DLC.
Well,
because I think once you've familiarized yourself with the environment, it's impressive. I like the writing is really good. The characters are really well written in the sense that the characters have personalities that you really love, or they're well written enough that you can hate them as people.
Yeah. I don't remember how I felt about Dead Money the first time, but I remember a friend of mine hated it. Like, I heard about it coming out. I didn't get it right away, and a friend of mine at the time was like, oh yeah, it's garbage. But, no, it's actually really solid DLC.
I guess that will have to do.
Yeah, all of my friends who have played Dead Money and they don't replay it, saying they hate it, I always tell them, replay it. You will appreciate it a lot more now that you're familiar with the environment.
Yeah.
Because I think it's got an awesome plot, awesome environment. The atmosphere of Dead Money is unparalleled in the other DLCs, in my opinion.
I think in general for Fallout, the atmosphere in Dead Money is one of the best.
Yeah, definitely.
I salute you, my good lady. My lateness is due more to getting lost on the way up this god's-forsaken mountain than any desire to actually arrive late. I prefer to arrive early, often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking.
Welcome to the Thalmor Embassy. Your invitation, please.
There's not enough drinking in today.
Thank you, ma'am. Go right in.
Here's my invitation. I don't have a poison dagger strapped to my thigh.
Welcome. I don't believe we've met. I am Elenwen, the Thalmor ambassador to Skyrim. And you are?
I look forward to the day this rebellion is put down.
Have you? All good, I trust. But you have me at a disadvantage. I'm afraid I know nothing about you. Please, tell me more about yourself. What brings you to this... to Skyrim? What is it, Malborn?
It's just that we've run out of the Alto wine. Do I have your permission to uncork the...
Of course. I've told you before not to bother me with such trifles.
Somebody asked if you think Elder Scrolls 6 will be in Hammerfell.
We'll have to get better.
I have no opinions on where the next Elder Scrolls game would be. It could be in Elsewhere, it could be in Hammerfell, it could be in Valenwood, or however it's pronounced. It could be in fucking Mirror's butthole. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I don't know where it will be, but I have opinions on where I think would be the most interesting. I think Somerset Isles would be the best spot.
That might be true, but the thing is, I can't really judge what would be the most interesting, because what the most interesting isn't what we're going to get, you know?
Well, yeah. I just mean, like, let's pretend that we're in, you know, the ideal timeline. You know, where Bethesda tries.
And in an ideal timeline, Bethesda would try.
In that regard, I would say Somerset Isles. I think that would
Yeah.
be the most fun.
Yeah, I think Somerset could be interesting, especially considering they're building up the whole Aldmeri Dominion here. The game could take place, like, either on the brink of their conquest of Tamriel, or on the brink of their fall as everyone unites against them, you know? But the thing is, I don't imagine it being handled with the depth it should, and that's my big sticking
That's how I
point.
feel. Because I think it would give a much needed, you know, just excuse the irony here. I think it would give the Aldmeri Dominion like a very human element that it needs desperately.
Yeah.
Because as it currently stands, they feel like Nazis.
Pretty much. And that's what we were talking about earlier. They just feel so two-dimensional and like...
As soon as you distract the guards, I'll open this door.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really disappointing.
Live through this day.
Okay, apparently I have to distract the guards. I wasn't paying enough attention to the game. Let's see here. Do I have any conjuration, actually? No. Oh! It's not letting me... It is not letting me draw weapons here. It's giving me the fucking lamplight treatment. Fuck you. Oh. That genuinely pisses me off.
Of course. Let me see if we have another bottle of that. I'll be waiting by the door for everyone to be distracted.
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here? My friend, you are very perceptive. I have a powerful thirst that cannot be slaked. And none of the waiters will bring me a drink. Elenwen must have told them to cut me off.
Afraid I'll cause
I think the emptiness in Arena and Daggerfall, somebody left a message that even though Arena and Daggerfall are more RPG-ish than later games, they're still a bit empty, still janky, of course. It's hard to say, because I think Arena and Daggerfall were far more...
Far more what?
Focused effect. I think Morrowind struck a very balance between the two.
Yeah. I can't really comment on Arena and Daggerfall. I still need to play them, and I will at one point, I promise. But, yeah, I do think if you combine the best elements of... Talking from, like, gameplay-wise and RPG-wise, if you take the best elements of both Morrowind and New Vegas, you can make a really fucking solid RPG. And, like, improve on what's already there.
Yeah, I do think that, because what's lacking in Morrowind is that dialogue boils down to a Wikipedia article.
Yeah, and even that I don't mind personally. I'm fine with, like, reading all that. I know most people aren't, but...
Yeah.
I still feel like dialogue in general in Morrowind is a bit too limited. You very rarely get any kind of, like, dialogue options.
Yeah, I've always viewed Elder Scrolls as more like dungeon crawling based, and I think that's why my opinions on like Oblivion and Skyrim, despite the fact I think I'm very willing to acknowledge the world building really sucks in Oblivion and Skyrim. Writing wise, they're not impressive at all. Skyrim in particular.
Yeah.
However, I feel like I'm not as harsh on that as say Fallout 3 and 4. Because in the end, Fallout is the series that's more about dealing with people, you know, skill checks, talking to people. Elder Scrolls is still dungeon crawling to me. And that could just be like, you know, that's just how I see it. It may not necessarily be true, but, you know, we're just talking about, you know, subjectivity here, how I feel.
Yeah.
Can't remember the last time it was this cold for this long.
But like you said, if we got a series that incorporated elements of New Vegas' skills and dialogue with kind of that extremely impressive level of world building we got in Morrowind, oh, that would be that would be heaven. But
ship
That's
suddenly
pretty
damaged
unlikely to
her hull
happen.
when she struck an iceberg, and Captain Safia can't afford
Yeah.
repairs. Of course, she would never admit such
It's so disappointing. There's such a good base to build something great, and they just don't do it.
Is the food and drink?
Sorry, I'm getting a little trapped in this room. I don't know. I tried talking to her. Oh, she does talk. Okay, I can't ask her to do anything.
I don't recall seeing you at one of
Elenwen always throws quite a party. I never miss
I know you could talk to one of these characters to cause a distraction, but
You must be new to Skyrim.
can't remember which one it was.
Pretty sure it's the guy on the bench in the corner.
Well, I talked to him, and he didn't have any dialogue options. Like the two I exhausted my choices.
And let peace and prosperity flourish between
There
the
should be a guy
Empire and
complaining
the
about a
Aldmeri
drink,
Dominion.
and you can bring him a drink.
I try
Oh,
to
you
do
can.
my little part. But not a rare
Okay.
few are born with a. There's a
What can I get for you? Here you go, Miss Colovian brandy.
Very well then. Serving girl. What's your name, dear?
What does a fellow need to do to get a drink around here?
Yeah, that's right. He complained about getting cut off.
Ah, the one generous soul amongst a gathering of pinch pennies and lick spittles. If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not hesitate to call upon me.
Thank you, sir. Was there anything else I could do for you?
Wonderful. I can begin to repay your generosity immediately. Say on, friend.
Alright, well, how you can help me is, don't tell this guard right next to you that's listening to our conversation and very clearly interested in what we're saying. I need you to cause a scene. Get everyone's attention for a few minutes.
Is that all? My friend, you've come to the right person. You could say that causing a scene is somewhat of a specialty of mine. Stand back and behold my handiwork.
Don't worry, we're not doing anything suspicious.
Attention, everyone. Could I have
Wow, I can't even crouch here.
Let's go, before anyone notices us.
I speak figuratively. Nothing could be more unlikely than that someone would actually want her in their
You know, people in chat are bringing up that there is a guard literally like 5 feet away. Not just staring right at you.
So far, so good.
Not caring.
Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to...
That's one thing that'll always bug me too, is if you're gonna put these characters in the game, like he was obviously there for a specific reason, don't put him next to the fucking guard. Triple digit IQ play, Kree. Why, thank you. I am a master of pulling off secret plans, as you know.
Gear is hidden in the larder. Just stay close and let me do any talking. Got it? Follow.
Let you do the talking. Alright. Wow, this bitch can take a lot of damage.
I'm gonna step out for a moment. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Alright. I thought high elves were supposed to be weak to magic. Oh, I just got a lot of light armor. Oh. There we go. Damn cheese in their ears. Ha! I've never actually done this the kill everything way. I've always snuck through doing this in the past. You seen that Outer Worlds DLC, Kree? Sugan Denise? No, I haven't. I still need to play more Outer Worlds, but yeah, I haven't gotten around to playing it as much as I'd like to. Those are actually some pretty good robes. Let's see here. I will take a bit of health.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. Don't mind the bloody swords. I definitely didn't start killing everyone.
God, it sounds good.
Like,
Father
you think...
Logical brought up, or what was that?
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, you'd think there'd be, like, big repercussions from this, but I doubt there will be.
Repercussions and Skyrim don't go together.
Exactly.
And Father Logical is bringing up something that pretty much is the main reason I have trouble playing Oblivion. It was brought up, Skyrim level ups are pointless because the world levels with you. I should say all Bethesda game level ups are pointless because the world levels with you.
Yeah, I think that's something we mentioned earlier, but that's something that always bugged me about Oblivion and Skyrim.
In Oblivion, I feel like it's even worse than Oblivion.
Yeah, I think they tried to correct it some with Skyrim, but they still do it a bit.
And it does feel a bit silly. And from what I understand in Skyrim, I don't think Oblivion had max leveled enemies. As in there's a cap on how far they can scale with you. But I believe Skyrim did. And I think someone brought that up.
Oh, I hear a dragon. Maybe if we're lucky, the dragon will come in and fight these Thalmor for me. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Yeah, he's seen us. There he goes. And he attacked me. Thank you. Oh boy. Man, that guy can hit from far away. Well, at least we took care of the wizard. Yeah, get fucked. There's only one left. He's down there somewhere. If I run inside, he'll probably follow me. Motherfucker. Uh-oh.
One thing I found weird is that after this quest is over, it's not really brought up again that you went on a massive murder spree in this embassy.
Yeah. Wow. I've never actually done the murder spree before, but yeah. Motherfuck. This guy's actually causing trouble for me. Oh man. Yes, dragon. Kill the elves.
Somebody asked, should we even bitch about weapons and armor just being a different stat block skin rather than potentially tactical or story affecting, or just not bother?
I'm sorry, what was that first part?
Somebody asked, should we bitch about weapons and armor just being a different stat block and skin rather than something potentially tactical or story affecting?
I don't know. I don't think I have a problem with armor, like, just changing stats, but I think you can make the game deeper by making it tactical.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Although I think where what the guy mentioned applies is with artifacts.
Yeah.
The only artifacts I can think of off the top of my head that don't really have effects that just boil down to, like, decently strong enchantments comes down to, like, I think Harkon's sword has a unique effect if you're a vampire.
Yeah.
And let me think. Because Sanguine Rose is just a conjuration staff. Mace of Malev Ball is just a soul trap mace.
Yeah.
And so on. I think Dawnbreaker has a unique effect against the undead, although I don't know if that's just a generic effect.
Yeah, I don't know.
A guy under a bridge brought up, imagine if you could disguise yourself like in New Vegas. And I feel like this is a game where that could apply.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be really cool if you can do that.
Because the game does have instances where your armor is recognized. Because I know if you go into Windhelm with Imperial armor, people comment on it. Why you're not killed for it, I don't know, but the game does recognize occasionally.
Yeah, like the closest generally you can get to any kind of tactics is like, you know, don't use fire magic against dark elves, which
In the context of Skyrim, doesn't matter, just because the resistances have been stripped down to a point where it doesn't really matter.
yeah.
Although in Morrowind, it really matters.
Oh yeah, every time in Morrowind I accidentally use like fire magic against a dark elf or a frost against a Nord, I feel like a fucking idiot.
Like, yeah, those resistances really, really mattered. But even as early as Oblivion, they were kind of drawing back on it.
I will be right back.
With the high elf in elven armor walking the Windhelm, and the big fish in the small pond, I feel like Bethesda's kind of just taken half measures on the whole thing. Because you do have scenarios where guards, I think I mentioned this earlier, if you're wearing Imperial armor and Windhelm, people will get mad at you, and vice versa with Stormcloak armor in Solitude. And at the same time, it does feel like the whole world does revolve around things you do, because nothing really happens. So it's just like, listen, if you're gonna have guards comment on how insulted they are by my armor, I feel like at least, as Guy Under the Bridge mentioned, yeah, some guy probably should try to kill me. And yeah, stealth archery is broken as hell. I think I've only done stealth archery once, and it's just not fun because of how just horrendously easy the game becomes. The game's already easy on its own too, but stealth in general, especially with archery, it just busts the game.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
There might be a bit of background noise on my end because someone's in the shower right now, and the shower is right next to my room, so it's pretty loud in here.
No, there's no background noise.
Oh, all right then. Because OBS is like showing it picking up, I think.
And yeah, with what you're saying, Guy Underbridge, I agree that we're talking about how Skyrim does not recognize stuff like walking in the Windhelm dressed as a Thalmor agent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's really absurd that you're just allowed into these cities with faction armor.
Yeah, that is dumb. And I think I know why I do it. They don't want to inconvenience the player because it's annoying to have to stop, change your outfit, and try and go in again. But, like, it doesn't make sense that, you know, you're just walking around the Dark Brotherhood armor casually, or, like you say, Thalmor armor in fucking, Windhelm, I think? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Why?
And yeah, just the flavor comments, it clearly shows that they recognized that people are going to be wearing opposing armor in cities. And the guards recognize it. I feel like they should have taken more than what I would call not even a half measure. It's just really lazy.
It's
Just say,
insanely lazy.
You should be wearing that.
Well, I've mentioned this before on stream, I think, but what annoys me about their comments is that sometimes a random guard will say something like, "Hey, I know who you are. Hail Sithis." And it's like, okay, so you're a worshipper of Sithis, or you have some affiliation with the Dark Brotherhood, right? No, it's just a random fucking guard. And
yeah, I feel like the amount of just like randomness they stuffed into the guards of Skyrim is, it's hard to say, I guess, because I feel like in Oblivion the dialogue's nonsensical. I'm not gonna pretend it's not.
Yeah.
But it was a really nice breath of fresh air to come across this game where, you know, the random dialogue really made sense. Like, as odd as it is that everyone is spouting stuff like, "Haven't you heard? The Oblivion crisis is over. We've won." All that, it's, you know, goofy, but it makes sense, and everyone will be talking about it.
yeah.
In Skyrim, it just doesn't feel like it matters at all.
Yeah, I'm fine with them, like, commenting on things you do, because that makes sense, but there's just not enough flesh to it.
Yeah,
I think it's the
just
best way to
feels-
describe it.
And like the rest of Skyrim, it just feels cookie cutter.
Yeah.
I told you, I don't know anything else about it. Fine, whatever you want. Can't you just kill me and get it over with? There's this old man. I've seen him around Riften. I don't know where he lives. I don't know his name. Yes, he matches the description of this Esbern guy you're looking for. Maybe it's him, maybe it isn't. That's all I know, okay? Why don't you just kill me already?
Can I let this guy go?
Yeah, you can. Trying to remember. I think you just talked to him. Maybe you need to get a key.
Never mind.
I like how this guy just goes toe-to-toe with these armored soldiers with his fucking fists. You're like the fifth guy who said you think you can defeat me, that's impossible. I like how he says that like he did anything of use. I mean, I guess he distracted one of them for me for like 30 seconds.
Not now. Shut up, will you?
No, he's just following me now, okay.
I told you, I don't know anything else about it. What? Who? What do you want then? Yeah, sure. Okay. Come on, this way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. It must lead somewhere.
What if it's just a hole in the ground, you dumb fuck?
If you like, but we need to find a way to unlock that trapdoor.
I don't see any bodies down here. You lied to me.
Somebody's bringing up that despite all of Skyrim's qualities, they think Cicero is a pretty good character.
I would have to do the Dark Brotherhood again to, like, really figure that out. Like,
I can't think of any issues I had with Cicero.
Neither can I off the top of my head.
Because, like I said, I enjoyed the aspect of Dark Brotherhood of
Whoa.
Astrid's leadership versus the Night Mothers. Kind of ties into that.
The thing that bugs me the most about the Dark Brotherhood, though, is just that why are they on the brink of destruction? Like, I could understand if it was like a rogue cell, the Dark Brotherhood, who they're just doing their own thing. But the Dark Brotherhood being near extinction is a little bit weird to me.
From my understanding, and people in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, the Dark Brotherhood is having issues because of the Great War. And I think the Night Mother's crypt got, yeah, the Night Mother's crypt got, like, destroyed or something? I'm not exactly sure, and I think members of the Black Hand died.
Okay.
And now they're basically getting contracts through waiting for rumors of people doing the Black Sacrament.
Random guard. From what I hear, you're the one that gave the Thalmor a black eye. Yeah. That's like the extent of the acknowledgement of anything you do. I like how the random nameless guards are the ones who, like, tell me what I did.
Yeah, one thing I really like
wow.
about how Oblivion does it earlier, that you can hear people talking about stuff you did on the streets.
Yeah.
Albeit it is goofy.
Now hopefully this dumb motherfucker just doesn't run off the cliff again so I can kill this thing without, like, much effort. Because this cave troll just killed that guy because he ran right off the... I swear, the AI on these NPCs is fucking insane. They just walk straight off the cliff. I don't have any more magica potions. There, I think I saved both of them. And there's the body of a random conjurer. Okay. And there isn't even anything good down here. Ah, he did die. Let's fix that. Because he wouldn't have died if he had just fucking waited.
I saw guards dragging bodies over here. Might be a way out.
Alright, let's level up.
Father Logical just brought up. What if I told you the trolls in Skyrim are actually the synthetic gorillas from Fallout 4?
I'd be fucking pissed. Man, this little guy is fast. Get back here, I want to fucking talk to you. Little shithead. Oh, he doesn't actually have anything to say. I like how I run into 2 random Imperial soldiers just talking on the road.
Legion's always looking for strong.
I know the guy you rescued from interrogation. He can show up later.
He can?
Yeah, he shows up in the Thieves Guild area.
Really? That's actually a little bit surprising considering modern Bethesda. You know what happens if you save Rory from Paradise Falls?
No.
Okay. He goes to Megaton.
I hardly know anything about Fallout 3. I think my most recent playthrough of Fallout 3, which I don't think I'm gonna play the game ever again.
I don't blame you. But the joke I was making there was, that's all they do with him. They literally just have him go to Megaton. He doesn't have anything to say besides, they don't like me talking to customers, hurry up. And that's about it. He goes to Moriarty. Here's the thing. Even if you nuke Megaton, he'll still enter the town, and he'll be in Moriarty's saloon if you use console commands to, like, teleport to that area. So considering that NPC there actually went on to do something in this game, legitimately surprises me. That's like, good job, Bethesda. You actually fucking did something.
Yeah, I think the guy you free, I could be wrong here. I think he gives you a skill increase in archery or something.
Really?
But, what was I gonna say? My most recent playthrough of Fallout 3, I did an Evil Karma. I think my whole run, the entire basis for it was, if someone tells me to do something, I'm gonna do it, and just not question it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I nuked Megaton, and, I ended up going into Paradise Falls and just being really nice to everyone, the slavers in particular. So I hardly know anything about what goes on in there.
Yeah, there's not much to it.
Anyway. I remember I tried capturing slaves because I needed money. The thing is, the slaves would always die on their way there.
I think what you have to do at that point is just, like, rest for, like, a couple days and just hope they teleport there alive.
That's pretty much what I had to do.
Yeah, because when I was trying to find where Rory went if Megaton was destroyed, I teleported to him a couple times, and he was just running through the world towards Megaton. But I would teleport to him, and there'd be enemies around him who would all suddenly, like, start attacking both me and him. So I had to actually, like, wait a few days, and he just appeared in Megaton. Anyways, just so everyone knows, I'll probably be ending the stream in, like, 30 minutes or so. Just because I'm planning on watching JoJo with a friend at 8, and it's, like, 7:20 now. So, yeah. I think we got a decent amount done on today's stream.
Yeah.
Lots of good conversation, too.
You made it out alive, at least. Your gear is safe in my room, as promised. Did you learn anything useful?
The Thalmor know nothing about the dragons.
Really? That seems hard to believe. You're sure about that?
Why'd you send me if you weren't going to believe me?
You're right, you're right. I was sure it must have been them. If not the Thalmor, who? Or what?
So here's part of why I think it's a bit of a crazy assumption on her part that she's, like, or that she thinks that the Thalmor are behind the dragons. Like, what kind of crazy amount of power would it take to resurrect the dragons? Like, not bringing them back as undead, but, like, fully resurrecting them.
Yeah,
after, like, after, like, thousands of years?
I don't think Skyrim properly communicated, like, the...
Well, especially after she saw Alduin. Like, she doesn't know who he is at this point. But she saw this dragon resurrecting others, and, like, I don't see how her conclusion is, the Thalmor are behind it. It just makes her kind of seem like this paranoid weirdo. I mean, I guess she is, but, like, not in the way they intended.
Yeah, I don't think Skyrim properly communicated, like, how, I guess, severe the plot, like, the implications of Alduin coming back are. Like, this is literally... Alduin is a god, and I don't think the game communicates that whatsoever.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
And instead what I got was, the Blades being sponsored by InfoWars telling me that the Thalmor are behind this dragon problem.
Yeah, and what bugs me is that you absolutely have to deal with this fucking cunt if you want to, like, complete the main story. Like, why her? Like, she's not a compelling character in the slightest. Stay the fuck away from me, you crazy bitch! Oh god. Can I, like, throw something at her?
Did you learn anything
Ah!
useful? Really? That seems... You're right, I just... Esbern? He's alive? I thought the Thalmor must have got him years ago. That crazy old man. Figures the Thalmor would be on his trail, though, if they were trying to find out what's going on with the dragons. You mean aside from wanting to kill every blade they can lay their hands on? Esbern was one of the Blade's archivists, back before the Thalmor smashed us during the Great War. He knew everything about the ancient dragon lore of the Blades.
Okay, here's another nitpick.
Really. Nobody paid much attention back
1 second.
then. I guess he wasn't as crazy as we all thought.
Okay, here's another nitpick. Whenever she describes the Thalmor defeating the Blades, she describes it as they smashed us. Like, why do you constantly choose this word to describe it?
That is a nitpick, but yeah, that is...
Sorry, sometimes little things like that just stand out to me. And irritate me for no reason. They smashed us! Okay. Hey, remember the Thalmor? They smashed us! Alright? I guess? They smashed us. Jesus Christ, you're creeping me out. There's something else I was going to say there, and I don't remember what it was. Delphine, carrier of the idiot ball. Mary Sue, but thou must be in character form. Yeah, I don't get why they thought this character was so important. Or why anyone would... Oh god, is she coming after me again? No, she got tired of waiting. I think the funniest part about this whole stream is... The game itself got tired of waiting as we were talking.
Give me a mug of ale.
Coming right up.
Yeah, there was something I was going to say there. I just can't remember it.
You mean aside from wanting to kill every blade they can lay their hands on? Esbern was one of the Blade's archivists, back before the Thalmor smashed us during the Great War. He knew everything about the ancient dragon lore of the Blades. Obsessed with it, really. Nobody paid much attention back then. I guess he
Oh
wasn't the
yeah,
first
I remember what I was going to say now. And oh, so the Thalmor quest we just did to get into the embassy.
Okay.
I've always had a problem with that because I felt like the reason it was there was because they wanted you to be on bad terms with the Thalmor. Because this permanently flags you as their enemy. They fucking hate you now. Like, regardless of how you complete that quest.
And, I mean, this just ties back to what we said earlier. It's a bit silly that they turned the Thalmor into essentially some sort of...
mustache
generic
twirlers.
Mustache twirlers. With a big evil plan.
Yeah.
Obsessed with it, really. Nobody paid much attention.
I like how she's just rambling to herself over here while I'm not even, like, paying attention to her.
And I find it weird that Bethesda didn't feel a need to clarify, like... Like, the reasons behind the Thalmor, you know, come back to the fact that, listen, elves are, you know, descendants of the gods, essentially. It's our birthright to have an empire. That motivation's not exactly clear. From the perspective of, like, just a player kind of going around, that seems very difficult to pick up on.
Yeah. Because, well, like you described it earlier, they just seem like Nazi officers enforcing their rule. And when you see them out and about in the world, that's kind of what it seems like. They're just like, Thalmor business, move along. Or they have like their secret prison up in the northwest. There's that one quest that sends you there to rescue a guy.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay. I don't know, it's just really disappointing they didn't add any like depth to them.
And yeah, I feel like even further, they don't actually clarify that, like, listen, the Empire itself is not, like, free from its own corruption and problems. The Thalmor isn't the sole issue here.
Yeah, exactly. And that would have been so much more interesting as a conflict. Like, okay, there's the Stormcloaks, she's literally just rambling off the same piece of dialogue from before, because I didn't respond to her soon enough. So, like, you've got the Stormcloaks who, you know, they've got their racism issues, but, you know, they want to believe in their gods. You've got the Empire, which, as you described, they aren't perfect. And you've got the Aldmeri Dominion, the Thalmor, who are just treated as cartoon villains, when there could be so much more to all three of these groups. Like,
well, the thing is, the issues with the Empire in particular, in Skyrim, the only issue I can think that with the Empire's brought up is, oh, they're just cowards. Okay.
Yeah.
What about, like, Morrowind, in which they made it very clear the Empire is bogged down with bureaucratic garbage. It's bogged down with the fact that nothing gets done. There's loads of corruption.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason they send you to Morrowind is because they want you to be their agent. They don't think you actually fulfill the prophecy. They want you to calm shit down in Morrowind, because that's been a recent, you know, that's been trouble for them.
Yeah, and like Caius was pretty explicitly clear when he said he was genuinely surprised at how things turned out with you actually being an Air Marine.
And that just, it's such a small thing, but that, like, makes it, you know, feel like, oh wow, we actually weren't expecting that. Like, oh.
I really liked, I think Blood Moon does this really well, where you have the East Empire Company faction, where you have these lower level people that, like, kind of like Falco, who genuinely cares about his job and like, making a nice settlement. But then at the top, you still have these people that are, like, really only care about money and are ultimately very corrupt and don't care about their jobs.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've played through Blood Moon, which is a little bit of a crime because it is my favorite expansion, but looking back, I do really like that quest line, because I did play both sides of it when I was younger, and
yeah.
The one guy being corrupt like that, that's decent, that's good. It's showing, like, depth to the world that we haven't seen much since.
Even in Oblivion, it wasn't to a good extent. But in Oblivion, there were aspects where you could find that, I forgot what the building itself is called. I think there's like an Office of Imperial Commerce. And the woman there just so clearly does not like her job.
Yeah, the one you buy the house from. And even when you say, you know, you want to buy a house, she's like, really? You want to live here? And it's like, and that's character to the world.
And there's like, you even have like the counts throughout Cyrodiil that are complaining about how terrible they have it with the Empire just not helping them run their cities.
Yeah.
I guess he wasn't as crazy as we all thought. Esbern was one. Riften, eh? Probably down in the Ratway then. It's where I'd go. You'd better get to Riften. Talk to Brynjolf. He's well connected. A good starting point, at least. Oh, and when you find Esbern, if you think I'm paranoid, you may have some trouble getting him to trust you. Just ask him where he was on the 30th of Frostfall. You'll know what it means.
Alrighty then. One little thing I do like there is she tells you to talk to the guy who's like the Thieves Guild guy, so it's directing you to that faction at least. But I don't know, there's still... Yeah.
I did find it kind of neat that some of the quest lines like organically introduce you to the factions. Although it felt really weird getting told that I didn't earn any of my money when I have like thousands of gold. I'm like, no, I found it in dungeons.
That's a way of earning it, legitimately. You have to fight like undead monsters or conjurers or fucking skeletons to get that money.
Need a ride?
Father Elijah brought up, main antagonists in Bethesda games exist and are evil just for the sake of being evil. There's something for the player to fight, nothing more. Players need something to fight, so Bethesda adds these things in and don't give them any logical or rational reason for doing what they do. It's been this way in Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4, you name it. Don't be surprised when it happens again in Starfield. The thing is, I feel like with the Thalmor, they are not the main antagonists. Alduin is.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it anyway, and I don't see a reason for them to be characterized the way they are beyond just laziness.
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me, and I think my opinion on them will change dramatically no matter what happens with the next Elder Scrolls game, because I think we have, like, 3 possibilities. Either A, they can build them up more in the next game and have them be like an actual faction that has nuance and depth. Not gonna fucking happen.
Pretty unlikely. I'm sure they'll try. That's my thought.
They could just keep them as like generic baddies for the next game, and they'll be a far larger component to the game than they were in this one. Or C, the next game they'll be like a footnote at best and completely irrelevant. So them being mustache trollers in this game is just like, we just want to add a faction of assholes, so here's a faction of assholes. The thing is, though, that Dagoth Ur is legitimately a good, like, antagonist. And, it's disappointing, you know, you go from him to, well, what's Mehrunes Dagon want? He just wants to take over everything and burn everything down.
I feel at the least with Mehrunes Dagon is
Where do you want to go?
there's not nuance to it, but contextually it does make sense because he's a god of destruction. I get it. But then you get to Skyrim where it's like this creature has the ability to end the world and it doesn't. And like with the Thalmor, they're still people. They just don't act like it.
Yeah.
Hold there. Before I let you into Riften,
somebody brought up Bethesda are really bad at handling good versus evil themes. Like, holy shit, remember the Enclave versus the Brotherhood of Steel in 3? Brotherhood was whitewashed into super good guys, and the Enclave being pure evil.
Yeah, that really bugs me, and that's something that I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to try to talk about it more in a certain video that we are working on a script for earlier. But the fact that the Brotherhood is so simplistic in Fallout 3. It's like extremely disappointing, and same with the Enclave. You know, you could do so much with this group or with these groups, and they just don't. And the Super Mutants too, of course. Like, number one, at least the Brotherhood and the Super Mutants probably shouldn't have been on the East Coast. Like, just come up with something new. Yeah. But if you're gonna do them, fucking do them well, you know?
My take on it is, I don't think the themes of good versus evil should be in Fallout.
Yeah, because it's always like... It's always seemed more complex and just simply pure good versus pure evil, you know? Even the Master, he's a bad guy. You have to stop him. But he's not bad because I want to be evil. I want to kill everything. It's like he genuinely thinks he's doing the right thing and he's saving the world. And that's so much more interesting than, you know, I want to poison the water. We're bad guys because reasons.
Yeah, and I think in Fallout 2, where things were a bit more black and white, there was still the fact that this was not a good versus evil thing. The Enclave was just showing that the pre-war world sucked.
Yeah.
It wasn't like this golden age.
Hold there.
And as and Setch is pointing out in chat that the Enclave is, he says specifically, the Enclave are just an outdated relic of a world that can't come back. It never will come back.
Yeah.
And then in Fallout 3, they were essentially the evil Brotherhood.
Well, not just that. Like, Fallout 3 is fucking confused on what their antagonists are, like, want or are doing.
I was just about to ask you, do you have any idea why Colonel Autumn tried stopping you? Because...
Okay, so...
I can't figure it out.
It's, like, if you don't know any of, like, what's going on in the background, it should be really fucking confusing to everyone, because, like, you get captured by the Enclave, and they want the Purifier password from you. But then the president is like, no, I want to talk to this person. They're important to me for whatever. And then Autumn is like, you know what? No, I'm going to betray you. And it's like, okay, so the second in command just betrayed the president, and most of the soldiers seem to be siding with him. What is going on here? And then you get to the end of the game, and it's just you again, and you fight, and you either talk him into walking away, or you just kill him, and you don't know what the fuck any of that was for or why it happened. Like, they completely fucking dropped the ball and failed to explain why anything is happening with the fucking villains. So, here it is. I'm gonna fucking, like, give you a fucking revelation here.
Okay.
Colonel Autumn doesn't want to kill all of the Wastelanders. He doesn't want to poison the water. He thinks that's a bad idea. What he wants to do is build support from the Wastelanders by taking control of the water purifier and providing clean water to the people of the Wasteland. That's what he wants. He wants to rebuild, like, America, and he doesn't want to exterminate the people living on the surface in America. He wants them to be part of the new world.
I already kind of inferred that, though. I was just confused on why he seems to hate the Brotherhood so much.
I don't know! It doesn't make any sense! He even has a cartoon villain line where he's like, and I will destroy that pathetic Brotherhood. It's like, what are you doing? Oh my god! This is why I find Fallout 3 in particular so fucking frustrating. It's because you have so much to work with and you don't use it!
Because, like, I understand that, okay, here's what happens in Raven Rock. He betrays the president. A bunch of troopers sided with Autumn and left. You can see them leaving.
Well, not just that. The ones that stay behind still side with him because he wants you dead. I don't know why he wants you dead. You're just some fucking Randy to him.
And then you get to the final battle. The Enclave has the Purifier, but it's pretty clear that Autumn doesn't want to stop. Like, he's still gonna distribute the water. He's still planning on fixing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. And
why are we taking it back?
Exactly. And that's what's frustrating about it. And I can't fucking understand how they wrote this, because they specifically have the president give you the modified FEV because he doesn't trust Autumn, because Autumn doesn't want to go with the plan. But I feel like trying to fucking comprehend this shit, my brain is gonna fucking short out, because it just doesn't make any sense. If Autumn wants to, you know, rebuild the world and distribute the water, then why does it necessarily have to be under the banner of the Enclave? Why can't he see common ground with the Brotherhood? Hey, we want to make things better. Like, here's the thing, this is Bethesda's Brotherhood too, who want to help people in the Wasteland, who, after the fact, distribute water throughout the Wasteland. So, why can these two groups, who have the same goal, who want to help the people of the world, why are they at odds? Why do they... It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm completely at a fucking loss for
years, I've never been able to figure this out. And I've never met anyone that can give me an explanation.
You can imagine how fucking... Like, my mind was blown when I found this out when I did the original response to Many a True Nerd. I was like, what the fuck does Autumn actually want? And I looked it up, it's like, oh my god, what the fuck am I reading? And the worst part is, you can only infer this from his actions. Like you say, he doesn't destroy the Purifier, he wants to activate it. And the Enclave has been living in Raven Rock for like decades, so it's not like they have a water shortage. So why does he want the Purifier? And the game only gives like 1 or 2 lines that can be very, very easily missed. He said something to the effect of, we'll distribute the water and build support for the Enclave. Actually, you know what? I don't like, paraphrasing this. I'm going to look up the actual fucking lines. I'm curious. Okay. Because it's fucking insane. And he barely has any dialogue anyway, so it should be easy to go through the fucking text doc on the Fallout wiki.
Somebody said, Father Logical said, it's almost as if Fallout 3 is written by someone who didn't have a clue what Fallout was about or how to write a Fallout game.
Yep, exactly.
I feel like that's generous. They don't know how to write, period.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it, you know, I can get, like, if somebody fumbles and it's not exactly clear what a villain wants, but when I have genuinely sifted, I have speculated, I have gone through, like, loads of possibilities. How do you end up in this situation where I'm dumbfounded as to what's going on?
Alright, let's see. Let's see, where is it? Once this facility is operational, the masses will flock to the Enclave for fresh water, protection, and a plan for the future. Where's the other line? Where is it? Oh, here's a good one. The American people are worth fighting for. The future must be secured. I won't let you stand in the way of that. Wow. Sounds real fucking villainous. The American people are worth fighting for. He doesn't want to kill the surface dwellers. That's the entire reason there's conflict between him and Eden. Ah!
You can even bring it up to him that Eden has betrayed him. You can bring up the whole virus thing, and he's like, oh shit.
Well, no, I've got it right in front of me. Eden betrayed you. You see this vial? He trusts me more than he trusts you. And the response is, that's not true. The plan was abandoned months ago. He would never go behind my back. Well, you just fucking betrayed him, buddy. What do you think? Like, oh my god, that makes it even worse! He wouldn't go behind my back, but I just betrayed him because he wanted to talk to you. What?
I don't even understand. Like, why does he care about you?
Okay, here's the last line. Anyone can go here. I'll post this link in chat quickly. Let's see, where are you? You guys can look through that there, but see if you find any other gems. But this last line. Once you're dead, we'll finish off this pathetic brotherhood and become the true saviors of the wasteland. Like, this isn't even like a crazy villain who's like misguided and doing something horrible when he thinks he's doing something good, like the Master. This is someone who legitimately wants to do the right thing, and he just gets completely fucked over for it at every turn because of the shitty writing.
It feels like multiple writers did something, except they just didn't communicate whatsoever.
This is what happens.
Did they proofread their own work?
They couldn't have, man.
Did they even like make an outline?
There's no way in hell they did. I don't know how this came to exist this way. It's like the story itself has multiple personality disorder. It's just so fucking hilariously broken. Like, there's no excuse. None. Zero for something being that poorly fucking written.
I think the only thing that comes to mind that's like on that level, maybe a bit worse depending on your perspective, is just Fallout 4's Institute as a whole.
Well, that's the thing is, if you look at Fallout 3's writing, and then you look forward into Fallout 4 and how bad its writing is, you can see the natural progression of, like, garbage to even worse garbage.
Oh, God, I wasn't aware of, like, just the sheer amount of contradiction.
Oh no, it's insane. I didn't mean to spend the last 20 minutes of the stream fucking talking about Colonel Autumn and Fallout 3, but there we go, I guess. There isn't really going to be time to do the Ratway and talk to Esbern now. We could do that on another stream.
Alright.
I don't know when I might stream next. It might even be tomorrow. But I do want to stream more of this so I can get all the footage I need and refresh myself on the game for the video.
Yeah.
And, man, it's just with these games, the more you look at them, the worse it fucking gets. Because, yeah, that one line there, I didn't even realize how much worse that made the entire scenario. Like, how the fuck do you unironically write this? Oh my god.
Even if I gave them the benefit of the doubt, that was just a little mistake. Little is a very nice way of putting it. Dude, are you really gonna tell me that they wrote this, and then they started recording it, and then they started putting it in game, and then they started doing playtesting?
It went through every, like, step of the way, and they didn't, like, consider what any of it meant put together.
And then Emel's just, like, thinking to himself, it's about the themes of good and evil.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's so fucking ridiculous. And that's why I said before, you know, Fallout 4, it seems like the... Is this fucking cat lady trying to talk to me? That was weird. Okay, anyways, yeah. It's like I said before, Fallout 4's story seems like a first draft of a script that got turned in, and like no editing or proofreading or corrections were made at all. It was just, here's the script, do the thing.
Yeah, your analysis video, like I said, I've only finished one playthrough of Fallout 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
And your analysis pointed out things that I really should have picked up on. Admittedly, well, I don't really care enough about Fallout 4's story to pay that close attention.
Well, that's the thing too, is a lot of this stuff can be easy to miss, and a lot of this stuff I missed on the first time through, or even the 5th time through. And it's just the act of going through it and really paying attention to, like, what each line of dialogue means, and what each piece of information means, and how that affects the world, you know? And
yeah, it's...
and again, it is really easy to miss this stuff on the first time through. I do it all the time. And there's probably things that I really like that I haven't thought too deeply on that aren't as well written as I think they are. And
yeah,
it's just because they don't hit that, like, limit. They don't hit the bullshit limit of, okay, this thing is actually pissing me off now. Which these games have, and that's why I've taken a closer look at them and come to conclusions as a result. Like, oh, look at all this bad writing. Well, shit, this game sucks. I legitimately can't enjoy Fallout 3 because knowing how terrible the world building is, how terrible the fucking writing across the board is, it's like, okay, so I don't have any actual reason to play this game.
I have a friend who really loves it. Well, okay, I should clarify. It's one of those situations where he was like, this game has so many objective, terrible problems. But personally, he likes it. He likes Fallout 4 a lot. And, it's like, he basically told me, I gotta be honest, the only reason I like the game is I like shooting shit.
And see, even that I don't have a problem with. If someone says Fallout 4 is my favorite game because I could just shoot things in it, I don't actually have a problem with that. People are free to like whatever they want for whatever reason. My only issue is when people stop and say, you know what, though, this game is good. Like, no.
There are games that I like that have, like, big objective issues with them. Like, okay, one game I like that a lot of people have a disdain for. I like Batman Arkham Knight. And that game had a really bad initial reception.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I vaguely remember, like, some of the videos that came out at the time about that.
But yeah, I really love it, despite the fact that there are issues, like, big ones. I'm sure people in chat, if they've played it, can, you know, list off some issues they have with the game.
Just quickly, I might be able to stream for longer because, I think the friend I was going to watch JoJo with is unable to. I'm just messaging him on my phone quickly to see, like, what's up.
Right. So what Logan Looker said is, why would you play Fallout 4 for the shooting when there's so many other games that do it better?
Yes, and that's the other thing.
He has, my friend that enjoys it says he has lots of mods for the shooting and settlement building.
Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. I think that's another thing too, is I think people like get caught up in all the mods they have in their games and, like, think it's better because of them. And, like, when I released the Many a True Nerd Fallout 4 response, I got a lot of comments from people saying, you know, I was about to say that Fallout 4 is actually really good, but then I remembered all the mods I had installed for it. And I got like a dozen comments to that general effect.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one saving grace Bethesda really has, and why I think it was so important for them to get mods onto the consoles, because there's just no comparison, really. Like, if Skyrim was just Skyrim, the base game, I don't think it would have done this well for fucking a decade.
Yeah, when I tell people I enjoy Skyrim, I don't like the vanilla Skyrim experience. My game's pretty heavily modded.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is if I ever play Fallout 4 or Skyrim for personal enjoyment in the future, you can guarantee there's going to be no less than 100 mods. They'll fucking ignore the main stories.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like... I don't know. Alright, just give me a minute here.
Let's see. Setch brought up how the PC port for Arkham Knight was the main issue. And yeah, I didn't have any issues with that because I got it a pretty long time after it came out. And Logan Looker brought up the story. Yeah, for me, I like Arkham Knight a lot, primarily because the gameplay. I just really like the gameplay. With stuff like the Batmobile, I think because I personally didn't hate it is why I had a much better experience than a lot of people who felt those sections were extremely repetitive.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the issue wasn't the fact that you essentially had loads of well, this was a problem. That many sections of Arkham Knight consisted of essentially tank battles. I think the issue was more or less that the Batmobile just didn't have enough abilities. You only had like 3 or 4. And then when it becomes like a third of the gameplay, that becomes really problematic.
Ah. Yeah. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna have to tab out here because Discord on my phone isn't working. And that's on the wrong account. Let's see.
Do I like the new design of Fallout 4? New designs, such as the creatures and robots and cars and such. Do I like them or do I prefer the older ones? Let me think. There are a couple things. I think generally I do like them. I haven't really looked much into it. I'm not too stingy when it comes to like weapon design just because it's not something I have like... I couldn't tell you what's good and what's bad. I'm kind of just not an expert on the field at all. But weapons I've heard people have problems with. A lot of weapons just feel like the same thing. But as for the enemies and such, generally I like them. I can't think of any off the top of my head that I disliked. The only thing I can think of that kind of bothered me was the, I kind of miss the aesthetic from the older Fallout games, 1, 2, and I think even 3 had a bit of this, where you had sort of a specific style of architecture in the buildings with like the stone heads and the statues. And I feel even New Vegas didn't incorporate that too much. But I feel, of course, that's a pretty big nitpick in New Vegas, because New Vegas, I think, does so much great stuff. Actually, there is one thing Logan Looker brought up, ghouls. I don't like how they've done ghouls, because they just feel like zombies.
Yeah, that one I don't like so much either. And yeah, some of the weapon designs in Fallout 4 are like, I think it's the assault rifle that just, like, looks like a giant tube for some reason. Like, why?
I also know some people, I think I saw a video recently about how, I think the Institute rifle takes up, like, 1/4 of your screen.
Oh, it does. I never really used the Institute weapons because they just didn't look that appealing to me.
Yeah, I can see that. And, let's see.
And yeah, Chad is talking about the Gothic architecture from DC. I do really like that. That is a nice look. And
yeah,
the city of Boston feels like... I don't know. It feels like too like sci-fi. It looks
Yeah,
like
I feel like there's a lot of more really like sci-fi stuff in Fallout 4. I like the designs overall, but it's just that like I feel like classic Fallout had more of like a sort of like a not crusty, but I guess more like rigid, clunky feel to their robots. Where a lot of Fallout 4 robot designs felt very clean and sleek.
yeah. Well, even the city itself, you know, like looking at the city. If I try to imagine what it looked like pre-war, I'm imagining fucking Jetsons cars zipping around it, you know?
Yeah, that too. Although generally I don't think those design choices have bothered me all that much. Just because I have much bigger things to care about.
Huh. I'm still having issues with like my personal Discord on my phone. Like some messages aren't going through, some channels aren't loading. Let me. Okay. Yeah, that was weird, because, sorry, I was trying to message my friend about JoJo, and, because we were supposed to watch it for 8, but, my messages weren't going through for some reason.
Hmm.
And now they're not going through again. Okay, there it goes. Anyways, yeah, it looks like he's not able to, watch, so I could continue streaming. Joy, I get to play more fucking Skyrim.
The artistic masterpiece.
The art house masterpiece.
Art house, that's what he said.
Anyways, yeah, sorry for the long delay there, everyone. I didn't mean for that to be paused for that long. I genuinely don't like keeping you guys waiting.
Never done an honest day's work in your
Okay,
life
actually, so Kevin Miller brings up.
Oh, that's the line you guys were talking about. Man, fuck Brynjolf.
He brought up how Boston looks like a brain-dead retro sci-fi, though. There's these giant metal skyscrapers with no windows or structural support, such as the Mass Fusion building interior.
Yeah.
I think that is kind of a good point, that it is like this really generic retro sci-fi look, and not sort of like that brutal gothic type of architecture you got in 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too, is the gothic architecture of the previous games, that alone helped, like, really set the tone. And it was really fucking good. Because, like, even if you only look at, like, the design of the world, it's really grim looking, and it's really fucking good. And yeah. Sorry, getting distracted by more messages. Why don't you stream more RimWorld instead of Shitrim? Well, I'm doing a video on Skyrim, but I do want to stream more RimWorld. I do really love that game. Such just said, and this is a very good point. Like, the whole divergence was supposed to be that the microchip and processors weren't discovered in the Fallout universe. But you would never know that in Fallout 4. Yeah. I don't know if it was the microchip. I thought it was the capacitor, specifically. But I might be wrong on that. I probably am. But the point...
I don't know the specific technologies. I usually just understand it as, like, the... focusing more on, like, nuclear weaponry as opposed to streamlining computers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that technology advanced differently, which led to, like, the different timeline.
Never done an honest day's work in your life for all that coin you...
Yeah, I really hate this fucking line, now that you brought it up. I completely forgot about that. You've never done an honest day's work in your life. How the fuck do you know? Cunt.
I'm saying you've got the coin, but you didn't earn a septim of it honestly. I can tell.
Okay, so now the game just proved this guy's an idiot, and I shouldn't take him seriously. You didn't earn any of that, honestly. I could tell. I literally haven't stolen anything. All the items I've taken have been free for me to take.
It's all about sizing up your mark, lass. The way they walk, what they're wearing. It's a dead giveaway. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, lass. Wealth is my business. Maybe you'd like a taste.
Yeah, so because they didn't have the capacitor, it didn't allow them to super streamline technology with microprocessors, microchips, which actually changes a ton of industries completely. Yeah. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, that's a generous reaction. That is a fucking insanely fucking calm and laid back reaction for what he just fucking accused you of.
I've got a bit of an errand to perform, but I need an extra pair of hands. And in my line of work, extra hands are well paid. Simple. I'm going to cause a distraction. You're gonna steal Medesi's silver ring from a strongbox under his stand. Once you have it, I want you to place it in Branche's pocket without him noticing.
Break the law? Are you kidding?
Oh, sorry. I usually have a nose for this kind of thing. Never mind then, lass. If you change your mind, come find me.
Oh yeah, okay. Kevin Miller brought this up, and this is something that I have really not liked in Fallout 4.
I see the comment you're referring to, but go on.
How many sentient robots are in Fallout 4? At least 3 makes it look like they're running wirelessly off of at least 60 kilobyte mainframe computers. And yeah.
The sentient robots really bug me. Like, I can understand if a personality was installed to them to a degree, but that's like C-3PO shit, you know? They're programmed to react a specific way to specific, like, things. And when you go outside of those boundaries, they don't know how to properly react.
That's why, like, in Fallout 3, you just have this Protectatron walking through, like, the metro just saying, tickets, please.
Exactly. And then, like, even, I think Fallout 3 does it to an extent, but especially Fallout 4, Codsworth gets fucking sad when he realizes that your significant other and the Sean aren't coming back. Like, what? What?
Yeah, what? It's really silly.
And then you have Curie, too, which... Okay, here's something interesting they could have done with Curie. So they transfer her personality, even though she shouldn't have one, to a synth body. Now, what if they had done it so she actually was, like, you know, a regular robot who was programmed with a desire to learn, like, gain as much information as possible, and came to the conclusion a human body would be best for that. Sort of like how it is in the game already. But once you put her into that human body, she actually does become like a person, and it radically changes, like, her perception of the world and what she was and what she is. And there's actually, like,
felt that they should have made it like a really big deal that you just put a like a robot in I guess just a human body.
Yeah, because that's fucking an insane thing to do. And I that's something I wish they did more with, but the game just treats it as a casual, here's a robot, now it's a person, have fun. Like, oh, okay, I guess. Thank you.
Even New Vegas, where they gave appliances personalities. Those were still pretty rigid personalities. That research station will always be horny. The light switches will always get mad at each other.
And the toaster will always want to fucking rule the world. But it was a toaster, right?
It was a toaster.
Okay.
And even when you tell the toaster, like, hey, the world's already been destroyed, he's like, oh, shit, I'll destroy it anyway. Like, it's very rigid. And as funny as... I've always felt like that Old World Blues, despite all of its humor, it still tries to take itself seriously.
Glad to
To an
see
extent.
Yeah.
you came to your senses.
Because I've always felt,
Going?
and just to get it in a short tangent, Old War Blues with all of its humor
Once you have
still
it,
takes itself
I want you to
seriously in the
place it.
sense
There's
that
someone that wants to
you're
see you go out of
contrasting
business
how
permanently.
stupid and
That's all
goofy
you need
these
to know.
scientists are,
I'll be out in the
with the
market
fact that
all
these
day,
used to
from
be
8 in
the
the morning
some of the
till 8 in
smartest
the
people
evening.
on the planet,
Meet me then.
and now they've
You've
devolved
still
into
got the
this,
stomach for
and
it.
they're literally like feeding drugs to their dogs,
Yeah.
like slicing people up and all that.
Yeah.
But typically, the humor overshadows it.
Do you want me to hold your
But
hand as
anyway,
well?
back to my main point.
You're going to have to
You
sneak
get into
over
Fallout
to
4,
Medesi's
and then you
stall
have
and
like,
use your lockpick. Then, when you
oh
have
my
the ring,
my
do you want me
Robo
to hold
Butler
your
is
hand as
sad,
well?
despite the fact it's designed to just like sweep and make coffee.
Yeah. It's so stupid and annoying. God, I need to get a key from this. Whatever. But yeah, like, it always struck me as really weird that, you know, your character is supposed to be dealing with the trauma of, you know, losing their spouse and having their kid kidnapped, and then the robot is like, you have to console your robot and search the ruined, abandoned town with him.
What wasn't I clear about? We've been no. Since we're not the Dark Brotherhood, do you want me to? You're going to. Then, when you have the ring, you pick. Do you want me to? You're going to have to. Then, when you have the ring, you pickpocket Branch.
Okay. Hopefully you gave me the key this time. I actually wasn't paying attention. Oh yeah, and you can't get in trouble for... Requires a key to open, you motherfucker!
Yeah, Setch brings up a really good point about like why I really like Old World Blues, and I don't want to say it's underrated because people love Old World Blues.
Do you want me?
I think it's better to say there's just an aspect to it that I don't think many people recognize, and that you have to consider that these were the brightest minds of a generation. They've been reduced to these, well, that.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the robots thing, I also think it's worth noting that in like Fallout 1 and 2, they made it explicitly clear that the Zax computers, those are the supercomputers, the one that John Henry Eden is. Those are the computers that emulate people.
Yeah.
Like that, it's specifically like.
And the reason they're so big. Yeah, and the reason they're so big is because you can't. Well, in the Fallout universe, you can't make something that complex and that's like close to what people are into a small computer, you know?
Yeah.
And like by having Codsworth not just be a robot but be a person, and the other robots in Fallout 4 as well, having them be like that completely nullifies the entire reason that the Zax computers are so big in the first place.
Yeah.
It makes all the lore behind them kind of irrelevant as a result.
Yeah, that's how I feel, because you even get to learn some very... I think Fallout 2 brings up a really interesting point. Because I know there's a Zax computer in a Brotherhood outpost you can talk to, who he'll discuss like the concept of like computers with personalities is not a good idea, and he talks about how like tests with Zax computers led to them just killing themselves because they couldn't take the fact that they were essentially experiments. And I think that's kind of undermined by, you know, oh, my robotic butler is sad. Have to console him.
Yeah.
What you said about the wisp essence, and it turned out to be crushed nerve root mixed with water.
Let's see.
Am I misunderstanding this quest here? Steal Madsea's ring. Okay, I am misunderstanding the quest. Ah, motherfucker.
Oh, you're opening the wrong box.
Yeah, I just realized that. It's Branch She you're supposed to plant it on, not...
Yeah, I forgot your stream is a bit delayed for me.
Yeah, it's my fault for not paying attention. You know, you get engaged in the conversation, and sometimes... God, I hate this lockpicking minigame so fucking much. I don't even know if this is the right fucking stall.
Oh, come on. Are you talking about the snow?
Double A 2015 brought up how you can find Elijah's bomb collars from Dead Money in Big Mountain.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. He was doing experiments on the lobotomites in that prison. You also get some foreshadowing of Christine from Dead Money, and you even get some holotapes of Ulysses in Big Mountain.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's good.
Imagine the power that coursed through their veins. How did you get that then? No one's seen them in years.
Setch brought up that he thinks a lot of Dead Money's criticism comes from the enemies you face and its gameplay style, which rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, while the story and characters were fantastic. I think you're right, because if you look at Dead Money's Steam reviews, I mean, now it's mostly positive, but it's got pretty bad reviews overall. It's got like 60% positive. And I think it really is just that you go from a really open world where you can kind of just go from place to place to a very restrictive, tense environment. I can see why people were irritated by it.
Yeah.
Here you go. Your payment, just as I promised. The way things have been going around here, it's a relief that our plan went off without a hitch.
God, just tell me about Esbern, you fucking bastard.
You did the job, and you did it well. Best of all, there's more where that came from. If you think, all right.
Oh my God.
The group I represent, get that in one piece.
I don't want to join the Thieves Guild, you fucking cunt.
What is it with you and all these questions? Very well. Yeah, I bet I know your guy. He's hiding out.
Yeah,
in the
Logan
Rockaway
Booker
Warren,
said
paying
that
us good
he
coin for
hated Dead
nobody
Money at
to know
first,
about.
but he's come to enjoy its gameplay for how challenging it is. And yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
I hated Dead Money the first time I did it.
Come back when you
just because I couldn't rush through it, I guess.
Yeah. I am looking forward to playing Dead Money again, and all of New Vegas on those streams. Again, something I have to find the time for, but
I'm planning on replaying New Vegas soon. I haven't
Nice.
played it in a while. But I'm probably gonna do Skyrim first.
Huh. I vaguely remember being annoyed by the Ratway in this game. I'm pretty sure it's just a big dungeon full of, like, randomly hostile guys.
Pretty much, it's not that
Yeah.
difficult.
I'm just running by these assholes. They... didn't make it. Yeah, I don't see any real reason to care about the... Why did that... Okay, whatever.
Someone there.
Never should have come here.
I like how this rat and this guy were just fucking chilling. And then I walk up and the rat suddenly has a problem with them. Okay. Again, another nitpick, but you know, you've got the Thieves Guild living in the sewer. It's like this nasty, dirty place, and it's just like a wolfskin rug. Like, just there.
To be fair, wolves are kind of all over Skyrim.
Well, I know, but I mean... I don't know. It just seems a little bit silly to me.
Father Elijah brought up, just imagine if Bethesda had allowed Obsidian to make a Skyrim spin-off. Skyrim New Vegas would have been epic.
Oh, yeah. I would have loved to see what what Obsidian could have done with an Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I don't know how great it would be, just in the sense of, like, I don't know how well Skyrim systems can be adapted.
I think they could do it. They adapted fucking Fallout 3 to make New Vegas. They can do it.
Yeah.
Like, even lore wouldn't be an issue because, like, even if they don't know the lore as well as they know the Fallout lore, it's like, it doesn't matter anyways because Bethesda lore is fucked anyways.
And if something bad comes up, they can just say, nope, not canon, didn't happen.
I suppose I should have stocked up on healing potions. My bad. In fact, I think I'll go do that right after this. Oh. Behold the future is, I guess, an elf slapping me with, like, a ghost sword. Okay. What a weird line. Wow. I could probably talk to Esbern first. It won't take that long.
Setch brings up that I don't want to say that any studio could do a better job with the Elder Scrolls lore / world than Bethesda, but the two companies that have touched Bethesda properties have done it better than them. I think the reason Bethesda is not very good with their own properties is pretty well reflected in that presentation Emil did.
Oh yeah.
They just don't care.
Like, I think it's fucking insane that that presentation even exists, because holy shit, what the fuck is that? Like
that is
most of
such
it,
a terrible presentation.
Just all the way around, it's just rambling about nothing. Like, even when he's trying to make a point, he doesn't, like, make any arguments. Like, he brings up keep it simple, stupid. That's, like, the thing most people refer to, because it says a lot about him as a writer. But then, like, he doesn't say what that really means. And it's just really weird and confusing. And you take, like, the other example is he says, write what you know. And he makes a dumb joke about, like, you know, washing dishes. Like, don't... You can write a game about washing dishes, and he thinks that would be fun for some reason. But he doesn't elaborate on write what you know means. He just... Again, it's just rambling. It's really weird.
I feel like it's just his style essentially consists of if it sounds cool, then do it, and then don't think of any implications of doing such. On top of the fact that I just don't think he cares about what he's writing.
Yeah.
Considering this is the same person, I'm pretty sure in the same presentation he talked about how, well, if I actually take the time to make a good story, you know what players are gonna do? Make paper airplanes out of it.
Yeah.
Which I feel like that's not even valid in the sense that there have been complaints about Bethesda's writing as early as Oblivion.
Yeah. And what was I gonna say there? It just seems to me like he doesn't take his job seriously. It's like he's got a good job that pays well in a high position in a company. It's like, well, I'm set for life. That's kind of what it seems like to me. Like, it just seems like he doesn't care. And that's the problem.
And, like, when I say that he goes with rule of cool, I remember one of the things he said was,
I have to read this Logan Looker comment after you're done.
He says that Skyrim's story was the most biblical story he's written, which What? Skyrim's biblical?
Yeah, I never understood that. Anyways, this Logger Looker comment. The Thieves Guild are idiots. When one of them betrays you in the quest line, he buys a house in Riften, the same city where the Thieves Guild is based.
That's partially... The message he's getting at is correct, I'm pretty sure. It's just the details are a bit wrong. I think he already owned the house. He was just too stupid to get rid of his plans in it.
Oh, the classic, I'm writing down all my villain plans.
Go away! What? No, that's not me. I'm not Esbern. I don't know what you're talking about. Delphine? How do you... So you finally found her, and she led you to me. And here I am, caught like a rat in a trap. What's that you said? Dragonborn? Then there really is hope after all. You'd better come inside. Quickly now. Thalmor agents have been seen in the Ratway. This'll just take a moment.
Another thing I find a little bit weird is, why don't the Thalmor have, like, other races do their grunt work for them? Why would the Thalmor, like, bother themselves with entering the sewers?
I really do think that the Thalmor, the Thalmor could have used some, like, more Wood Elf and Khajiit members.
Yeah, because you don't really see that much of that aspect.
Because you only see, I think the only notable people are, there's a side quest where there's like a Khajiit assassin that works for the Thalmor, and then there's the Khajiit in the kitchen.
Yeah.
That's kind of the extent of it.
Well, she's not in the kitchen anymore.
Double A 2015 just pointed out the caption say, Esbern. I'm not Esbern.
Oh, and notice I didn't even have to give him the code word there that Delphine gave me. I just said, I'm the Dragonborn. Delphine sent me, and he's like, okay, yeah, that's good enough. I'll let you in. Even though, like, I'm mega paranoid about the Thalmor coming to kill me.
Logan Looker points out, how can you not see Skyrim is biblical when the Dragonborn is a demigod who everyone bows down to? And yeah, I'm aware that's what Emil probably meant. It's just the absurdity of being told.
Not everyone bows down to the Dragonborn. Don't forget Nazim.
It's just like, I get that. Like, conceptually, that's the idea. It's just the absurdity of someone telling me with a straight face Skyrim is biblical.
Yeah, it is a little bit silly, isn't it? Even if I were to fucking plagiarize the Bible and, like, do, you know, Jesus' story, but just replace it with my own characters in my own world, I'd be, like, hesitant to call it biblical, because that's just, like, a really pretentious way to describe your own work, you know?
I just think, yeah, it does sound very strange to hear a video game described as biblical.
Yeah.
I don't know if he specifically describes the game as biblical, or he specifically talks about...
No, he says he says something to the effect of Skyrim is the most biblical story we've done, or something really close to that.
Dragons, they can be killed. The Blades killed many in their early days as dragon slayers.
Let's see.
The dragons are merely the final port.
Somebody named Caleb. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that. Is it Fernkeys?
I would assume it's Fernicus.
Fernicus, okay.
Or Fernikeys, because there's two E's there.
I'll go with Fernikeys. You know, I just realized something. In Skyrim, everyone bows and prays to you for being the Dragonborn, and in Fallout the Frontier, everyone instantly knows you're the Curry and praises you. Frontier's crew even ripped off Skyrim of all things.
Wow.
Does that mean Fallout Frontier is a biblical story?
there's nothing more biblical than fucking orgy lizards and lizards. The sex slave girl with a foot fetish, and the Death Claw sex scene. There's nothing more biblical than that.
Oh yes, the prophecies make clear.
So Kevin Miller says Frontier is the masterpiece Emma wanted to create 20 years ago, but had to do a multiplayer Fallout instead.
Emma wishes he could reach the level of quality the Frontier has.
I'll probably join you if you stream Frontier, because I never played it.
Neither have I.
I never learned about it until everything kind of exploded regarding its.
I only heard about it just shortly before it was released, like by a month or two, because TKS Mantis mentioned it, and yeah, it just from the beginning everything sounded sketchy to me, and I wasn't too interested in it as like playing for fun. But when I realized what a shit show it was gonna be, it's like, oh man, this is gonna leave its mark on the internet.
For me, it's just like, I think it's just with fan mods, I'm very hesitant to do that, because I always forget, well, most people can probably write better than Bethesda can.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think it would be interesting to cover the Frontier at some point, but I'm kind of mixed on how I should cover it now that I've had more time to think about it, because I do have the original upload, but apparently they have removed some of the weirder aspects of it, like the orgy lizards, for example.
Right.
I don't know if that actually has been removed or not, it's just something I've been told. So I don't know which would be the better version to actually cover in a video. They're like initial full release, or the updates they've done since then to, I guess, try to fix it. But my problem with that is you spent 7 fucking years making this thing, and you released this, and now it's like, oh no, now we're gonna fix it. Like, shouldn't these issues have come up long before this point? Like, who thought it was a good idea to put orgy lizards in the mod? I know I keep focusing on that point, but that is such like a huge divergence from anything Fallout related.
Like, if you told me, I'm sure if I came across the mod before it's released, like I understood there's a big impressive mod called Fallout Frontier, and you told me, yeah, it's got foot fetishists in it and lizard sex, and there's a Deathclaw sex scene, I don't think I'd believe you. I think I'm being fucked with.
But that's what it comes across. Like,
it's so much worse when you get the developers saying there was no foot fetishes. Are you saying her feet wouldn't be stinky? And I'm like, what? Oh, this Deathclaw sex scene. Yeah, it was a joke.
It's hard to not think of it that way after they spent 7 years on it. Like, you can't pull those two things apart.
There is hope. No, the dragons are mere... Haven't you figured it out yet? What more needs to happen before you all wake up and see what's going on? Alduin has returned, just like the prophecy said. The dragon from the dawn of time will devour as the souls of the dead. No one can escape his hunger, here or in the afterlife. Alduin will devour all things, and the world will end. Nothing can stop him.
I'm going to read some comments from Setch after this bit of dialogue from Esbern. I just want to get by this.
You're right, I forget myself. I've lived without hope for so long. The prophecies are clear. Only the Dragonborn can stop Alduin. We must go quickly now. Take me to Delphine, where much to discuss. Just a moment.
All right. The head of development actually got stuck into doing bug fixes and not actually keeping on top of the various teams working on the Frontier. It also didn't help that the guy who that did the NCR campaign actually made it so that no one was allowed to touch his magnum opus, shit stain of a campaign. Man, that does not sound like a good development team. Like, sorry to the lead designer guy. It sounds like he at least tried, but just when you have someone make a campaign and doesn't want anyone touching it, it's like, yeah, that's a little... What were you saying there?
Elijah brought up, one good thing about Fallout Frontier is it's so packed full of fetishes, is that not even Bethesda will rip anything off from it. Logan Looker also brought up how they wouldn't let you join the Enclave because politics.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that too. What really bugs me is how characters will say, no more, I yield. If you actually leave them alone, they'll just get back up and attack you. It's the most retarded fucking thing you could ever do.
Made it so when people yield, they actually do yield, except this led to, like, I don't remember specifically, but I know I had issues with it.
Yeah. No, that's one thing that's always bugged me. It'll always piss me off when characters say, I give up, don't kill me. Then turn around and, like, you know, try to kill you anyways. It's so stupid.
Must be my mind playing tricks on me.
I thought this was actually a shortcut. I just fell into some poor guy's house.
Setch brought up, basically their ambition outstripped their ability, and it sucks because the Frontier has some genuinely impressive shit in it, but it's mired in a confused design with Wild Wasteland not even being set.
Wow.
And, I mean, yeah, well, the thing is, it's just, I feel like you don't really need to be a good writer, period, to understand maybe Fallout does not need foot fetishes or lizard orgies.
Yeah, that's something that really should go without saying. Like, I don't know what the fuck they were... Like, I'm at a loss for words. What is the thought process where someone sat down and, you know, were thinking about what to put in their Fallout mod and thought, you know what would really fit in with Fallout? Lizard orgies.
It's like...
It's just so... insane.
It's not even like if they're doing, because, oh, that would be hilarious. It's not even funny, just like, you know, oh, I can have sex with lizard. It's funny that you genuinely thought it was a good idea.
Yeah.
To put it in this game.
Well, I don't know if... Have you seen some of the screenshots that came out from that?
I've seen a few. But
Did you?
You'd have to tell me, like,
one of the dialogue options was something to the effect of, will you have sex with me? I want to have sex with you. The queen had sex with me. It's like, what? What is this dialogue? You're not even writing, like... What? It's just crazy. I can't... I am genuinely at a loss for words. How the fuck did this thing come into existence? Like, why? It's just...
okay. Logan Looker says he has put a... For those in the Discord server, Logan Looker has put a Frontier Dev interview somewhere in the Discord.
Alright. That might be worth taking a look at later, or,
Yeah, he put it in the Games General channel.
Alright. Also, another thing, how did the Thalmor get into Riften so easily when it's controlled by the Stormcloaks? Like,
yeah,
you
I
think
mean,
they would have been
ways
stopped
to
at...
get in.
I guess, but you think they would have been stopped at the gates? Like, they got in...
It's the same technology that Delphine had to get the horn.
It must have been. And this comes back to what I said earlier. If they had, like, grunt soldiers doing the dirty work... Why did everyone just turn hostile? Like, not to me, but they're, like, chasing an enemy up there.
There may be a thief.
Oh, I guess, yeah, there are random thieves in town, aren't there?
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Oh, that's the Khajiit that was following me. Esbern, you just murdered that woman. Shivari. Anyways, yeah, if the Thalmor had, like, grunts doing the work, like the dirty work, that would make more sense than them just being there, because, number one, if they had grunts that don't wear uniform, just go into town and go after Esbern, that makes a lot more sense than there's just a bunch of Thalmor in the Stormcloak town going after this guy. Because that actually does make a lot of sense for Esbern to hide in a Stormcloak town, you know?
Okay, people, let's see what people are talking about.
Oh, that's what this woman is. This woman is, a Khajiit assassin sent by the Thalmor. That's why she was trying to get to me while I was standing on top of the well.
I was gonna ask, why did Esbern just randomly kill a Khajiit?
Yeah, I thought this was some random, like, person in town. I wonder if she says anything, if, like... God, they have so many, like... Oh, there we go. Nope, she just turns hostile.
Father Elijah asks, Kritosis, when you look down at that murdered Khajiit, do you consider that her feet may be stinky?
No!
You want to take her shoes off
No!
and have a sniff?
Oh my god, no! What? Ugh! No. That's no. Oh my god. I'm not a Frontier developer.
Somebody says the Frontier also has MCU fetishes, like a flying aircraft carrier.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that too. That's... I like how there was a brief period of time where, like, a few different media properties were doing flying aircraft carriers. The MCU did it, Doctor Who did it, and Saints Row did it. Like, all in a similar period of time. I guess that goes to show how fucking outdated that idea is.
People are commenting on how horrible you were when I read that. How horrified you sounded.
I was! That's... Oh my god. I hate that. I hate that more than fucking Fallout 4. And that's a lot of hate.
Delphine. It's good to see you. It's been a long time.
The fuck are you looking at me for, bitch?
Too, Esbern. It's been too long, old friend. Too long. Well, then. You made it safe and sound. Good. Come on, I have a place we can talk. Orgnar, hold down the bar for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure.
This way.
What do you think of all this weird spy shit, Orgnar?
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell. Have you seen that shrine of Azura? They say the Dark Elves built it after they fled from Morrowind. Sight to see. All right, then.
You're really fucking doing this.
Now then, I assume you know about...
Oh yes, Dragonborn. Indeed, yes. Oh, this changes everything, of course. There's no time to lose. We must locate. Let me show you. I know I had it here somewhere.
Esbern, what?
Give me just a moment.
I like how there's like a 20-minute pause between her being interrupted and him actually saying his line.
Haven Temple, constructed around one of the main Akaviri military camps in the Reach during their conquest of Skyrim.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Why the fuck would I know what he's talking about?
This is where they built Aldrin's Wall to set down in stone all their accumulated dragon lore, a hedge against the forgetfulness of centuries. A wise and foresighted policy. In the event, despite the far-reaching fame of Aldrin's Wall at the time, one of the wonders of the ancient world, its location was lost.
Esbern, what are you getting at?
You mean, you don't mean to say you haven't heard of Aldrin's Wall? Either of you?
Let's pretend we haven't. What's Alduin's Wall, and what does it have to do with stopping the dragons?
Aldrin's Wall was where the ancient blades recorded all they knew of Aldrin and his return. Part history, part prophecy. His location has been lost for centuries, but I found it again. Not lost, you see, just forgotten.
That's the same fucking thing!
The Blade's archives held so many secrets. I was only able to save a few scraps.
So you think that Alduin's Wall will tell
Kevin
us
Miller pointed out that Frontier has a reference to Sands, like from Undertale.
Skyhaven Temple is...
Oh.
I knew you'd have something for us. Esbern.
Why?
I know the area of the Reach that...
Remember when I said before that, like, if you told me that there would be a Fallout mod that involved, like, foot fetishes and lizard sex, I wouldn't believe you.
Yeah.
At this point now, if you told me anything is in that mod, I'd probably believe you.
Why reference the meme skeleton? Like, they've got to understand, like... I don't know. Like I said, I'm just at a complete loss at how such a thing could come to exist in the way it does.
Your call. Might be safer to travel separately. Attract less attention that way. Don't worry, I'll get Esbern there in one piece. We'll wait for you near Karthspire. Good luck.
So something I noticed here. She doesn't know about, Counterfeit Cloud Ruler Temple. I forget what it's called. And she asks...
Skyhaven.
Skyhaven. She doesn't know what it was, but, like, I don't see why she did or didn't need to know it exactly. Because this seems like the classic, we need to explain something to the player, so we'll have, another character not know about it, but you could just explain it to the player who wouldn't know about it anyways. Like, there's no reason the Dragonborn would know about it. Like, that's a lot of that's something a lot of fantasy and sci-fi games and movies do, is they'll have a character who doesn't know, like, who has a good reason to not know about something. That way, the lore of the world can be explained to the audience. But there's no reason for Delphine to specifically not know it there.
I don't know. I mean, generally, I've just come to accept that a lot of the design decisions around the blades just, you know, don't make sense.
Yeah. God, we have to go all the way fucking over there. Well, I guess this would be a good time to stock up on, like, potions and shit, too.
Caleb brought up that at some point they heavily ripped off Machine Games' Wolfenstein. The Nazi guy is definitely just a terrible rip-off of Death Shed. I've never played Wolfenstein, so I don't know. Hell, entire scenes are ripped from New Order.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that's from what I know. That's true. I've seen clips like comparing the two. Some of them are identical.
Wow. I also heard like there's a big combat section in the NCR path that was ripped off from stuff too.
From what I understand, a lot of stuff is basically just Call of Duty. And not in the sense that it's just a generic shooter segment, but like they actually ripped off segments of Call of Duty.
Okay, I know I said this before on the previous stream, but seriously, fuck you, Bethesda, for putting Morrowind's music in this pile of trash. You don't deserve the honor of having fucking Morrowind music playing in Whiterun.
Morrowind music plays in Whiterun?
Yeah, it's playing a theme for Morrowind right now.
I've got something for that. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients? Come back anytime if you need a remedy. Maybe a hardy Nord like you doesn't need a cure-all, huh? What about an invisibility potion?
The fuck? I'm not a Nord! What? Why'd she follow me outside to say that? Okay, sure, game. Whatever. I want to get more potions. I think I'll just head to Solitude. Also, the Morrowind theme tune getting remixed for this game's theme. That legitimately pissed me off, because when I first saw the trailers and the teasers for Skyrim, and I heard the Morrowind theme incorporated into it, I was kind of like, yes! They're going back to what made the previous game so good. Like, Oblivion was decent. But going back to Morrowind, fuck yeah! No. They didn't do it.
No, complete opposite direction, actually.
They went in the total opposite direction.
Doubling down.
It almost felt like being lied to, you know?
I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for.
Yeah, Let me think. Well, I played Skyrim before all the other Elder Scrolls games.
Have you been to Whiterun?
Like I said, I played them in reverse order.
Yeah, I still need to play the first two, but...
I wasn't able to get into an arena. I never really tried to.
I tried to a couple times, but it's a little bit confusing when you're first starting out. I think it's a similar problem as to what I had with Fallout 1. Because when I first played that, I had trouble getting used to controls and how it worked. So I actually tried to play Fallout 1 like 4 or 5 times before I actually really got into it and played through the whole thing.
Well, I played Arena once, and then I just stopped playing it. But Daggerfall, I really like that game. I'm happy I made the effort to get into it.
Sorry, what was that?
I was hoping you might have met her.
In my case, I'm just saying, I couldn't get into Arena, but admittedly, I only played it for like 15 minutes, and I haven't come back to it since.
Yeah, that's basically...
Daggerfall, though, I'm happy I got into it.
Yeah, I heard Daggerfall...
I did so many runs.
I heard Daggerfall was really good, and I do really want to play it. I just want to point something out a little weird here. This woman asks if I've been to Whiterun before, and she's surprised that I have, and she's like, she didn't think she'd meet anyone that traveled from Whiterun. It's a major city. Why would you... it's like each part of the game world is its isolated little island, and the NPCs are just unaware. Like, why would she not expect to meet anyone who had been to Whiterun? It's a major town.
Don't forget me next time you meet
Kevin Miller brought up the Legion using cars.
Oh God.
It's good to see
I think I had a discussion with my friends about what do you think the likelihood is that in some point in Elder Scrolls we'll get something stupid like a Dwemer car or a Dwemer gun.
I would hope that Bethesda would have the restraint to not do that. But Blood Moon actually had a Dwemer airship, so, you know, that I can tolerate, but that's like pushing the limits, I think.
That's why I felt like it's entirely possible that they could, as stupid as it would be, it does seem plausible there could be a Dwemer gun or Dwemer car or something like that.
Okay, here's the reason they won't do a Dwemer gun at the very least. There's no way in hell Bethesda is going to make an entirely new weapon class type and put all that effort into doing so for only like 3 or 4 weapons to actually exist, because they would all be Dwemer weapons. You're not going to get a Daedric sniper rifle, for example, you know? So that we're at least safe on, I think. But the car, I don't know.
I think the dumbest thing we came up with that still seemed plausible because, you know, Bethesda, the Dwemer motorcycle.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if they did do it because Breath of the Wild did it. And
that's what made me think about it.
definitely getting rid of that fucking potion after the discussion earlier.
Setch brought up. Well, I mean, Kritosis, you could get a Daedric sniper rifle, because Daedra do copy everything from Nirn. It will just be something goofy, like it's actually a flamethrower with a scope, because Daedra can't make exact copies of anything. It is the very fabric of the world that it can. Stigma says Elder Scrolls 6, like Skyrim with guns.
Oh my god. Well, I do feel pretty confident in saying they won't add guns anyways, because again, like, the whole reason spears were removed is because it's a weapon type they barely gave any real attention to in Morrowind, and because no one used spears in Morrowind, they removed them for Oblivion and the series going forward, so...
Yeah.
Don't forget me next time.
And I actually find that aspect annoying, like... As much as I love Morrowind, the other weapon types really didn't get enough love, and because they didn't get enough love, then those weapon types aren't used as much, and because they aren't used as much, they're removed from the next games.
Yeah, I do feel that, I think especially looking how Oblivion handled combat, where you could do these, you know, unique moves, they could have done some interesting stuff with spears and, like, throwing knives and such.
Yes, the throwing weapons! Ugh. They were such a cool item to have just in general, but, like, let's say you wanted to play as a ninja-type character for literally whatever reason. We don't need, like, a reason for someone to want to do that. It would be cool to, like, you know, run across roofs and pull out a, like, ninja star and just, you know, throw them at that guy down there. Or at his goats, or whatever, you know? I feel my levels of fucking disappointment increasing exponentially the more we talk about these fucking games.
I think one minor thing that bothered me so much about Oblivion, though, is that they called axes blunt weapons.
Oh, yeah, that bugged me way back, too. Like, I understand that they're, like, collapsing the one weapon type into another for the sake of reducing skills, but why? An axe is literally a fucking metal wedge with a sharpened edge.
Like, you don't have to really know anything about weapons to, you know, look at an axe and realize, wait, it's not blunt at all.
Yeah, it's really silly. And the thing, too, is they could have easily just fixed that by making the weapon class, like, axes and blunt, or something like that.
Yeah.
You know? I don't even mind the classes being combined. Well, I shouldn't say classes, the skills. Weapon classification. I don't even mind them being merged to be an issue that much. It's just... Don't call... It's literally a chunk of metal with a sharpened edge. You cannot call that blunt.
Like, it's literally not blunt.
It's in fact the entire point of it to not be blunt. Yeah, see this tree here? I'm gonna chop it down with the fucking blunt weapon. Hey, Kretosis, did you know that Mr. Caption deleted all of his videos again? Yeah. I follow his newer channel, and I noticed one day that Mr. Caption had disappeared from my subscription list, and this new account I hadn't followed was in my subscription list. And I was like, huh, who is this person? And then I saw the videos that were still on the channel at the time. I was like, oh, I guess this is Caption now. And I checked in once in a while to see if he uploaded anything new or if anything happened, but yeah, he deleted. I'd rather not do this right now. I'm glad the dragon didn't notice me. Anyways, yeah, I noticed he deleted all of his videos, and like, I don't know, he left some kind of rude comments to people commenting on his page. Like, I don't want to misquote, but to paraphrase, someone had said something like, God, fucking Forsworn. Someone had said something to the effect of, you know, you've got community here, or something like that. And he replied with something like, I'm not a part of your community. And it's just like, I don't know, it just kind of seemed unnecessarily mean-spirited. It's unfortunate that, I hope whatever he's going through, you know, he sorts it out and you know, even if he doesn't make videos again, which would be unfortunate because his videos were very good, I hope he at least does something he's happy to do, you know?
Yeah, I don't follow him too closely, but of the things I've seen, I like his content.
Oh yeah, I've liked his content too. Can't you pickpocket the hearts off these guys? You can't when they're in combat. I'm pretty sure I pickpocketed their heart once.
Yeah, they'll die. Double A 2015 asks, how you feel about fighting dragons in the game. And we talked about it earlier. Your description was they're just the cliff racers of Skyrim.
Well, close. They're cliff racers that can cast spells. And far more annoying. Yeah, I find the dragon fights to be tedious and annoying, and I don't like doing them.
Yeah,
and
I feel like I wouldn't mind them if they didn't become the cookie cutout for every single dragon fight, including the final boss.
Well, it's not just that they're cookie cutter, it's that they don't even really do anything particularly unique with them. Like, there's no special combat mechanics, it's just shoot them with arrows or wait for them to land, and after that, they're just like a normal enemy.
The only dragon I found interesting was the Dawnguard dragon, the one you fight in the Soul Cairn.
Oh.
And that's just because he has more than generic shouts.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember that.
But even then, on its own, I didn't find that fight too impressive. It just was cooler, I guess.
Now, I know there's going to be pictures around here somewhere telling me what the obvious code is. I just haven't seen them yet. Or is that it there? No.
Oh, I think, just mess with the pillars. I'm pretty sure Esbern tells you that, like, one of the symbols means Dragonborn or something.
Is that it?
Let's see what those old blades left in our way.
That... You fucking kidding me right now? Esbern, where the fuck are you going?
Hojo Cinco gave you 5 Canadian dollars.
Oh!
Said, have some Susan Bucks on me. Cheers. Enjoyed your critiques.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad you liked the videos. I'm definitely going to do more. In fact, I'm kind of in the process of working on one right now, technically. But anyways, yeah, this puzzle... I can't... It's insulting to puzzles to call this a fucking puzzle. Hey, that symbol on the last one, yeah, that's the right one. Just make them all the same. No one has tried that. In the centuries this place has been lost.
Somebody said, and I'm assuming in a reply to you asking, is that it? Kevin Miller just said, yes, it's Skyrim.
Okay, here's the other thing that pisses me off, okay? And this is going to be really obvious, like, once you notice it. This was only a bridge that was blocking us from going inside, but, anyone could have come here in the past, like, 1,000 years, or however long it's been abandoned, and just, like, lean a ladder against the wall.
That reminds me,
or climb the rocks.
There was a very similar issue Dark Souls 2 had, where one of the later areas in the game, basically, I don't know how much you know about Dark Souls.
Nothing.
Okay, basically, all you need to know is in Dark Souls 2, there's an area that's locked off, and the way you get through it is you need to kill, like, the 4 most powerful beings in the world.
Okay.
Or you need to amass, like, you need to become powerful enough that you just have, like, you're just able to open the door.
Okay.
Here's the thing. There's 2 paths to get to this area. One of them is blocked off by, like, maybe a, like, 8-foot pile of rubble.
Ah.
The other is the door where you need to kill the 4 most powerful things in the world.
Oh.
You'd be surprised that, or not surprised, unsurprisingly, many people were quick to point out, what's the point of this door when I can just climb over this rubble?
Yeah. I hate when games do that. Like, okay, these guys have stopped here because this is obviously a trapped floor. Where are the fucking corpses? People have tried getting in here.
People weren't able to solve the pillar puzzle. It was too hard.
But they can climb the rocks! Okay.
We're dealing with Nords here. You think they thought about that? It's knee. Okay, according to Setch, the rubble was actually knee high.
I like how I just ran across that entire thing and it did nothing to me, and I stepped back out and now it lights me on fire. Like, okay. Alright. Oh, you actually do have to do this to lower the bridge. I see. Okay, so looking out through this... oh, there we go. Oh, that's not something I could stand on? Fuck you. But anyways, this is just the same problem over here, so... Okay, lowering this bridge doesn't actually mean a whole lot, because it just brings you to another puzzle. But, now that changes my argument that you could still just, like, put a ladder here and climb the rocks to get up there. You know?
Yeah.
Like, if someone wants to get in there, there's clearly light up there. If someone wants to get in there, they're gonna fucking get in there. If there's an opening. If it's, like, completely airtight sealed, then sure. Are you really...
Sleepy Pones, it says, you don't need a ladder. Levitation spells exist in tests.
Oh, right.
I believe they have a really dumb lore reason for why levitation spells don't exist anymore.
Oh yeah, it's illegal.
Yeah, it's illegal, but that does beg the obvious question, what
why?
if I'm a criminal?
What if I don't care about your petty laws? But it's illegal. Oh, okay.
We should be careful. There's no telling what traps and wards.
What do you need,
Okay, these guys clearly aren't telling me. It looks like this is going to be the path, the same symbol, but it lit me on fire. Yeah, you said that already, you fuck. Oh. Oh yeah, it's also a good thing that this rock pillar here didn't, like, collapse into hundreds of years. Wow. That's really lucky.
It's Akaviri architecture for you.
So, is there anything preventing people from getting up here? Oh no, there isn't. Yeah, again, if Levitate existed, you could just zoop right up here. Just literally...
Logan Looker pointed out, who cares if it's illegal? Criminals exist, people break the rules all the time. There should be as many levitators as there are jaywalkers.
Exactly.
Kevin Miller pointed out that there's a back way into the temple, and it's just normal stone doors. He compared it to the security room scene from The Simpsons.
Oh, I think I know the scene he's talking about, but I can't quite remember it off the top of my head.
Stigma points out, in real life, people climb construction cranes for fun. What makes you think cat people high on cocaine juice wouldn't climb a few rocks for shits and giggles?
That is a very good point. But yeah, now that I remember it, there is a back, like, way that theoretically could be climbed up. This door you can't open without the right blood. Don't cut the palm of your hand. Don't do it! You fucking cunt. Why do characters always cut the palm of their hand? Look, oh my god. It is the most inconvenient place to have, like, a knife wound. If you have to put blood into something as part of, like, a puzzle or a summoning ritual or literally anything, why does it specifically have to be hand-palm blood?
Like, cutting your hand open will be a lot more painful than, well, anywhere else.
Well, not only is it more painful, it's like you kind of...
And also, you use your hands.
Yeah.
Specifically the palms.
Exactly. Now, where is this, like, back entrance? I just want to show it on stream because of how fucking stupid it is. I know it's around here somewhere. It's just like a door to the outside.
Yeah.
Or, fuck that, I don't even need that. If someone wanted to get in here, they could climb up the rocks on the outside, then toss a rope down and climb into here. And you're in. Here it is. So yeah, here's...
We need information, not a lecture on art history.
I think he's inside, Delphi. Okay. Anyways, yeah, here's the outside. So, like, you know, if you're a person in Skyrim and you're walking on the road out there, or, like, traveling around... Huh. Looks like there's some kind of building up there. I wonder if it's some kind of ancient ruin full of, like, enchanted loot and, like, cool things. Well, just... Like, there's no way in hell people aren't climbing up here if they, like, have the equipment. And there's no way in hell an actual thief or criminal who doesn't care about laws isn't going to just zoop up here with levitation. No, 1 second.
This panel goes back to the beginning of chapter.
Elagical brought up how the ancient Nords spent so much time creating these elaborate dungeons and traps instead of doing what Nords should have done. Like going on raids and doing Viking stuff like they're supposed to. Yeah, I generally feel the same way, that Nords don't really feel like they do Viking stuff. It was background noise for the most part. Not really, no.
I guess I should unmute myself. From the stream, at least. Just gonna do something quickly, don't mind me.
Logan Looker brought up, am I the only one who feels the Civil War questline isn't gray at all? And that the Stormcloaks are too evil? I don't necessarily think that the Civil War questline is black and white. I feel that it's just neither side feels very compelling.
Yeah. It seems like they wanted to do, like, a little more with it, but they just didn't. Like, it's probably not the right way to describe that. It feels like they just kind of made the Nords racist because they needed, like, a reason for them to...
They needed it.
Huh?
Yeah, what you were about to say, they just needed to.
Yeah, they just...
needed some negative.
Yeah, they needed to put some negative traits onto the Stormcloaks to, like, hey, look, they're the bad guys. But, I mean, that's just so, like, forced and contrived when it's not handled properly.
And I feel like in the context of Elder Scrolls, where you do have people that are genuinely really shitty.
Yeah.
like you have Morrowind, for example, where, you know, 9 people out of 10 are probably racist in Morrowind.
Well, here's the thing. You go to Morrowind, you get attacked by a Dark Elf, and it's possible for every single Dark Elf to call you an Enwa in that game, which is like a racist term. So, yeah. Like, if you engage them in combat long enough, that line will come out at some point. So, every Dark Elf in the game, by default, will potentially call you a racist term. There was a speed... I mentioned this on stream before. There was a speed run someone did to get called an Enwa as fast as they could on in Morrowind. Let's speed run getting called a racist term in Morrowind.
Well, the real question is what was the time?
Shit, it was like 6 minutes, I think, or something like that. Or maybe it was less than that, but either way...
Like it would be shorter, because you just have to rush through the excise office and then just attack a Dark Elf.
Well, that's the thing, is there's only one Dark Elf in Seyda-Neen, and that's in the lighthouse, I believe. Well, only one that's like alone, so you're not going to get swarmed by guards. The guy who did that video, he went to the cave just outside Seyda-Neen, which is full of, like, bandits. And one of them was a Dark Elf. And it took her, like, a little bit of time to call him an Enwa, but yeah.
But anyway, what I mean is, like, going back to the Civil War.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel morally gray, because I can't really think of stuff that's... How do I put it? I'll give a comparison. New Vegas has very, I guess, non-arbitrary reasons for things to be the way they are.
Yeah.
The Legions, looking at pros of the Legion, it's extremely efficient, but at the same time, you know, it's a dictatorship that doesn't look like it's gonna last once the leader dies.
Yeah.
Those aren't reasons that are akin to what, you know, like looking at the Stormcloaks, there's a very different thing here. Oh, they're defending their homeland, but they're racist. It's like, on paper, that kind of sounds like a joke.
It does. It really does.
It doesn't really feel unique. I mean, feasibly in Elder Scrolls, there's going to be characters that are, I don't know, I feel like I could realistically make a character in Elder Scrolls that, like, obviously just hates Nords, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, that would make sense, I guess. In that regard, it doesn't feel very special that Nords, you know, just don't like elves.
Yeah, well, there's already a lot of history there for stuff like that to make sense.
Yeah.
Like, in this game, they literally worship a guy that's, like, called Elf Killer or whatever.
Yeah,
you know, like, they don't outright say it, but it's like, we worship this guy who advocates for genocide.
Even on the Empire, Tiber Septim basically committed genocide. He conquered an entire continent.
Yeah.
But let me think. I think the best way to put it is the conflict feels very strange because the pros and cons behind each side feels kind of artificial and contrived.
Yeah.
Because as Kevin Miller points out, it just feels like Rule of Cool, where they've like focused on, okay, we're making a war, it's got to be cool, and not the actual logistics of, okay, well, what's each side fighting for? The Empire's only downside is mentioned in Skyrim is that they're cowards.
Yeah, and that's like not even something that's like that's not something you can really use, because it's like this entire faction are cowards, but they came to your country to fight a war against you. My thing would be like, focus on what the actual conflict is more and build that up more. The The Stormcloaks want to continue worshipping Talos, and the Imperials are enforcing this bullshit rule by the Aldmeri Dominion. So, build up each side more, like, why Talos is so important to these Nords, like, why it's this major thing that they're willing to fight and die for. And build up the Empire side, like, you know, have a character that, like, takes you into a back room and be like, okay, look, we still want to worship Talos, but we have to play by these rules for now until we can get an upper hand on the Aldmeri Dominion. This isn't something we want either. This is something we just have to deal with.
I feel like the game also goes out of its way to really harm the nuance that the Civil War could have had.
Exactly.
Every single confrontation about the Stormcloaks being racist essentially boils down to, oh no, they're not racist. Like, when you ask them if they are, just like, no, not racist, just don't like them. And I'm like, okay. And then you get to the Imperials, and they're like, oh, they're cowards, and they're like, oh, we don't like the Aldmeri Dominion either. We're just dealing with this for now, and then we'll deal with it later.
Yeah, and that's what
So
it's
like,
always...
okay.
That's what it's always seemed like to me, and that's why I always sided with the Imperials when I played this.
And it's just silly to me that you would make these cons to each side, and then at the next turn, just have both of them deny such problems even exist.
Yeah.
I mean, to go back to New Vegas, you have both sides are fully aware of what their own cons are. They've accepted them. But both sides don't take it as, oh, they don't exist. It's just the benefit of what we have to offer outweighs that.
Well, that's the thing, is some of the faction in New Vegas don't even see their cons as cons. Caesar's Legion thinks slavery is a good thing, and obviously it's not, but it's something that certainly helped them get to the point where they're at.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Good thing they've already let you into their little cult. Not likely they'd help Esbern or me if we gave Gaul in. We'll look around Skyhaven Temple and see what else the old blades...
And yeah, Hojo Cinco brought up that it does feel like lazy writing when a lot of the reasons for a lot of the positions in the Civil War quest line seem to just fall back on headcanon, essentially.
Yeah. It's hard to believe we're just a few months away from a full decade since the last Elder Scrolls game, too.
That is a really weird thought.
Well, when you consider that we got Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim all within the span of a decade, it's like really weird that the following decade had none.
Yeah, it's just... Plus, they didn't milk Skyrim as much as they could. So it's not that surprising that it's been so long since an Elder Scrolls game came out, but it's just really weird hitting that milestone of 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, these perks really aren't doing a whole lot for me. Power attacks with one-handed weapons cost 25% less stamina. Like, stamina is something that's so useless in this game, I don't even, like, consider it when I'm making choices on what to do. God, I still really fucking hate navigating this fucking perk tree. Attacks with swords have a 10% chance of doing critical damage. Attacks with maces ignore 25% of armor. Attacks with war axes cause extra bleeding damage. God. Can do a one-handed power attack while sprinting that does double critical damage. Standing by power attacks do 25% bonus damage with a chance to decapitate your enemies. Well, they're already dead at that point. God, I feel like I'm reading through like a dry instruction manual. Dual-wielding power attacks do a 50% damage bonus. Okay. Backwards power attack has a 25% chance to paralyze the target. That requires 100 one-handed skill. Oh yeah, and that's another thing. They collapsed all the weapon skills into one-handed and two-handed.
I feel like that's not the most egregious thing out there. Had they just done a better job with like the specialization,
yeah,
perks, because all that the specialization that we have is essentially okay. You do a little bit more damage with certain weapons. It's not damage, just like a few bonuses. I'm pretty sure, but they're nothing beyond like flat statistical bonuses.
Okay, I just have to point this out again. Navigating this sucks. Like, you can click on the dots, but you can't see all the way up the line. But, like, here, I'm on Novice Locks for Lockpick. I press W to go forward. Sorry, let's do this first. A brings me to Stealth, and D brings me to Extra Pockets, which requires 50 Pickpocket on the other fucking tree. So already that's inconsistent as fuck. So naturally, W will bring me up to Apprentice Locks, right? No, it brings me all the way up to fucking Expert Locks. It skips 2 fucking tiers of perk. Why? Why is it designed this way?
I never use the keyboard when navigating the skills menu. I just use the mouse.
I've actually always used the keyboard because, I don't know why. It just seems like that was the way, like, to go through it, but obviously not, because look how fucking ridiculous it is. Why program in the option if you're not going to make it actually function? Okay, for real this time, just so everyone knows, I'll probably only be going for another half hour. But going for like 5 hours or 5.5 hours as it is, and throat's starting to feel a little bit sore from talking that long, and well, it's just a long stream to do in general, especially if a game that's fucking annoying to play.
Jeez, it does not feel like I've been doing this for 5 hours.
Well, it's like when we watched through Many a True Nerd's Fallout 4 video, you know, we spent like 7 hours like picking through it.
Yeah, well, during that, while we watched that, I was in a different living situation.
True, but still, the time...
I had a roommate who was really awkward, just sitting there for 7 hours.
But, yeah, it is... These streams do go by really fast. Like, sometimes you don't realize it's been that long.
Ah, you've retrieved the horn of Jürgen Wimco. Well done. You have now passed all the trials. Come with me. It is time for us to recognize you formally as Dragonborn.
Someone brought up that they're excited for Skywind when it comes out. I don't know. I'm probably gonna try it out, but I feel like part of the fun of Morrowind is just how unbalanced the game becomes.
Well, not just that. I think.
Not to say that, not to discredit the creators, because from what I've seen, they look like they've done a really awesome job.
My thing is more that I think some of the charm of Morrowind is lost in Skyrim's engine, if that makes sense.
Can you like elaborate? Because I don't really know what you mean.
So like, here I'm gonna pause the game so this isn't playing over while I'm talking. There's a certain feel to like the world of Morrowind and like how it functions and works, and it is hard to describe. But it feels to me like, fuck, how do I describe this? Because here's the thing, I think if you were to make a game with Morrowind's level of quality in Skyrim's engine, you could do something really fucking good if you, like, fix the mechanical aspects that have been stripped out. But, I don't know, something about Morrowind just feels right in the engine. I know that's, like, not an objective criticism at all. It's just really hard for me to pin down. Like,
I see what you mean in the sense, if you mean, like, a lot of the aspects of Morrowind's gameplay and design are what makes it charming.
Yeah, in some ways.
Someone is talking about they don't like the dragon language in Skyrim because it's a generic word swap.
Yeah, I was about to read out that comment. That's a very good point. At least that's what it seems to me.
I've talked about this with a few people. I think that Skyrim's dragon language is a very good example of Bethesda not having their priorities straight.
Okay.
In the sense that you have this game with a story that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
And a lot of parts of the game I can tell, specifically looking at Falkreath and Morthal, and cities like that, and Winterhold, that one comes to mind especially. They really half-assed parts of the game.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like I can't really find a good reason for that when they had enough time to create an entire language.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that bugs me too, and I think that's something I've mentioned before as well, but it seems like a lot of the time Bethesda focuses on the wrong aspects.
Yeah.
Like, in the world of Fallout 4, someone pointed this out in one of the videos I watched, but, like, if you look around the world, there's lots of, like, children's toys spread around, and, like, baby carriages and cribs and houses, and, like, it's far more common than what we saw in Fallout 3. The obvious connection being your kid was kidnapped. And additionally, sometimes you can find word blocks around the world with the name Gary spelled out, referencing Vault 108 in Fallout 3. But what I'm getting at is, so you took all this time to put this level of, like, detail in. You very clearly cared about making this aspect kind of pop in the world and be more obvious. In a subtle way, if that makes sense. And it's just like, okay, I see what you're going for, but that doesn't actually make the game any better.
Yeah, I feel like Bethesda is really good at making like these little like details on a very small scale. But then when you look at how well it doesn't really create a very good cohesive world.
Yeah.
And Setch brings up that they didn't actually create a new language, which, yeah, I'm aware. I only say they made a new language because it's just easier than saying made a bunch of words and then swapped them out.
Yeah.
Tasted the voice of the Greybeards and passed through unscathed. High Hrothgar is open to you.
Sweet, time to steal all your shit. Kratos calling anything in Fallout 4 subtle? Never thought I'd see the day. There was an attempt made, is what I'll give them. I do like the idea that, you know, they did put more of an emphasis on hiding like children's toys and babies' cribs throughout the world, because, you know, that's an aspect related to your character. But at the same time, like I said, that doesn't really do anything for the story. It doesn't, like, that's something to appreciate if the story was actually, you know, written well. But
yeah, like I was saying, like, they do create really interesting small-scale environments and details, but
yeah,
the big picture is not impressive at all.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. If you're interested, there's a character I hate that I would like to see killed. Okay. What character is it? And where are they? I can't guarantee anything, but I'll consider it.
Where did you learn of that? Who have you been talking to? The Blades. They specialize in meddling in matters they barely understand. Their reckless arrogance knows no bounds. They have always sought to turn the Dragonborn from the path of wisdom. Have you learned nothing from us? Would you simply be a tool in the hands of the Blades to be used for their own purposes? What I want is irrelevant. This shout was used once before, was it not? And here we are again. Have you considered that Alduin was not meant to be defeated? Those who overthrew him in ancient times only postponed the day of reckoning. They did not stop it. If If the world is meant to end, so be it. Let it end and be reborn.
Okay, well here's the thing. I don't want to die. And I'm pretty sure if I asked everyone else in the world that they wouldn't want to die either. And if they did, they'd probably just fucking kill themselves to do so. So, you know, let's delay Judgment Day a little bit longer.
No, not now.
I always did find it weird that the Greybeard seemed to have this really just silly perspective on the whole Alduin situation. Like their whole thought being, you know, maybe you just, you know, shouldn't stop them.
Yeah, like if they're going to go down that path, I would want it to at least be explained a bit more than that. Oh no, he's coming after me.
At least give you the option to agree with them.
Yeah, that too. Like the only way you can really agree with them is like by just abandoning the main quest, and even then, like obviously the world doesn't end. Alduin doesn't win. It just puts everything on pause.
One thing I really wish, or let me think. One thing I really appreciated about how Daggerfall and Morrowind did their quest lines is that the world is waiting for you in the sense that, let me think. Dagothr is not actively doing anything in Morrowind.
Well, no, that
requires your immediate attention.
Yeah, exactly. Dagothr is actively doing stuff. It's just the same thing he's been doing for the last few hundred years. And stopping him isn't an urgent, like, this has to be done right now priority. It's, yeah, we need to stop him. He's gonna fucking get around to messing shit up. But he's unable to do anything as long as he doesn't have Wraithguard, so you've essentially got an unlimited timeline to stop him. As long as Vivec doesn't lose Wraithguard.
And with Daggerfall, you can fail the first quest of the game. It has a time limit. And then when you do, you essentially just get a letter saying, you're getting reported to the Emperor for what you did. And then you just fail it.
Wow.
And it is really nice to know that I don't have to follow the main quest line. I don't have to take it seriously.
Well, that's the other thing too, and it's something that I think, like, it's underappreciated, and that's, you know, failure. Like, it seems modern Bethesda games have, I don't even want to call it a fear of failure. It seems like a phobia of failure. Because, like, you could do everything, you could do every quest, you can... Fallout 4 won't let you kill the Doctor in fucking Diamond City because, I mean, I guess you need a doctor for some reason. And even in some cases, like, I think Harkness is a good example in Fallout 3. You cannot kill Harkness until his quest is complete. So, it's not even... They won't even allow you to fail. It's like, okay... We're taking this ability away from you to fucking kill your toys until we say you can. Like, that is so fucking lame.
Forgive me, I was...
Let's see,
I allowed my emotions
Setch says that Daggerfall is also a game you can lose within the first minute of booting it up. Imp RNG, baby. Is the lethal imp gonna come out of his room and kill me at the start, or am I gonna get to play? I think that imp has made me die in the first minute, and then the game doesn't make a save. The game doesn't autosave. No, so I had to remake my entire character.
I do not know.
But yeah, it's so completing these objectives. One second, Argnir is talking. Arngeir, whatever.
I think it's Arngeir.
Anyways, yeah, the thing is, it's an RPG. I think you should be able to fail. And my favorite example is always going to be, you have killed, with this character's death, the threads of prophecy have been severed. Restore a saved game or persist in the doomed world you've created. Like, that's the ultimate, like, okay, you fucked up huge, and you can't undo this by just playing the game. You have to.
I think it gives the player a good motive just to not go like mindlessly kill NPCs.
Yeah, exactly. And New Vegas didn't quite do that, but I remember shortly after New Vegas's release, there were jokes going around where if you kill a character, you'll fail 20 quests. And that goes to show that you had that freedom to do that. You weren't supposed to because you lose out on content, but you still have the freedom to do that, and that's what's so fucking important.
And somebody pointed out that it's a bit goofy that there's a random doctor in Diamond City that can't die, but you can shoot Father the instant you see him.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. Especially with the Fallout games, it's really weird where Bethesda places their essential tags. Because again, Harkness
opposed essential NPCs. I hate them.
Yeah.
I cannot teach you the shout, because I do not know it. It is called.
Because even in Morrowind, if you create that doomed world, you can still complete the main quest line technically. It's just a pain in it. Wait, with one exception.
Yeah.
If you kill Yagran Bagarn, you're kind of fucked.
Someone also did a speedrun of exterminating the dwarves in Morrowind. It is fucking glorious. I believe that was Mickey D. He does a lot of good, like, funny videos.
Oh
but...
yeah, I'm subscribed to him.
Speedrun to exterminate the dwarves. Like, who comes up with that?
Roachbait FNV says, the thing is, failure shouldn't always be immediately known. You should discover later on how badly you made things.
I agree and disagree. It's a precision tool. Like, if you kill a character in the first 5 minutes of the game, and they end up being essential to, like, the very last quest, it's like, oh, well, fuck me then for putting 500 hours into this. But, so I think there's cases where it should be known, and situations where you just aren't told until later that, oh no, you killed Bob. Well, Bob was actually, like, this important fucking guy to our town, and now our town is going to die out because he's dead.
Bob is the only NPC who can save the world.
Yeah, exactly.
But I would agree with to an extent. I mean, it's pretty much just what you said. I feel generally it should be, in the case that you're being affected later on, I feel it should be apparent what consequences you'll bring upon yourself.
Well, I think more that applies to the main story. You don't want to accidentally have main story stuff be unavailable later on. So, like, just to give an example, maybe you kill a character that will affect a faction path or a town or a particular quest line, and the game won't tell you about that, and you have to see those those consequences play out as a result of that. That, I think, is very interesting. My issue would more be, like I said, you kill Bob, or, yeah, you kill Bob, but he's related to the main quest, and now you can't complete the main quest.
Yeah, Roachbait clarified that's kind of what he meant.
Ah, yeah.
I cannot teach you the shout. It is called. We do not regret this loss. Dragonrend holds no place within the way of the voice. It was created by those who had lived
Logan Looker
under
asked,
the
isn't there only one dwarf in Morrowind? Yeah, there is.
Well, yeah,
well, actually, in Tribunal you can meet, or actually no, in the base game, you can meet ghosts of dwarves.
Yeah, but they don't really. They're not like.
But you know they're dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
You become the shout. In order to learn and use this shout, you will be taking this evil into yourself.
So here's the other thing too about this game. Arngeir just explained why Dragonrend is like bad. He even just described it as taking this evil into yourself. But like you don't have any other option. You need to learn this. Like that's something that bugs me too, is this forced like morality thing that you have no choice about.
I do find it. Yeah, I find it irritating.
Evil, and you're bringing this into your body. And it's like, okay, what are my other options? Oh, you don't have any. So what the fuck was the point of like making an issue out of it?
Yeah,
don't judge me for fucking something I have no choice. See, that's the thing that pissed me off about Telltale games, is because they would constantly give you choices throughout Telltale's games, but no matter what you chose, you are always the fucking bad guy, and everyone just fucking rags on you constantly for stuff that is out of your control.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I find it stupid that Arngeir is grilling you for this stuff about how evil you are, or like this evil you're taking into yourself.
Yeah.
Despite the fact the game doesn't even say it. You just don't have a choice by design.
Yeah. Now, I wouldn't have a problem with his speech remaining exactly the same if there was just an alternate option. Because now you have that choice. Now it's not like you deciding, or it's not evil being forced upon you through game design. It's, I'm choosing, like, the darker path here.
Or the fact if he would just acknowledge the fact that, you know, oh, there's no other choice or something.
Yeah, that too.
I cannot teach you this. It is called
James Noonan points out that despite it being evil, there's no negative effects, and that's the basically it's them saying it's evil is just a function as to why they won't teach it to you or can't teach it to you.
Let's hear this again.
Those who had lived under their whole lives were consumed with hatred for dragons.
Oh, okay. So they just made it because they were mad.
Into this shout. When you learn a shout, you take it into your very being. In a sense, you become the shout.
Okay, so
in order to learn and use this shout, you will be taking this into yourself.
Okay, so basically what he explained is the shit was made out of pure butthurt, and because of that, you're taking that evil into yourself. But the entire dragon language was used to oppress the mortals for like thousands of years. So how is learning those shouts not just as evil?
You know, just keep it simple, stupid, don't ask.
Don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product. That'll always be one of Red Letter Media's best fucking lines. Even the whole Nerd Crew thing I fucking love because it's just a parody of those shitty shill podcasts. It's so great.
Breath and folk. I can't. It is called. We do not regret this loss. Dragonrend holds no place, but not Dragonrend.
Undone talked about says that choice is what makes RPGs appealing. I feel like choice isn't fully necessary in an RPG. I think you can make a very well-rounded experience. The issue with Skyrim is that you have this very big open world that presents you with choice.
Yeah.
And it essentially forces things upon your character that just don't really fit.
Yeah.
If I want to name a linear RPG that I felt did things really well, I mean, Earthbound did a very good job with it.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is a lot of JRPGs seem to be more linear and less choice-based, but it really depends on what the game is going for, whether it should have choice or not. Like, you know, your example of Earthbound, I usually go to Legend of Dragoon and Breath of Fire 3. They're both linear RPGs, but they're telling stories and have these developed characters that, you know, they're handled well. The thing I hate the most is when something is forced on you, like essentially like when you're asked Here, I'm just gonna... So, mainly when you're given a fake choice, or not even an illusion of choice, but like, you're being told that you're taking like this certain path. And it's like, well, I don't have an option. This is literally how the game was designed. One of the easiest examples I can think of is like the first generation Pokemon games. North of Cerulean City is the Nugget Bridge, and at the end, a guy will ask you, hey, do you want to join Team Rocket? But there isn't actually any option to say yes. Like, obviously, that would entirely change the game if you could join them. But the fact that they have this character literally saying to you, hey, do you want to join? And the game just treats it like you're saying no, and he's like trying to convince you, and alright, apparently I have to battle you to convince you. It's like, wow, that's kinda lame.
Well, also, looking at it this way, Pokemon has never really been about character building, you know?
Well, no, that too. It's never been about character building, but the fact that the hint of there being a choice there and you don't actually get it is what bugged me about that. But maybe that's just something that bugged me as a kid that I've just held on to for too long. But the example that brought this entire conversation up with Armgear here, you're choosing to do this evil thing, but I don't have a choice. Like, this is the only way forward. And that's what really bugs me the most.
Well, with, like, Pokemon, like I said, I don't really think it's that egregious in that case, just because it's Pokemon. It's not really about character building. Here's the thing, Elder Scrolls, there is a role-playing element to it. The big one. It's pretty big. And when I'm going into these situations where like here's an example. There's a clip of Zarek playing Skyrim as a thief who uses magic.
Alright.
And you know how during the Thieves Guild, spoiler for those that don't know this for whatever reason.
You don't need a spoiler warning, Skyrim. It's a piece of shit anyways.
That's what I figured. Is the Thieves Guild has you join a cult, essentially, of Nocturnal called the Nightingales. You do not get a choice in this matter. Now, there's a specific line of dialogue in which your character says, I don't need some sort of magic. I don't need any sort of magic. I'm a thief by my own merit. And Zarek just kind of starts laughing at his monitor because his character is literally a mage with stealth elements.
Yeah.
And this kind of goes further outside of Skyrim. In my playthrough, I wanted to do like an evil warlock type build.
Yeah.
You know, I went with conjuration, vampirism. I went with some other like restoration stuff as well. And I think destruction, so like you get absorption spells too. But anyway, it was really awkward when I got to the end of Dawnguard. I'd become a vampire lord, all this cool stuff. And then I'm having to defend Serana, a character that realistically, my character wouldn't give a shit about. I'm playing an evil character.
Yeah, there's lots of examples like this in that, like that in these games. It's so infinitely fucking frustrating. Another one I mentioned before is, throughout the course of this game, you sell your soul to, like, a dozen different, like,
oh my God,
Daedra and deities and groups, and, like, well, who gets my soul when I die? Is it Nocturnal? Is it Sithis? Is it fucking... one of the others? I can't remember them all.
I think, pretty sure soon in Sovngarde says, I'll be happy to welcome you here. Even though I'm typically not even a Nord.
Yeah. And even that I could forgive if, like, there were other races there that embraced the Nord, like, religion and culture and believed in Sovngarde. But the fact that it's, like, all Nords, it's like, hello, Dark Elf, I can't wait to welcome you to Sovngarde.
I got bad news for you.
Well, not just that. It's like, man, I can't wait until the day you die.
You know, that's Nord intelligence.
To get the answers you seek, you must travel to the top of the mountain and speak to our master, Pata. He is our leader. He surpasses us all in his mastery of the way of the voice.
Let me think. I think the only like notable choice that you can make, and that has like a somewhat of an impact, not really, is the ability to destroy the Dark Brotherhood.
Ah, yeah.
Which I thought, I was really happy you could do that.
Yeah, you can't destroy the Brotherhood in Oblivion, but you still have the option to kill Lucien Lachance the first time he comes to you. And I do really like that they...
I was not aware of that.
No? I did that a couple weeks ago on stream. And I wasn't aware of it for a long time either, but like... Those are two choices I'm glad they allowed you. Because it is entirely possible that you could be playing a character that, for some reason, might hate the Dark Brotherhood. And that brings me to another point I'll get to in a second. But the fact that they even thought to allow that choice is almost a little mind-blowing considering some of their other design choices. Because you just assume that Lucien Lachance and... what's that bitch's name from Skyrim?
Astrid.
Astrid. You would just assume they would be essential.
Yeah.
Like every other important character to these quest lines. Raminus Polis is essential. Bearclaw guy for the Fighters Guild is essential, you know? So the fact that these two aren't is like pretty amazing. But what bugs me about Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood is it's both a neat point and like a real huge downside. It's like if you piss off people in Skyrim, they can send Dark Brotherhood assassins after you. Which that alone, that's actually a really cool aspect that they added.
I do like that.
I do like, oh wow, people can actually send this infamous fucking murder group after me. That is so fucking cool. But then it's kind of ruined when it's like, oh hey, by the way, we want you to join. It's like, oh, didn't you send guys out to kill me? Are you not upset that I like killed a member of your family, and now you're inviting me to join it?
Yeah, I can see why that would come off as weird.
And the thing is, too, I think NPCs in this game are a little too quick to go to the Dark Brotherhood option, considering, like, how... Like, even Oblivion treated it as, like, this controversial thing. Like, trying to summon them is, like, fucking illegal in Oblivion. I think there's a quest around, like, someone who's trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood. But, so the fact that... And we see what the ritual looks like in Skyrim, too. You see the little kid doing it in that one quest. So, considering everything you need to go through and considering, you know, it spreads by rumor, not the fact that you're actually summoning them, you would think it would be a lot harder to actually get them to kill someone you want to. So, I think it should be limited to maybe specific NPCs in such a way that kind of locks you out of the guild. Because it really doesn't make sense to have the Dark Brotherhood come and kill you, or sorry, come and ask you to join after you've been marked by them, you know?
Yeah, that's a tough one. At the same time, I feel like they could have done something akin to basically, I think in the context of Skyrim, since it's not like an actual ritual thing they're doing at this point, it's just rumor, that I think it would be acceptable if like it gets brought up at the least and you get some sort of pardon. But it does feel, yeah, you're right, it is really weird that it just doesn't get brought up, period.
Yeah, it's just a non-issue.
Father Elijah said that WWE has deeper plot lines in Bethesda games.
Well, I think that's part of the thing, too, is Bethesda wants to do all these cool things, but actually properly implementing them would cause other things to either break or would lock you out of different, like, paths. So, because they need their infinite playable fucking mush, they have to make those sacrifices. You can ignore the Dark Brotherhood for fucking 10,000 hours and kill hundreds upon hundreds of their men they send after you. But then you can help the little kid and join them, and it's like, yeah, whatever. We're not even going to acknowledge that you're the person we've been trying to kill.
For me, it's just more like they try to do things that are somehow like revolutionary or insanely complex, and it doesn't work. It falls flat pretty much every time.
Yeah, but again, that's because they half-ass it like everything else.
And it's far more apparent in the Fallout series.
Yeah.
Where they've tried doing these big stories about your dad and the Enclave, good versus evil.
But even then
we're talking about suspicion in Fallout 4.
Well, here's another solution to the Dark Brotherhood thing. Just have a different Assassin's Guild that you can't join, rather than it necessarily being the Dark Brotherhood. Like getting that note for the first time, "We know," with the black hand on it, yeah, that's pretty cool, but it just causes so much damage. Having an alternate Assassin's Guild that you can't join might actually be the better solution for that.
Oh, I just remembered.
But back to the... Oh?
You continue. Mine's a side thing.
Back to the Fallout 3 thing. You're right that they try to do this, like, grand story for the water crisis. But it doesn't... This is one of my really big issues with Fallout 3. Nobody fucking cares about the water issue. There's the 3 water baggers, Liam Neeson and Dr. Lee. Like, literally, I could count on one hand the number of characters who the water issue is like a vital concern of. Big Town doesn't care about their water. Tenpenny Tower don't care about their water. Republic of Dave doesn't care about their... Like, no one cares about the water crisis.
So, I just remembered with the Dark Brotherhood and an alternate faction, there was I found out you can meet a member of the Morag Tong in the Thieves Guild. And I was playing an assassin character who is the leader of the Thieves Guild and a listener. So lo and behold, I felt rather, I guess funny when I was told by this guy, "Oh man, if the Dark Brotherhood found me, they'd kill me." Oh, would have been pretty interesting if Bethesda just included a piece of dialogue about the possibility that, just the slight possibility that stealth-oriented characters may join another stealth-related faction.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big mess up on their part. And the thing is, too, they've done the Assassin's Guild thing you can't join before. In Morrowind, you could join the Morag Tong and do all their quests. And part of their quests are to fucking kill the Dark Brotherhood, who are in Vardenfell, which isn't their territory. So, they could easily create, like literally any kind of group of assassins they want and say, "Here, these are the ones who come after you. They're just as threatening as the Dark Brotherhood." And that might even be an interesting way to mix it up in future games. Have some games where you can't join the Dark Brotherhood and have to join this other faction instead. You know?
I did find it interesting that Skyrim didn't opt to use the Fighters and Mages Guild. Instead had, like, just Nord-flavored ones.
Yeah.
Actual quality of those quest lines aside, I thought that was a really interesting way to do things. I liked it more.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I like the concept, but not the execution.
Kevin Miller brought up, don't forget about Fallout 3's second most important crisis, the food farming crisis. Oh, wait.
But thanks to the blades,
Don't worry.
you
The
now have
3 mole
questions
rats
that
can
only
feed the Capital
Pathos can
Wasteland.
answer.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I told you this before. One of the guys trying to defend the food argument from me in the Miniature Nerd Fallout 3 video, he pointed out to me, well, there's 3 flowers growing in Arlington Cemetery, as if that...
I saw this in the script.
As if that fucking debunks the idea that there's no plants growing in the Capital Wasteland and people can't fucking survive as a result.
I don't...
The lengths people will go to defend these games is fucking insane.
It's like, okay, I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. It's just, you can't pretend. Don't pretend that this isn't an issue because you found flowers.
Oh man, that one was fucking classic.
And focus. He lives in seclusion on the very peak of the mountain.
Father Logical brings up the only people who care about the water crisis are the water beggars sitting outside of the various towns. Apparently, the Enclave wants to boost the recruiting power among these beggars.
Well, you know, those 3 guys, they're the most powerful characters in the game. They just
need their water first.
Yeah, they're just not at full strength because they haven't had a bottle of water.
I wish you could. Logan Looker says, "I wish you could join the Silver Hand and the Forsworn in this game."
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. God, that's gonna piss me off when we get to that segment of the game for the video. But like, the fact that the Silver Hand attack a major city, and like nobody really talks about it or seems to understand why. We're talking about like what should be seen to everyone else as an altruistic... Can you even encounter the Silver Hand before you join the Companions?
Maybe, because they do occupy a specific fort.
Yeah, but Bethesda has the habit of like locking certain areas off that are quest related.
I'd assume someone in chat might know. What was I gonna say?
1 second.
All right.
I have a question about this series' factions. How elegant or brilliant is the ludonarrative harmony in this series as a whole? Oh. Terrible.
I hated that little dance around the fact that the... Yeah, okay. The factions do things based on what they say they do.
Brotherhood is shooting faction. They send you on shooting quests.
I don't want to make fun of Matten, but I gotta say, what are you trying to prove here? The shooting faction shoots?
It's like the bare minimum of what you could do for like quests in a game.
I was gonna say.
I know it's like a little bit egotistical, but that's why I like my example in the video so much. The Telvanni give you magic-related quests and magic-related quest rewards. It's a ludonarrative harmony. But that's exactly what he's doing.
The argument that I'm role-playing as a scavenger, and the response is Angry Birds lets me role-play as a member of the race swarm. But I was gonna say, the Forsworn, I feel really bad for when we get to that, because the fact the quest itself is really interesting. I really liked this, the whole background information about there's this big conspiracy going on in which the leader of this rebellion group is only being kept alive so he can, you know, silently carry out the will of the people that manage the prison. That's a pretty interesting plot, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
And the questline itself isn't even terrible. It's just the fact that the actual consequences of that well, there aren't really any.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes it so disappointing.
Yeah, it's a hard stop.
To get Dion, he is our leader. Only those whose voice is strong can find the path. We will teach you a shout to open the way to Paarthurnax.
I've been just loitering in this fucking place for like 30 minutes because we've been talking so much. Sorry, everyone who is trying to watch a game stream.
I don't think people in this chat care too much about Skyrim's gameplay. I just realized from the video, like the people viewing the video, they're just gonna see you sitting in corners and walking up and down corridors.
just sitting in corners like a fucking weirdo, like, stay away from me, Argnir. It reminds me of that one quest in Oblivion where like there's all those weirdos hiding in the dark and you have to extinguish the light so they'll kill the priests of the light. Be gone, creature of light.
I love the Oblivion's Daedric quests.
Yeah, some of them are genuinely pretty good.
I felt like across the board they all were. I don't want to say all of them were amazing because they weren't.
Yeah, because I did Azura's quest the other day and it's like, okay, go kill 5 vampires.
That's
like,
one of the worst ones. Generally, I think they're very good. Some great ones that come to mind are Molag Balls, Sanguines,
See,
Malekiths. I'm sure
can't-
people can name off ones they liked in chat.
I can't remember those ones, but I know there's one where you have to, like, pit the villagers of this town against each other to slaughter. Yeah, that's a good one. Like, it's a little bit simplistic, but what they're going for there is, like, a really fun idea.
Yeah, especially because, like you said, the quest is simple, but seeing that end result is like, wow, I actually did that.
I would have preferred it if there's, like, a couple more stages, like, seeding doubt and, like, really making them distrust each other over, like, the course of a day, or maybe if it's spread it out where, like, you can't do it all at once, you have to wait a day or two, and, like, you know, just drop hints and, like, ideas, and you can see that animosity grow, and then you, like, kill the leaders of each side and plant the items, and just watch it all hell break loose.
And it would have been really nice if there was a segment where you do have to convince them, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not the one doing that.
Yeah, I'm just someone from out of town who clearly sees a problem between these two groups. I'm not trying to stir shit. What the fuck is this spell? This shout. Sky, spring, summer. How the fuck does that clear skies? You know you can have storms in the summer, right? They're called hurricanes. And thunderstorms. And spring and summer are 2 different seasons. What does that have to do with clearing skies?
Father Illogical pointed out, if the mole rats behind Megaton are the food source, then Mickey could hold the entire town hostage by threatening to kill these mole rats, unless they share some water with it.
Mickey is clearly the Fallout 3 MVP. Man, the most annoying part about this quest is having to fucking wait for the shout to cool down.
Yeah.
Wow, there's just a dead goat there.
I always found it weird that there's goats up here.
Yeah, how can... Well, this one clearly didn't survive the fucking wind. Ah, fuck off. Fucking ice wraith. No one asked you to fucking show your face here. A while back, I was watching Gothic speedruns for some reason, but the guy would pass these characters who would just say, "Never show your face here again," and for some reason that just really stuck with me. I can't even explain why. It's just a simple line, but a good one. When I saw this fucker, that's immediately what popped to mind. Oh, really? Another point I will give this game credit for, I do like that you can decapitate enemies and stuff. That's something I'm glad they brought forward from Fallout.
Yeah.
It's like a little thing, too. It's like, it doesn't actually make the game better. It's just a neat little detail they added in. Goat! How the fuck is this? Whatever. I have no idea why a goat would be empty. It should have meat. Apparently it was hollow. We're going to meet the best character in this game. Yeah, we're about to meet Super Mario.
I can't get over that Mario has the same voice actor as this guy. I can never accept that.
Neither can I. It's just, you have this like deep gravelly voice for this dragon, and you realize like the main role he's known for is wahoo. Like what? So long, Gay Bowser.
Like his main roles, plural, are like fat Italian plumbers. But he also was casted as like previously the right-hand man to a tyrannical god that will herald the end of time itself. Not
just that, but he's a dragon. Like a fucking dragon. Now what would happen? I'm curious. Die, bitch! Yeah, you better fuck off. He actually does fight back. That's interesting. Oh, Dragonbane. Yeah, I'll use that. Probably can't kill him, but I'm legitimately curious as to what happens.
From what I understand, I think dragons have their own unique essential animation.
Really? Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well, Alduin does it when you defeat him for the first time.
Yes, do it! Let your anger flow! I'm not angry. Well, I am angry at this game for being shit, but I'm not killing Parthenax because I'm angry. God, he's landing in places I can't even reach. That's cheap. Okay, I'm tired of fighting him. Next time he lands, I'm just gonna console command kill. It's not letting me select. Oh god, why can't I select him? Why can I not? God. There must be so many, like, visual effects things going on here that I... Okay, landed on the rock I can't reach again. Let the big gay flow through you! Not for me, personally. Man, that's a spicy fucking meatball there, Parthenax. Come on. Land where I can get to you. Land? Okay, I should probably heal before he kills me. Okay. There we go. Oh! I'm like literally clipping inside him and I still can't select him. What the fuck? Okay. Not even kill all is working. Maybe I have to unselect. No, it's just not working. Oh well. Fuck it.
Drem Yolok. Greetings, Wundunik. I am Parthenax. Who are you? What brings you to my Strunmach, my mountain?
And that's something that bugs me too, is how they randomly, like, replace English with dragon language. Like, just talk. This is something like JonTron pointed out like a decade ago with Star Fox Adventures, but it's like, it just sounds so silly when you hear this fictional language and you randomly hear English in it. This is just the inverse of that. It sounds equally ridiculous.
Yeah, I always found it weird that they just kind of mishmash the language together.
Yeah. Because, like, here's the thing. Okay, I've never actually learned a foreign language, so I can't really speak from experience, but I'm pretty sure most people who, like, learn foreign languages don't mix up, like, Japanese and English in a sentence. Because, like, if you're talking to someone, they're not going to understand what you're saying if you randomly mix in words of your own language, you know?
Yeah.
You are bold, Wundunik. You dare enter a Dov... I am as my father Akatosh made me, as are you, Dovahkiin. Tell me, why do you come here, Volan? Why do you intrude on my meditation?
Especially when you don't know what these other words mean. Like, he just said Volan. Well, okay, I don't know what you're saying when I literally don't know the definition of the words you're using.
Drem, patience. There are formalities which must be observed at the first meeting of two of the Dove. By long tradition, the Elder speaks first. Hear my Thum. Feel it in your bones. Match it if you are Dovahkiin. The word calls you. Go to it. Understand fire as the Dove do. Now, show me what you can do. Greet me, not as elf, but as Dova.
Too bad I can't just shout clear skies at him. Probably just confuse them.
Yes, Sosedo Vlostmul. The dragon blood runs strong in you. It It is long since I had the pleasure of speech with one of my own kind.
Okay, he's just gonna fuck right off then. What? Okay, that's a little bit weird. Did you really have to fly up to just change position? You know you could have, like, walked over there, right?
So, you have made your way here to me. No easy task for a Jor, mortal. Even for one of Dovahsos, dragon blood. What would you ask of me? I have expected you, Proda. You would not come all this way for Tinvak with an old Dova. No.
Again, what the fuck is Tinvak?
Seek your weapon against Alduin.
I always find it weird that he does stuff like no easy task for Azure, mortal.
Yeah.
Like, why'd you say a word in the first place if you know how to say it in English?
Okay, yeah, it'd be like saying someone saying bonjour, hello, like, or even that, you know, that's one you actually might run into, but it'd be like, someone's talking French to you, then they say the number 1 in French, then, or sorry, someone's talking English to you, then they randomly say, French for 1, and then they go, 1. It's like they're not teaching you it, they're just... But what's frustrating me now, and this bugged me back in the day too, but not to the degree it does now, but it's like, if you're using words, again, I already mentioned this, but if you're using the words that I don't know the definition to, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I have expected you, Proda.
Like, what the fuck does Proda mean? Like, this is supposedly a language. There's context behind that I have no clue what it means, and I can't properly communicate with this character because or understand what he's saying because it goes unfucking explained.
You would not come all this way for Tinvak with an old Dova. Yes, they are very protective of me. Bahlan Fadon. But I do not know the Thum you seek. Croesus, it cannot be known to me.
Okay, there's another one.
Kind, Jor, mortals, created it as a weapon against the Dove, the dragons.
Okay, that line right there, it seems like he's trying to teach you part of his language by, like, translating it. That one I'm fine with.
Comprehend its concepts.
Logan Looker brings up, maybe it's because he's used to speaking his own language, but realizes he can't understand, so he uses the word in English.
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse all the times where he just uses it and doesn't explain it. Like, I could understand...
Though, realistically, though, I feel like people that are learning other languages they don't run into that issue.
Well, here's the other thing, too. This dragon has been alive for, like, literally tens of thousands of years, or something to that effect. Like, he's talking English pretty well to be, mixing in words of his own language, you know? You'd think that would be, like, a kink you would have worked out of your system a few thousand millennium ago.
Yeah.
There's something else I was going to say there, too. There was a specific line he said that caught my attention.
Yeah, but I do not know.
Oh, Croesus, that's it. That's one of the ones you'll hear most often from the Greybeards and Paarthurnax. And even one of the Dragon Priests is named Croesus. So, like, what does this word mean? That it's something that they throw into, like, long sentences, can be stated as a single word, like, I don't know, like, perhaps. But it's also someone's name. Like, what the fuck is this word?
Crippled Communist says, why not have them speak in Dragon all the time, and then have English subtitles?
I like that idea. because
it immerses the player in the fact that they are a Dovahkiin and can understand them.
yeah, that would make some sense. I do like that, and
I think that would be really interesting. Yeah.
yeah, but it would, here's the thing though: Bethesda can't trust their modern audience to actually notice the subtitles, so they have to do things this way. One of the movies. Sorry?
I think Emil brought up that in his grand presentation that a lot of players just read the subtitles and skip the dialogue. Which I
Yeah.
think at the time he was complaining about how he felt he kind of was wasting time in the recording studio.
Huh. See, I didn't know that. But yeah, it's one of my favorite. I can't say one of my favorite movies, but a movie I really, really like is Pan's Labyrinth, and that's like a Spanish movie or something. But like, the whole movie has subtitles. I remember seeing this in theaters, and you start off reading the subtitles, and there's a point you reach where you don't even realize you're reading the subtitles anymore. It's just almost like second nature as you're watching the movie. And you could do something like that for these dragons in the dragon language, like Crippled Communist suggested, and it would hopefully have a similar effect where you don't even think, like, you don't even perceive the dragons speaking their language, you're just reading the subtitles, and it makes total sense.
Someone named Will Bellamy, I think that's how it's pronounced, says he loves your videos.
Oh, thank you.
If you're Canadian, which you are, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. I don't know how people are figuring it out. I like it. There's clearly some kind of accent thing there that I'm clearly not noticing. I've heard people reference a boot a lot, but I don't actually say a boot. I say about. And I guess even then my about still sounds like a boot, so I guess a boot it is.
Seek, Croesus. It cannot be known to me.
And multiple people clarify that Croesus is a word that means like sorrow, apologies, and regret.
Huh. So why is it...
Your weapon against Alduin.
So why is this random dragon priest named Sorrow? Is another one named, like, Depression? Like... I don't know. It's when you say out. Oh, I say... okay. Pan's Labyrinth kept the dialogue simple, too, which made subtitles vanish. Yeah, it's been a long time. Your out is more a boot than about. Huh. Anyways, yeah, back to the Pan's Labyrinth point. Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched that movie. I need to watch it again at some point, but my god, that is such a good movie.
I've never seen it.
Oh. If you get the chance, like, obviously keep in mind that you're going to have to read subtitles, but...
I don't mind that.
Man, it's a good one. I definitely highly recommend it.
Alduin Comate Teed. What else would you seek?
Yeah, you read it.
They figured out you're they figured out you're Canadian because you're polite and love the club seals.
Croesus, it cannot be known to me. Your kind, Jor, our Hadrime, Drem, all in good time. First, yes, Alduin, Zebach, the elder brother, gifted, grasping, and troublesome, as is so often the case with firstborn. But why? Why must you stop Alduin?
Most Canadians don't say a boot or a. We use them to make fun of ourselves. Not completely true. I used to say a lot. I still do time to time. I use it... I don't end sentences with it. I don't say like, man, this game sucks, eh? Actually, that might kind of... I don't say I'm going down to the store, eh? Because that just doesn't make sense. I use it if I say something to someone, and I want a response from them, like, hey, President, this whole fucking language thing is stupid. No. I was going to say it like a normal sentence there. Yeah, I can't think of an example off the top of my head where I'd use A now. Huh. Or, okay, here's one. Pretty boring game, eh?
I don't think... Well, I don't know how I figured out you were Canadian. I think it was just a message in which you mentioned that you... Something to do with currency, I think. But
yeah,
I really don't know.
Maple Bucks. The Canadian peso.
I have no clue how I found that you were Canadian. Because I know it's not something that gets brought up often, aside from now.
You have not answered my question. Prusa, as good a reason as any. There are many who feel as you do, although not all. Some would say that all things must end, so that the next can come to pass.
Well, the next can go fuck itself, because I'm not part of the next.
This world is simply the egg of the next Kalpa? Lean Vokeen? Would you stop the next world from being born?
Yeah, fuck the next world. I live in this one.
Paz. A fair answer. Rofus. Maybe you only balance the forces that work to quicken the end of this world.
Will's asking if there's any videos coming soon.
Even
yeah,
we're
working on them.
Of time
yeah, I'm gonna wait for Perth and X to stop talking here. I want to get through this conversation. Then I'll talk about the videos coming.
Those who try to hasten the end may delay it. Those who work to delay the end may bring it closer. But you have indulged my weakness for speech long enough. Croesus, now I will answer your question. Do you know why I live here, at the peak of the Monaven, what you name Throat of the World? This is the most sacred mountain in Skyrim, Zokravakstruma, the great mountain of the world. Here, the ancient tongues, the first mortal masters of the voice, brought Alduin to battle and defeated him. Yes and no. Viknusni Karon. Alduin was not truly defeated either. If he was, you would not be here today, seeking to defeat him. The Nords of those days used the Dragonrend shout to cripple Alduin, but this was not enough. Ok Mulag Unslad. It was the Kell, the Elder Scroll. They used it to cast him adrift on the currents of time. Not intentionally. Some hoped he would be gone forever, forever lost. Meye. I knew better. Tidbo Amativ. Time flows ever onward. One day, he would surface. Which is why I have lived here. For thousands of mortal years, I have waited. I knew where he would emerge, but not when. Tid Krent. Time was shattered here because of what the ancient Nords did to Alduin. If you brought that Kell, that Elder Scroll, back here to the Tid Ahran, the Time Wound. With the Elder Scroll that was used to break time, you may be able to cast yourself back to the other end of the break. You could learn Dragonrend from those who created it. Croesus, no. I know little of what has passed below in the long years I have lived here. You are likely better informed than I.
Alright, so I want to point something out here. Since that person in chat told us what Croesus means, sorrow or apologies, I understand his sentences more now. That when I see Croesus, I can like translate it in my head. Oh, he's saying sorry that he can't help me here, or it's unfortunate that, you know, this is the way it is. Like, just tell us what it means so, you know, we can understand it.
Trust your instincts, Dovahkiin.
I really do wish you could ask, like, for translations for certain words.
Yeah. Yeah, because it just makes the sentences easier to understand. And like Setch said earlier, it is just a simple word replacement, which, you know, is a bit lazy. Well, it's pretty lazy, but at least you can understand things more easily when you know what the word is. That's all I needed from Perthanax. Alright, I think I'm going to end the stream here, but there's something else I was going to say that I can't remember. Oh, I was going to reply to a comment.
Videos.
Huh? Oh, videos, that's right. So I think it's safe to announce it now if I hadn't mentioned it on a previous stream. But, I'm actually working on a remake of the response to the Miniature Nerds Fallout 3 video. Looking back on that, I didn't formulate my arguments as strongly as I could have. And going through the video again, there's a lot more issues with it than I ever fucking realized. Yeah, I'm about halfway through the script right now. I was actually working on it right before the stream started. And yeah, so I think, I don't know if that's going to necessarily be the next video I release, but it's something that's a work in progress currently. And besides that, obviously, we're doing a Skyrim analysis video. It'll be the first part, but I do want it up sometime this year, obviously, because this is the 10-year anniversary of Skyrim, and I think it makes a lot of sense to do a to release an analysis video, or at least the first part of it, for the 10-year anniversary of Skyrim. So hopefully I'm not actually releasing it on November 11th, but I guess we'll just see how things go. But yeah, I think that'll do it for the stream today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you for wasting so much time talking to me, President. It's been a good stream, lots of good conversations. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah.
To be honest, I was disappointed with H-Bomber Guy's response to Miniature Nerd. He actually did a response. What was it?
Yeah, I'm not aware he made a response.
Neither am I. I figured that would be something people would have told me about. H-Bomb didn't mention Miniature Nerd directly or anything. Huh. Well, it's not really a response then, is it? You should make a video about Fallout 76 too? No! I don't want to play that again.
I'm not touching that game. It's a waste of my money.
One of the things that really gets me through being able to do these videos is that I can just use cheats and make things easier for me. Because if I had to fucking play through Fallout 4 legitimately, like 4 times, once for each faction path, and do all the side quests, and just do everything, like, without cheats, I would fucking lose my mind. Fallout New Vegas is genius was his response, I guess. I don't really know if that's a response. But that was a decent video. Anyways, yeah. I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you for coming out, everyone. Again, it's greatly appreciated. Don't know when I'm going to be live next, but, you know. I'll be around.